Hello and welcome to the last installment of this Arcane spell guide that I've been doing for Baldur's Gate and Baldur's Gate 2. We're now up to level 9 in the Arcane Magic book. And in level 9, I'm going to talk not only about level 9 spells, but also about all of the Mage high-level abilities, simply because those abilities also take up level 9 spell slots, so they have to be considered and weighed against the other level 9 spells. I may do one other video where I talk about wild magic, which I really haven't covered at all in this guide up to this point. And I've also been thinking about doing a follow-up on which I sort of go back and re-rate some spells that I probably got wrong, overrated or underrated. Mostly spells I underrated, but those would be separate videos. This is the core of the spell guide, and it's going to conclude here with level 9 and HLAs. As a quick refresh, I usually play solo, so that is going to bias what I say here, although I am rating these spells and talking about them on a party play basis. I'm ranking the spells in the base game, although I talk a lot about SCS. I personally play with SCS, and I'm going to be taking a power gaming or pure power gaming perspective on ranking or rating the spells. And each spell I'll read the description, talk about what it does, and then give it a rating 1 through 10, with 1 being one of the few worst spells in the game, and 10 out of 10 being one of the very few game-changing or game-breaking spells. And there are some 10s in level 9, actually 2 of them. So just some comments quickly on what we get here in the level 9 Arcane book. This is the highest level spellcasting in all of Baldur's Gate. Level 9 spell slots are very precious. They don't come about until level 18, and I'm actually going to double check the spell progression table just to make sure that I get this right. Yeah, so as a base mage, not a specialist or wild mage, you're going to get 1 level 9 slot at level 18, and then only as you get up to level 27 do you max out with 4 level 9 spell slots. That's 1 fewer than any spell level before level 6. You only get 4 of them. And on top of that, there's no HLA to increase your memorization count like there is for level 6, 7, and 8 spells. So at max level 29 plus, subject to a level cap, you're going to end up with 5 spells of level 1 through 5 as a base class mage, 6 each of level 6 through 8, but then you still only have your 4 level 9 spells. And this is a reason level 9 spells are so powerful that this is a reason that specialist mages, and especially wild mages who have access to Dweomer, are meaningfully better than just vanilla mages. Really just this one, they get access to 5 level 9 spells. If as a wild mage you can get access to as many level 9 spells as you have level 1 slots, which really makes wild mages, I think, by far the most powerful class at ultra high level. But even for specialist mages, I think a significant amount of the advantage that a specialist mage has over a base class mage is the access to 1 extra level 9 spell slot, because there's just stuff at this level that is so strong that having 1 additional cast can completely change a high level battle in your favor. And that is the theme with level 9 spells. I think one of the awesome things about the game design, and one of the things I find so gratifying about playing and replaying Baldur's Gate, is that there are things in level 9 that are godly. I mean, you're supposed to be a literal god by the time with godly powers by the time you get access to level 9 spells, and the game certainly makes you feel that way. There is stuff in here that is just completely overpowered, busted, super fun and awesome to use, breaks the game in various ways, and still leaves a lot of strategy. And especially with SCS, when these abilities can be used against you, I don't think that having access to them makes the game easy or boring. But it is a nice reward for getting to level 9. There's just a wide variety of really strong spells here and a number of new dynamics or game mechanics that didn't exist at all prior to level 9 and are super powerful. So there's sort of a abundance of riches at level 9. There's not many spells that are just complete throwaways. Like the days of sort of save to negate spells and shit summoning spells, of which there's 10 for some reason in a single spell level, that's all kind of over. And instead, what we're left with at level 9 is a bunch of really strong spells and some that are ultra strong. So really, the limiter at level 9 is just how many spell slots you have. And in these ratings, on a scale of 1 to 10, more so than other levels, the limiter at level 9 is really whether there's room in the spell book to take some of this stuff, considering how few level 9 slots you have. There's definitely spells at level 9 that if they were at level 8 or level 7 would be awesome spells. They're objectively powerful, but they just don't compare to the absolute best that the HLAs and the level 9 spellbook has to offer. So let's keep that in mind. There's stuff in here that might get a 2 or 3 out of 10 rating that is not a bad or weak spell, but it's relatively weak in a spell level that has a ton of awesome stuff. Last thing I'll say, this is probably going to be a quite long video. It's probably going to come out more so like a podcast, because I am going to record video over this and show ways that the different spells work, but there's just a lot of information. There's a lot of new game dynamics, and I did a lot of research to prepare for this video, which is why it's taken me months to get it out. So this is going to be long. Listen to it in chunks, whatever. I didn't want to change my approach of trying to be as authoritative and detail-oriented as possible. But there's going to be a lot of time that's just, fixed screen on the spell description with me talking over it, and I hope that's all right. All right, let's get into it. Level 9 spells. And by HLAs, I'm not going to talk about the strength of the HLAs or the HLAs that don't take up a level 9 spell slot, right? I'm including the HLAs that come into the game via taking up a level 9 slot. I'm not going to be talking about like the strength of extra level 6 spell slot or whatever. This isn't an HLA guide. It's just a guide for the things that would take up a level 9 spell slot in the Arcane book. Okay, so first spell. Well, I talked about how awesome and knew a lot of the spells and game dynamics at level 9 are, and then we start out with this, which is not an example of that. First spell, Absolute Immunity. Absolute Immunity is an abjuration spell, duration of 4 rounds, cast time of 1, AoE the caster. When this spell is cast, it confers complete invulnerability to all weapons except for those of greater than +5 enchantment. This spell is incredibly powerful, hence the short duration. However, the casting time is also very short, making this spell incredibly useful in the thick of combat, where buying a few seconds can mean the difference between life or death. It is important to note that this spell does not work in combination with protection from magical weapons. This spell lasts for the duration or until dispelled. Okay, so here we are at level 9 with the last in the series of the Mantle series of spells. To recap the prior spells in this series, at level 7 we had Mantle, which granted immunity to +2 enchanted weapons and below. I rated that spell a 1 out of 10. At level 8, we have Improved Mantle, which granted immunity to +3 enchantment weapons and below. I rated that spell a 1 out of 10. And now we skip immunity to +4 and below and go straight to immunity to +5 weapons and below with absolute immunity at level 9. Now, the reason that all of the mantle spells suck and why they're some of the worst spells in the game is just because of, well, for level 7 mantle, it's that immunity to +2 and below is really not that useful at all. For level 8, and now the same issue exists at level 9, the problem is the relative weakness of giving up one of these higher level spell slots versus just taking protection from magical weapons at level 6, which grants complete immunity for the exact same duration and same cast time against all magical weapons. With that alternative, it's just hard to give up a level 8 spell slot, and that's even more so true for level 9. But let's get into what this spell does exactly before I pan it. So this here at level 9, granting immunity to +5 enchantment and below weapons is essentially protection from all weapons, normal and magical. Since in the base game, I'm not sure if there's a single enemy that actually strikes with a +6 weapon. For the party, and this is true in base game or SCS, +6 weapons only become accessible in TOB when the legendary weapons can be upgraded. And there's only a few of them that can be upgraded to +6 weapons, like Karsamir +6, for example. In TOB, very late TOB, once you start collecting the artifacts that can upgrade some of the +5 weapons. In the base game, as far as enemies, in the base game, like, I checked a couple enemies, Amelisan and Demogorgon both hit with +5 weapons. So in the base game, as far as I know, there's not a single enemy that hits with a +6 weapon. So this spell is granting you complete immunity to all physical attacks and on-hit effects from those weapons. In SCS, I didn't test this out. I wouldn't be surprised if SCS grants like the 5 and Amelisan +6 weapons, but I just don't know. I just don't know the answer. I might, maybe I'll put something in the video description about that. Regardless, it kind of doesn't matter. The punchline is that in theory this seems powerful, but absolute immunity suffers from the same defect as all the other mantle spells, which is that protection from magical weapons gets you essentially the same thing, since no enemies by the time you have access to level 9 spells are using normal weapons anymore. And protection from magical weapons is a level 6 spell slot. Enough said. Level 9 spell slots, they're extremely precious. They can swing a fight all by themselves. They're godly powers. And it's just not okay to take a level 9 spell slot to do the same thing that you could get out of protection from magical weapons at level 6. So I'd say this is just yet another spell in the Mantle series to simply skip and never take it all in your spell book. Stick to protection from magical weapons. On the rating, maybe I spoke too soon about how I was going to rate this, but what I have in my notes, which I'll stick to, is that I'm not going to rate this as a 1 out of 10 as one of the worst spells in the game, since it is the only spell that can get you, in essence, complete immunity to all weapons for a short time, including up to +5 enchantment. And that means that this will finally work as well as protection from magical weapons against the toughest enemies. That said, it's still a bad spell for the level and a waste of a level 9 slot. I think it's just not quite as trash as the lower level versions that don't even get you immunity to the toughest enemies' magical weapons because they only apply to +3 or +2 enchantment. This one actually does work on every weapon that you'll face, at least in the base game. Still, a bad spell to give up a level 9 slot for relative to the other things available here, and I rate absolute immunity a 2 out of 10. Next up, Bigby's Crushing Hand. This is an evocation spell, duration of 3 rounds, cast time, the full max cast time up here at level 9 of 9. The AoE is 1 creature, and the saving throw is special. There's a sequenced series of saves that's described in the spell description, just like Bigby's Clenched Fist at level 8. This spell creates a huge disembodied fist that crushes the target and pins them to the ground. In the first round, the spell does 2d10 damage. The victim can save at -4 versus paralysis to avoid being pinned. If they fail, the hand does 3d10 damage the next round. The victim can again save versus paralysis at -2. If they fail to save, the hand does a final 4d10 damage and disappears. So here we have, this is the second of the 2 Bigby spells. I mentioned the first, that's Bigby's Clenched Fist at level 8. I rated the Clenched Fist a 2 out of 10, noting that it was probably underrated since it does a guaranteed stun. So it's the only arcane spell that does a guaranteed stun against any type of enemy. Power Word Stun at level 7 is another spell that does a guaranteed stun, but it only works on enemies with 89 or fewer HP. So Bigby's Clenched Fist at level 8 was the only spell in the Arcane book that does a guaranteed stun against any enemy that's susceptible to stuns. Now we get up here to level 9. In theory, a level 9 version of a spell should be like way better since those spell slots are so scarce. Level 9 is a wizard at the height of his powers. So Bigby's Crushing Hand should surely be better than the Clenched Fist, right? At level 8, right? Maybe it's like a 3-round stun guaranteed. Maybe it's a stun that goes through MR. No. Inexplicably, the best attribute of the spell in the level 8 version, the guaranteed stun, is now completely gone when we get to the level 9 version here. Instead, the enemy gets to save versus paralysis at -4 to avoid the stun. And this is a horrible change versus the level 8 version, considering enemies are going to have ultra low saves by the time that you get access to this. And keep in mind, a save versus paralysis, that's the same as a save versus death. This is one of the easiest saves to make because it's usually reserved for the absolute worst effects, such as instant death spells like Finger of Death. And saves versus death, i.e. saves versus paralysis, are usually about 2 pips easier to make than a save versus spell. So the save versus paralysis at -4 to avoid being pinned is really more like a save versus spell at -2 in the first round, and then a save versus spell with no penalty in the second round to avoid the 4d10 damage. For a level 9 spell, that's just a complete joke. The fact that you have a save, an equivalent of a save versus spell at -2 to avoid a stun, and then a save versus spell with no penalty to avoid most of the damage or the highest damage round of the spell. Like, I'm thinking of Web at AoE spell literally at level 2 in the Arcane book. Like, you're casting it in some of the first fights in BG1, and that has a save versus spell at -2 to avoid a stun, and it goes off 10 times against an entire AoE. It's crazy. The damage here is a little bit better than the level 8 version, and the saves to avoid the damage are a little bit harder to make up here at level 9, but you're really never taking this spell for the damage in the first place. There's way better ways to do damage in both level 8 and do level 9. Here, you're talking about a maximum of 7d10 crushing damage to a single target if they fail all the saves here. So, 2 different rounds of saves. I mean, that's like, at this point in the game, with crit strike and +5 weapons and on-hit effects on weapons, like it's almost like that's sort of like 1 to 2 auto attacks worth of damage, and it's not AoE. So you're never taking this for the damage. You were never taking the level 8 version for the damage either. The only redeeming quality of the level 8 version to get it to a 2 out of 10 was the guaranteed stun, and that goes away now. What we're left with at level 9 is a meme of a spell, where if the enemy makes a save versus spell at -2, the only effect is to do 2d10 crushing damage. So, because you don't get into the later effects. So, enemies are going to save versus spell at -2 all the time in TOB, and you're just going to highly regret ever having stocked or cast this spell. This is one of the worst spells in the game, considering the level, and I rate Bigby's Crushing Hand a 1 out of 10 spell. All right, next up, Black Blade of Disaster. This is an evocation spell. It's got a duration of 18 rounds, a cast time of 4. The AoE is special given that it creates a magical weapon. No save. This spell enables the caster to create a black blade-shaped planar rift about 3 feet long. It jumps into the caster's hand and is used as a normal sword, remaining there for the duration of the spell. The caster is considered to be proficient to the point of grand mastery in this weapon. The sword acts as a +5 weapon and deals 2 to 24 damage to its victims. Also, every time it hits a target, the victim must make a save versus death at +4 or be disintegrated. There's also a 10% chance with every hit that the sword drains 4 levels from the target and heals the wielder 20 hit points. Okay, so here we finally have at level 9, in my opinion, the first and only magical melee weapon conjuration spell in the Arcane book that is halfway decent. Like all the touch spells, the Phantom Blade, all these different weapon summoning spells, they were all pretty trash up to this point. And now finally here at level 9, we get a spell that's actually kind of interesting. It's a somewhat interesting and fun spell. It's definitely a fun spell. And it's worth talking about a little bit in detail here. I do think this is an overlooked spell, especially for dual and multi-classes, that has some nice advantages to it and is very fun to play with. So let's get into exactly what this is. It does still have some tragic limitations that prohibit pure class mages really getting the best out of this, but we'll get into that. So what do you get here? Well, this is really a legendary quality weapon that you can summon into the hands of your mage for 18 rounds. It has a +5 THAC0 bonus because it acts as a +5 weapon, and there's a very wide spread of damage at 2 to 24, but that's a potentially massive high end, right? Like halberds are a D12. This is 2 D12s in base damage. So there's a lot of volatility, but the high end damage is really high on this thing. And then there's also like very nasty on-hit effects that are on par with some of the most powerful legendary weapons in the game. This weapon is probably most comparable to Black Razor, although it has a higher THAC0 bonus / enchantment, just given that Black Razor similarly has a level drain chance and also this mechanic of potentially healing the wielder. But this is more powerful than Black Razor. But just to illustrate that this is, although it's a summoned weapon, if this weapon just existed in the game, this would be one of the best 2 to 3 weapons in the entire game. So the nasty on-hit effects, what are they? Save versus death at +4 or be disintegrated. If you're striking enough times with this weapon, then the odds are going to be in your favor to disintegrate any enemies that aren't saving versus death 100% of the time with a +4 bonus. So that means that if you have enemies, if their base save versus death is 5, that's the threshold at which they're going to save every time, because there's a +4 bonus which takes them down to 1, and if they have a save versus death of 1, they're going to save every time. If you're hitting enemies with Malison, then this just becomes much more powerful. Now you can if enemies are starting with a base save versus death of 2 or above, you can still get them. You can still disintegrate them because with the Malison, because the +4 is going to take them to 6. The Malison takes them back down to 2, and now you have a 1 in 20 chance of disintegrating them. And for any enemy that fits that profile, or that you've hit with the Malison, the odds are going to be in your favor, especially if you're a dual or multi-class and you have a lot of APR. You know, a 1 in 20 chance doesn't sound like a lot until you consider that you can easily get up to 10 APR as a dual or multi-class fighter mage. And now, even against an enemy that's saving 95% of the time, your odds are that, on average, once every 2 rounds of wailing away at that enemy, I guess the main hand would only attack 8 times. So maybe, it's a little bit over 2 rounds. But on average, once every little over 2 rounds, you're going to disintegrate even an enemy that has super low saves. So the odds are in your favor to see this disintegrate go off quite quickly. Do beware, it's a typical disintegrate effect, so it will destroy items, not gold, and not quest essential items, but it will destroy items, so you have to be careful about that. And the 10% chance to drain 4 levels is also pretty nice. And the 20 hit point heal is probably the nicest on-hit effects. The level drain is significant because it's 4 levels. That's actually better than the level 9 energy drain spell, which only drains 2 levels. So that's a nice amount of level drain that can actually have an effect. And healing 20 hit points is nothing to be scoffed at if you can get your APR up. Okay, so the on-hit effects are really quite strong, on par with one of the best weapons in the entire game. In addition, this spell finally corrects a serious defect of a lot of other magic summoning spells that came before it by being a longsword by weapon type, and when it comes into your hands, the spell gives you automatic Grand Mastery in longswords. Most other magic weapons in the game are no proficiency type weapons. That's how they're coded, no proficiency. So there's no way to get bonuses for pips in that weapon, like specialization pips. And for a mage that has only a max of 1 pip per weapon type anyway, the lack of the THAC0 reduction and damages bonuses that comes from weapon pips is really painful. Like as a mage, you can only ever have 1 pip in a weapon type. If you don't get this Grand Mastery bonus, which you do get here, or if a weapon type is no proficiency, then you're never going to be able to get your THAC0 low enough to really hit very often with the weapon. If you're a dual class, then the no proficiency type can be even more punitive, because now you go from having Grand Mastery in whatever your regular way weapon in your inventory was, to now having much worse THAC0 and damage, and actually losing APR when you pick up or conjure a magic weapon that has the no proficiency type. So having the automatic Grand Mastery is a really important correction in the code that makes this spell viable, especially for dual and multi-classes, and you're not nerfing yourself by giving up your weapon pips. So with this spell, with the Black Blade, you're going to get -3 to your THAC0 and +5 to your damage from the Grand Mastery. In addition, your strength bonuses will apply, even as a mage, since every class in the game gets strength bonuses for melee weapons. And on top of that, the spell description is actually wrong in one respect, which is that the damage spread of the conjured weapon, at least in the base game, is actually 2 to 24 plus 5 damage. That's like the base damage, if you will. It's actually 2 to 24 plus 5. So not only is the sword giving a +5 THAC0 bonus, but it's also giving a +5 damage bonus on top of the 2 to 24 die roll. So all in, what I'm showing in playtesting this in the base game is that on my unbuffed mage, I'm striking at a THAC0 of 4 and doing 14 to 36 damage per strike, which is actually really strong. That's like a fighter level type damage from an unbuffed pure class mage from this weapon. So the damage is absolutely there. The damage is this might be I haven't done the stats on this, but this is one of the highest average. There aren't a bunch of on-hit damage effects like plus elemental damage, which probably means it's not the highest on-hit, the highest average damage per hit in the game. But the top end of this weapon may be maybe like the Staff of Striking, or a max roll on the Staff of the Ram is comparable. But like at 24 plus 5, so 29 base damage before strength bonuses and Grand Mastery, this is one of the highest top ends, if not the highest top end damage in the entire game. I'll come back to that. Now, let's get to some of the deficiencies of this spell. I've talked about how the damage is great, the Thaco boost you get from Grand Mastery, and the +5 bonus is very good. But there is still one thing that's lacking here that would make this spell a lot more viable, and that is APR, attacks per round. There's still a problem with attacks per round for pure class mages, and that's really the main deficiency of this spell. And it's a big problem still for pure classes. Although the spell description and Thaco and damage stats all reflect that you get Grand Mastery and Longsword while this is conjured, you don't actually get the +1 APR from Grand Mastery if you're a pure class mage. I think the reason for that is that the way the game coding works, only fighter ethos can get the benefit of additional APR conferred by additional weapon pips. So as a pure class mage, you're going to be conjuring this thing. The description says you get Grand Mastery, but you're still going to be sitting on 1 APR, 1 main hand attack as a pure class mage, and there's no way to change that. The best you can do is cast improved haste on yourself and get up to 2 APR, and that is super painful, super painful. In my testing, the only way that you get the benefits, the APR benefits of Grand Mastery, is if you're a fighter mage. So great, if you're already a fighter mage and you don't have Grand Mastery and Longswords, then you can benefit from the APR boost from the Grand Mastery that's included here. But the thing is, like, high-level fighter mages are not really the class that needs the APR boost. You can get up to 10 APR in any weapon already by dual wielding and using an offhander like Belm or Kundane that adds 1 APR. And your Thaco is so absurdly low that any dual wielding penalty isn't going to matter. So as a fighter mage, you're not lacking for APR, but ironically, only the fighter mage can get the APR benefit of the Grand Mastery boost that comes with the Black Blade. I think it would not have been too overpowered to give this spell an automatic APR boost to boost a pure class mage's APR to the APR of an equivalent fighter. That would make this spell really awesome. And you would get to pretend you're a fighter just by casting this spell. You can't really get there as a pure class mage. What you're left with is that you can have this great weapon as a pure class, but the absolute best you can do is get to 2 APR with improved haste, and that's really painful. So if you're a pure class mage, the spell is not totally terrible, but it's never going to be one of your stronger level 9 spells. It's a great weapon, but the max amount of times that you can hit with it from a single cast would be 36 times. On the flip side, if you're a fighter mage, and therefore you can easily get up to 10 APR total and 8 APR per round with the Black Blade, this becomes a really fun and deadly weapon. The damage output's completely insane, and the odds of these on-hit effects become quite high. With the 10% chance of healing and level draining, the odds are a bit worse than once per round to do the level drain and heal 20 hit points. So you're getting a lot out of this spell if you're a fighter mage and you're up at 8 APR with the Black Blade. If you're a fighter mage, you are going to have access to very powerful legendary weapons by this time in the game, but the Black Blade is I think, at least equal to the best legendary weapons in the game. It's lacking some of the buffs and status effects, the permanent status effects that it gives you while you hold it, but the damage output and the on-hit effects are actually superior to Black Razor, Staff of the Magi, the Ravager, etc. So I think this spell does have a place in your spellbook if you're a fighter mage and you enjoy buffing up your fighter skills as opposed to just using magic attacks at level 9. Okay, that's a lot about the dynamics of this spell. I do have one other thing that I want to delve into here that I think is a really important point to mention about this weapon and unique to this weapon. And I think something that makes it overlooked, a synergy with other abilities in the game that makes it overlooked and probably an underrated spell. So, as I mentioned at the head, this weapon has the biggest RNG spread of damage in the game at 2d12 or 2d24 plus 5 base damage. That's twice the range of a two-handed sword's 1d12, and this is a one-handed weapon that you can still dual wield with. It's 2.4 times the range of a katana at the 1 to 10 base damage of a katana. And the katana is considered to be a good weapon because of the potential to do up to 10 base damage with a one-hander. Now you're up to doing a potentially 24 plus 5, so 29 base damage with a one-hander. It's crazy. So there's clearly a lot of RNG, but the averages favor you. And the thing I want to highlight is that with a range like 2 to 24 plus 5, this spell combos super, super well with other spells or abilities in the game that cause weapons to do max damage. And there's two I can think of that work really well here. First, for cleric mages, you can cast Righteous Magic, which lasts 1 round per level out of the Divine Book and will cause your attacks to do max damage on every successful attack. You're still very APR limited as a cleric mage, but it is pretty fun as a cleric to be wielding a longsword, which shouldn't be permitted. You're supposed to only be able to use blunt weapons, but you can cast the Black Blade as a cleric mage. And if you're running around with Righteous Magic cast on yourself, you're doing massive hits for 40 plus damage. You can easily get your strength to 25 with like Draw Upon Holy Might or other spells as a cleric mage. You can be running around. You may still only have, you're still only going to have 2 APR in the base game as a max, but you can be hitting for 40 to 50 plus damage on each hit with Righteous Magic. So that's awesome. Doing 29 base damage before the bonus from Grand Mastery and before your strength bonuses. The second special ability or spell that combos really well with the Black Blade is Kai, the Kai spell that Kensai get. If you're a Kensai dueled to mage and you're wearing Robe of Vecna, you could do the following. And for fun, let's just assume that you use Potion's Wish or Crom Fair to get your strength to 25, which is a pretty good strat anyway if you're a Kensai mage dual class. So if you're wearing Vecna, you can do the following. You can cast Improved Alacrity, then you can cast the Black Blade, which is 0 cast time with the Robe of Vecna because it's a cast time of 4. And then because Improved Alacrity allows special abilities to be used or cast unlimitedly within a round, just like spells, you could immediately cast Kai on yourself. And then all of a sudden, for the duration of the Kai spell, which is 1 2/3 rounds or 10 seconds, you are going to become a Juggernaut of Destruction where you have 10 APR, 8 APR with the Black Blade. I'm assuming you cast Improved Haste on yourself at some point. You got 10 APR, 8 APR with the Black Blade. And every time you hit with the Black Blade, you're doing the following things. Your damage is going to be 24 guaranteed from the 2 to 24 maxed with Kai, plus 5 plus from the plus 5 bonus from the Blade, plus 5 from Grand Mastery, or I think it might be 3. Oh no, -3 to Thaco and plus 5 to damage from Grand Mastery. So plus 5 from the Grand Mastery. and then a ridiculous plus 14 from your 25 strength. So that's 48 damage per hit every time. God forbid you should get a critical hit, which you'll do decently often, and you're doing 96 damage on a crit if you've given yourself Kai and you're using the Black Blade. And on top of that, of course, each hit has a chance to disintegrate, heal you, or drain 4 levels. I mean, that's just insane. That's really, really powerful. You're going to shred the whole battlefield. Anything that's susceptible to physical damage is going to die in 1 to 2 hits, and you're doing 8 APR with this thing. It's crazy. So that was a little bit down a rabbit hole. I do think that this spell is like probably the best use case for Kai at all. Once you get late in the saga, Kai is not a very useful ability, but when you're talking about 2 to 24 base damage, yeah, and being able to throw it out during an improved Alacrity, yeah, it gets pretty powerful. So stepping back, let's just recap how good this spell is to give it a rating. So if you're not a fighter mage, then it's kind of intriguing, but it's just going to be so much worse than your other level 9 spell options because of the APR limitations. This does correct for the Thaco and damage problems that you would have using a summoned weapon as a pure class mage, but it does not correct for APR. If you're a pure class mage, then just stick to doing damage and other bad things to your enemies through your spellcasting. And that goes for sorcerers as well. Like if you're a sorcerer, I wouldn't even be thinking about this spell. If you're a fighter mage, though, and especially a Kensai dual to mage, then this becomes a quite powerful spell that stylistically you could like to use. Physical damage still has its limitations. It's countered by magic. Many enemies you're facing are going to be highly physical damage resistant. They're casting protection from magical weapons on themselves. But this is one of the best melee weapons available in the entire game. And it's probably the best all-around melee weapon for pure offense in the game, given the massive base damage, the disintegrate chance, the level drain, and the +5 bonus. So I think this, even if you're a fighter mage, this is still not as strong as some of the game-breaking other spells you have access to at level 9, but this is absolutely worth considering as a fighter mage. So given that this spell is so different depending on whether you're a fighter mage or not, 1 rating isn't going to capture this spell too well, but that's the name of the game here. That's what I'm doing, is giving 1 rating to each spell. If you're a pure class mage, this is kind of more like a 3 out of 10 spell. It's not that great, but if you're a fighter mage, it's more like a 5 or 6 out of 10. I'll kind of average those and say that the Black Blade is a 4 out of 10 spell. Definitely fun to play with, surprisingly powerful, ton of damage output, and worth considering if you're a fighter mage and you like just sticking with physical damage even at level 9.
Yes, it will be done.
Next spell, Chain Contingency. This is an evocation spell. Duration, just like the other contingencies, is permanent until triggered. Cast time of 9. AoE the caster's brain. And Chain Contingency channels some of the magical energy of the wizard and releases it only under certain circumstances. The wizard chooses 3 spells that will be released under certain conditions, such as being hit by an enemy. When this condition occurs, all 3 spells are cast immediately. Spells of 8th level or lower may be used in the contingency. So here's the second and final contingency spell in the game after regular way contingency at level 6. Contingency at level 6 was a solid spell. It was the first spell in the game that has this effect of auto-triggering upon a certain condition without the need to take up your round's worth of actions. And I rated Contingency a 7 out of 10 spell. So quality spell at level 6. Now, at level 9 with Chain Contingency, a lot of the dynamics are the same as the level 6 spell. And I'm not going to revisit all of those dynamics and how the different triggers work to the extent that they're the same as the level 6 spell. So just go back, if you want to know about all the triggers that are, or the conditions that are present here at level 9, that are also in level 6 contingency, just go back and listen to the level 6 spell guide. I'll focus here at level 9 on what has changed in chain contingency versus level 6 contingency. So what is different? Well, first, level 9 contingency allows you to store 3 spells, not just one like level 6. All 3 are going to go off in an instant cast, so no cast time, at the same time once the trigger is met. Second, level 6 contingency was limited to holding a spell of up to the level that's 1/3 the caster's levels, maxing out at level 6. So for most of the time you have access to that spell, you can put up to 1 level 6 spell in there, but that's where it caps out, level 6. Now at level 9, you can store spells up to level 8. So now you have level 7 and level 8 spells opened up to be stocked in the contingency. Finally, for level 9 contingency, chain contingency, this spell here, you also get the flexibility of having the spell be able to target the nearest enemy or last hit by. So 2 different targets instead of the only potential target being the caster, as was the case with level 6 contingency. The fact of being able to target other creatures means that there's a lot more flexibility when it comes to putting offensive spells in a chain contingency versus a level 6 contingency. You could put offensive spells into a level 6 contingency, but you are really limited to party-friendly AoE spells because the target of the spell has to be the caster. So you don't want to nuke yourself, and therefore you're limited in reality to putting party-friendly AoEs. I mean, I guess you could put a non-party-friendly AoE, then you're just going to do damage to yourself and potentially kill yourself. So that's very limiting, as opposed to if you can target other creatures, then you could hit them with nasty single target spells, or with AoEs, you're going to take some chance that the creature is going to be too close. You're going to get caught in the AoE, so you probably want to stick with party-friendly spells. But there is more potential to be offensive with this spell. And let me comment a little bit on how the last hit by or nearest enemy options work for targeting. So last hit by will target any creature that does spell damage or a physical attack that hits against the mage, even if it's not a hostile creature. So be careful with that. Last hit by is a quite dangerous trigger to use, since, for example, if you put some non-party friendly damage spell in here or a debuff, if you ever misclicked an auto attack onto your mage from another party member, then the contingency will trip and will target your own party member because your party member had a successful auto attack if the auto attack was a hit. Regardless whether it went through a stone scan or mirror image, if the auto attack is a hit, then last hit by contingency is going to trip. And if you have like a finger of death in there, then in theory you could kill your own party member. So be careful with that last hit by trigger. It will go off against whoever the creature is that did spell damage or a successful physical attack, regardless whether that's like a red circle enemy. The other option for targeting someone other than the caster is nearest enemy. And that's what you want to use pretty much all the time if you're putting offensive spells in here, especially because you're probably choosing AoE spells. And if you're targeting nearest enemy, you're probably going to hit whoever hit you last as well. But nearest enemy is only going to go off against red circle creatures, so there's less of a chance of making a mistake or having an oops that kills a party member. It's worth pointing out here, the 7 triggers for tripping the contingency are exactly the same as level 6. So you can go back and listen to the level 6 spell guide if you want all the details. Just to repeat them quickly, the triggers are hit, although this will trip even if the attack was blocked by protection, so that's a successful spell damage or physical attack that hit against the caster. See enemy, although this will trip only about once around. It's kind of like a check once around, so it's not instantaneous. hit points at 50%, hit points at 25%, hit points at 10%. That all references the hit points of the caster, helpless and poisoned. Okay, so that's sort of just a description of what Chain Contingency is and how it works and the differences versus the level 6 Contingency spell. It's the same as level 6, except now you get 3 spells of up to level 8, and you can now have this target enemies. So what can you do with the Chain Contingency? Well, the sky's really the limit here. There's so much flexibility given that you can go up to level 8. You can get 3 spells in here. You could put divine spells in here if you're a cleric mage all the way through the entire divine book because it goes through level 7. There's endless potential. Offensively, the cheesiest and probably most powerful option is to target nearest enemy with triple horrid wilting, and then regardless whether the caster has AOP or Robe of Vecna or spellcast time reducing items, as soon as the nearest enemy trigger is activated, which will be a little bit after the enemy walks onto your screen, but as soon as that occurs, then instantly 3 horrid wiltings are going to launch at the enemy and wipe the enemy and anybody near the enemy unless they have the right protections up. In the base game, like, that's completely devastating. You can solo entire super high level like ball spawn fights with 1 Chain Contingency and 3 horrid wiltings. In SCS, things are different. Enemies adequately protect themselves against magic type damage and have a bunch of pre-buffs in SCS, so a little bit less powerful, but still, yeah, that's sort of the brute force obvious thing to do when you can put up to level 8 spells in here and you can target nearest enemy. You could also launch a powerful anti-magic resistance attack, like if you're fighting Demogorgon or Ball Spawn, and launch a bunch of debuffs like Pierce Magic, Pierce Shield even at level 8. That is a really long cast time, but inside a Chain Contingency, it works well. You could also put like a double remove magic and a Malison in here or something like that. Overall, there's a bunch of theoretically powerful stuff that you could do offensively with this, but I do think that this spell is a bit better in theory offensively than it is in practice. I don't typically use this for offensive spellcasting in my runs for a few reasons. First, it does take a level 9 spell slot to cast this thing, so you're always going to want your max level 9 spell slots available going into any type of fight. So you'll find yourself wanting to rest immediately after using a Chain Contingency spell to regain that valuable level 9 spell slot. And that's a lot of prep work and brain damage to just be constantly resting, stocking the contingency, then fighting on repeat. I don't think it's very practical to be doing that, although in theory, it might be like the theoretically perfect way to play. The other factor, and I talked about this with Spell Trigger at level 8, is that by the time you have access to this spell at level 9, you also have access to Improved Alacrity and Time Stop. And both of those other spells are going to have the same effect of allowing you to get off 3+ spells before your enemies can act. And both of those other spells, Time Stop and Improved Alacrity, are overall more powerful offensive weapons than the Contingency. Especially for mages with spell cast time reducing items, it's pretty much as fast to cast Alacrity and then start launching like 20 low cast time spells at your enemies. That's actually going to be faster than waiting for the see enemy trigger to trip and sending out your Chain Contingency spells. So this spell, it's very powerful, but it's actually slower and weaker than Time Stop or Alacrity for any mage that has Amulet of Power or Robe of Vecna. If you're running like a really heavy arcane party and there's multiple high-level mages that don't have spellcast time reducing items, so they're slow casters, then those mages would benefit a lot more from using a Chain Contingency. So there's still a place for Chain Contingency offensively for an arcane heavy party where not everybody can be, the main character and be super godly, breaking the time scale of the game with AOP and Vecna. Now, offensively, I think this is like a little bit more theoretically powerful than actually powerful. Defensively, this is a quite strong spell, and that's really where I like to use it. Same with the level 6 version, with the hit points at 50 or 25% triggers, and the target being the caster. At this point in the game in TOB, as an arcane caster, really as any character, but especially an arcane caster, if you're taking damage, it almost always means that you're in a very bad spot, because as a magic user, you have very few HP, and the way that you're surviving is keeping yourself buffed to the max. If you're taking damage, then it means there's a hole in your buffs and you're immediately at risk of dying. So having a passive ability that can cast insta-cast three different protections or defensively useful spells on yourself if you're taking damage is really quite powerful and can save your ass. Now, I say defensively because the trigger is being damaged, but keep in mind you can still cast party-friendly AoE on yourself. So in reality, you could do a mix of defensive and offensive spells in here to try to kill enemies nearby while also protecting yourself if you're taking damage. My favorite combo in the chain contingency is probably one Horrid Wilting, one Simulacrum, and then a defensive spell like Stone Skin, protection from magical weapons, spell turning, or improved invis, or the like. Simulacrum overall is probably the best spell in the entire Arcane book to put into a chain contingency, because it's going to give you the most flexibility. As soon as you're damaged and the chain contingency goes off, you're going to get a clone that has a lot of spells. It's a new summons, it's powerful, it can distract enemies, and it has a lot of flexibility and versatility because it's going to come out with your spells and items. So very useful to instantly summon a clone of yourself into the battlefield if you're taking damage with Simulacrum. And Horrid Wilting can also be a game changer in any fights by just simply eliminating whatever enemies are nearby hitting you. I mentioned this, but this is an area, especially on the defensive side of chain contingency, where multi-class cleric mages really excel, since there's really powerful level 6 or 7 cleric spells that work well in a contingency. If you have SCS, you can put Divine Protection or Greater Divine Protection in here and instantly protect yourself against all damage for 4 rounds. Greater Restoration is a fantastic one that heals to full and removes a bunch of bad status effects, so even better than a heal spell, but you can put a Greater Restoration in here. You can even have, if you're a cleric mage, you have level 6 active, you could have that trip when you get to 50% health and have a heal spell inside of it, and then you could have chain contingency trip if you're at 25% health and have a Greater Restoration inside it. And so what's the math on that? You're gonna 1.5 times your hit points effectively with the first contingency, and then on top of that you're going to add another 0.75. So if both of your contingencies go off with 2 heals or a heal and a Greater Restoration, then you're looking at 2.25 timesing your hit points, which is pretty awesome. Of course, this relies on not being insta-killed or going straight past the trigger threshold and dying, but that's why you set the triggers at 50 or 25% health, not 10%. You could also do a summon Deva. That's the best summons in the game, aside from the Planetar. I think Deva, much maligned. I guess if you don't count Simulacrum as a summons, then it's the second best summons in the game after the Planetar. But a summon Deva is a quite powerful summons to immediately call into the battlefield. So for a cleric mage, for example, in one chain contingency, you could heal yourself to full, and you could bring in both a Deva and a Simulacrum. That'd be pretty cool. In the end, this is another quality spell. It has the dynamic, like all the spell triggers and contingency level 6 spell, that there's no reason not to cast it, especially for defensive spells. Since it's a passive buff, it's going to sit on your character as long as you need it, and it's going to give you an extra 3 spell slots that insta-cast if you're in a tough spot, or if you're using them offensively, that get you an extra 3, up to level 8 spell slot to use against your enemies in the battle. I think that Anybody who's raving about the offensive potential of this spell is sort of ignoring that it's not really practical to constantly be loading and reloading this thing. Like, if you watch a playthrough of a very high level player of Baldur's Gate, they're not using chain contingency repeatedly every time they rest to maximize the offensive potential. So offensively, I do think there's just a practicality limiter, and contingencies and triggers are just worse than time stop or improved alacrity for offensive purposes. So it can be a useful offensive tool for the absolute toughest fights, but really this more shines as a passive ability and for its defensive capabilities. On the rating, I'll rate Chain Contingency a 7 out of 10. That's still a very good spell, but not essential. Yeah, I think that's exactly correct. You can easily do a whole run without ever using this spell, and you're not that much less powerful. As opposed to like some of these other level 9 spells, like if you don't take them, you're insane and you're much weaker. You're not realizing your full potential. This is not essential, Chain Contingency. It's a much more powerful spell than the level 6 version, which I also rated a 7 out of 10. But obviously, we're now up here at level 9. There's a ton of competition, and your godly powers make some effects less impressive by comparison. So 7 out of 10 rating for Chain Contingency. Next spell is Energy Drain. This is a necromancy spell. The range is touch, duration permanent, cast time of 3, AoE 1 creature. The casting of this spell opens a channel between the caster's plane and the negative energy plane. The caster of the spell acts as a conduit between the two planes, sucking life from a victim and transferring it to the negative energy plane, draining her of 2 levels of experience. The target of this spell loses levels, hit dice, hit points, and abilities permanently. These levels can only be restored by a priest's restoration spell. Okay, so what is Energy Drain? It's one of the only ways in the game to level drain enemies. Level Drain, it's a very nasty and annoying effect when it's used against you, reducing your own levels or your party members' levels and making you lose access to abilities, hit points, etc. that you got in your latest level ups. And the permanent duration is also very annoying when used against you. If you get hit with this debuff during a fight, it's going to be really hard to get a restoration off during the fight. You may have to go to the temple. This is very annoying to have cast against you. And this is the only spell in the game that will level drain. There is a divine version of the same spell, but Energy Drain, either out of the Arcane book here or the divine book, is the only spell in the game that does level drain. The other ways in the base game for you to level drain your enemies are all through using certain high-level weapons. Black Razor has a 15% chance of draining 4 levels. The Black Blade of Disaster, as talked about earlier, has a 10% chance of draining 4 levels. So those are just 2 examples. Those may be the only base game weapons that level drain. But note, each time those go off, I mean, it's a passive on-hit ability, first of all. You don't have to use a level 9 spell slot. But also, each time those go off, they're draining 4 levels, not just the 2 of this spell. Note that it is possible to kill enemies through level draining them. If you level drain any creature below level 1, then the creature will instantly die regardless of their HP. It's the same thing as draining ability scores below 1. It's kind of a fun way to kill enemies. They just kind of slump over. There's no gore animation. The enemies simply slump over and die. It is a fun way to kill enemies. But that's really more theoretical because you're only draining 2 levels of experience with this spell. You're going to be facing enemies by the time you have access to this that are level 15, 20 plus. You're not going to have enough level 9 spell slots in your entire spell book to get those enemies down below level 1. I just mentioned it because it's kind of cool trivia. Well, what do we really have here from a power gaming perspective? Although it's a rare and powerful effect to level drain in concept, and it's annoying when it's used against you, This spell is really not the way to go, and is not that powerful when you consider its limitations. It's a single target spell, so it's blocked by any spell protections like spell turning, spell trap, etc. It's also blocked by magic resistance. And on top of that, many super high level enemies like ball spawn, etc. are simply innately immune to level drain through like non-droppable items that they're wearing. I didn't check all the ball spawn here in the base game, but for example, a Bazagal, who I did check, is completely immune to level drain. So in some of the toughest fights in the entire game, where you most need use out of your level 9 spells, this spell is going to do absolutely nothing. On top of that, energy drain only drains 2 levels. And as I just said, you're fighting enemies by this time in the game that are level 20 plus easily, many of them. And most of their HP, Thaco, spells, etc. are coming from levels other than their marginal 2 top levels. So even if you get this off and it's not blocked by MR, it's not blocked by spell protections, at least there's not a save, but still, even if you get this off, the effect, you're only draining 2 levels. It's going to be hardly noticeable, and you just use a level 9 spell to do it. When you compare that effect to some of the other game-changing spells that you get in this level, it's just impossible to justify a single target spell that's blocked by a lot of defenses and that has the effect of reducing one enemy's power by maybe something like 5% or 10% if you're lucky. I'm not going to say this is one of the worst spells in the entire game, because there is no save, and it's the only spell in the game that does level drain enemies. So it's not one of the absolute worst spells in the game, but it is still a bad spell. Just don't see a case to use this. There's much more influential multi-target or sort of game dynamic or meta magic type spells at level 9 that make taking this in one of your valuable level 9 spell slots basically impossible. So this is a bad spell, not one of the worst in the game. I will rate Energy Drain a 2 out of 10. Let's keep going. Next up, I'm going to do something a little bit unusual here for these reviews. I'm going to talk about 2 spells together, and I'm going to go out of alphabetical order in order to do that. The 2 spells are Freedom and Imprisonment, and I'll talk about them together because since one is the antidote to the other, it's basically impossible to talk about one without talking about the other. So Freedom is an abjuration spell with a cast time of 9, and I'm not going to read the whole description. I'll read the short version, which is: cast this spell in an area where you know someone is imprisoned and they will be released. It's as simple as that. Then that begs the question, of course, what does it mean to be imprisoned? And the answer to that is that imprisonment is the effect of this other level 9 spell, Imprisonment, which is another abjuration spell with a cast time of 9, AoE run creature, and no save. When the Imprisonment spell is cast and the victim is touched, the recipient is entombed in a state of suspended animation in a small sphere far beneath the surface of the earth. The victim remains there unless a reverse of the spell, Freedom, is cast. Otherwise, the victim will remain there as long as the earth exists. Rather a horrible fate, actually. If a Freedom spell is cast in the area where the creature was imprisoned, then she will reappear exactly where she was last standing. Dispel magic will not free creatures trapped in this manner, and there is no saving throw. Okay. So I'll discuss these 2 spells together. And since Freedom brings back characters from Imprisonment, let's start with Imprisonment first. So this is an instant kill spell with no save that works on enemies of any hit points. So this is the most powerful instant kill spell overall in the entire game. There's another one at this level, level 9, with power word kill, but Imprisonment is significantly better than that spell, and we'll get to why. So, I guess I'll start with what happens when someone is imprisoned, and then I'll get into what blocks it and freedom. This is all just game mechanic stuff before strategy. So what exactly happens when someone is imprisoned? So it depends who it is. Let's go through. For enemies, this spell is akin to Flesh to Stone or Disintegration, except instead of disintegrating the enemy or non-party creature or turning it to stone, the enemy will simply disappear from the area, never to return unless a freedom spell is cast. When the enemy disappears, you get the enemy that you get the XP that you would get for killing the enemy, and mysteriously the enemy drops its gold coins. So it's just like Disintegration. All the items though that the enemy has go with it. So again, just the same as Disintegration. The dropping of the gold coins is kind of funny in both instances for both Disintegrate and Imprisonment. It's like, oh, I'm getting sucked down into the Earth's core. I'm gonna take all my items with me, but I'm gonna chuck out all my wealth, and you can pick up the gold. Just a funny quirk of how the game is coded. But you're never gonna get items off of an enemy if you simply imprison them and never bring them back to kill them. So this is not really a great tool for killing important enemies that have items that you want, just like the level 6 spell Disintegrate. Okay, that's what happens if you cast this spell on non-party characters or enemies. For the main character, the effect of this spell being cast against the main character and not being blocked, I'll get into what blocks it, is a death. This is the death screen. Every time, even if you have party members alive. And note that this is a different mechanic from Maze at level 8, which is the closest analog in the game to the Imprisonment spell up to this point. When the main character or the player character is mazed, the game doesn't end and you don't get the death screen unless either you're playing solo or all of your party members are dead already. So versus a maze, if you're playing the game as most people do with party play, Imprisonment is way worse to get hit with. It's an instant run killer. If you get hit with an Imprisonment as the player character, it doesn't matter what else is going on with your party, whether you're solo, whether you have a party, whether your full party is full HP, it's a death screen. So this is a really, really bad spell to get hit with. And you need to figure out how to block it on your player character. For party members, the party member that's hit with Imprisonment will drop from the party and disappear along with all their items. They aren't permed or anything, and they can be brought back with freedom just like enemies. So the impact of a party member getting hit with Imprisonment is way different than the main character. For the player character, it's a death screen. Freedom is not relevant to the player character at all. For party members, much less serious. You're going to lose the party member for the duration of the fight or until you can cast freedom, but it's not going to kill your run if you're playing a no reload run where you have to end the run upon the player character dying.
Yes.
All right, so that's the effect of being imprisoned. Clearly a very powerful effect, something that you want to avoid, an instant kill effect. All right, now let's talk about what blocks this. This is really relevant both to using the spell offensively and also to making sure that you never get hit with this thing because it's an instant death. So first of all, this is a single target spell. So that means that spell protections do block it. And so spell turning, spell deflection, spell trap. This is another reason why spell turning and spell deflection are great spells. Like this is the quintessential example of a horrible enemy spell. There's no save, and actually Imprisonment goes through and ignores MR, which is a big deal. So it may be that your spell protections are the only way that you're going to avoid getting instant killed by this if it's cast against you. So spell turning, spell deflection, spell trap, those are all good to block this. The other thing that blocks this is spell immunity abjuration, since this is an abjuration spell. And you probably want to have Spell Immunity Abjuration up for any tough fight anyway, since it protects you from being dispelled with Dispel or Remove magic. But as an added buff, it also blocks Imprisonment. Yet another reason why Spell Immunity, and in particular Spell Immunity Abjuration, is an amazing defensive spell. Now, as far as I know, these spells, the spell protection spells, and so spell protection spells and spell immunity are the only spells or items available to you that will block Imprisonment in the entire game. Note that Death Ward, the level 4 priest spell, does not block Imprisonment, since Imprisonment isn't considered death magic by the game. It's its own special type of bad spell that isn't bucketed with like Wail of the Banshee, Finger of Death, etc. So don't think that you're protected by this if you have Death Ward up. You're gonna need spell protections, spell turning, spell deflection. For a cleric is gonna want Shield of the Archons, which is just spell deflection for clerics. That's the only way that you're gonna protect yourself. So like if you're fighting Kangax, who in the base game and in SCS is by far the most prolific user of this spell in the Demi-Lich form, then you're going to have to take efforts to make sure that somebody who can't cast, that's not a divine or arcane caster, is not near Kangax and can't get hit by this. Because a like pure class fighter, for example, or pure class thief, anybody who doesn't have access to either divine or arcane magic at high levels at that as well, has no defense to Imprisonment. Because again, this spell, there's no save, and it goes through and ignores MR, which is very powerful. Okay, so for the party, your only defenses are Spell Immunity Abjuration, Spell Turning, Spell Deflection. I guess I should check if the green protection from Magic Scroll will protect you. That's the only other thing I could think of that could possibly protect you. The green anti-magic scroll. So yeah, maybe I should test that and put a note. But let's set that aside. Your main form of protection against this is going to be your spell protections and spell immunity abjuration. For enemies, certain high-level enemies, like boss-level enemies, like Ballspawn, have non-droppable items that make them immune to Imprisonment. I checked Gromnir in the base game, and Gromnir has this item that grants immunity to Imprisonment. I didn't check the other Ballspawn, but if Gromnir has it, probably all the Ballspawn has it. In the base, as to other tough enemies, in the base game, for example, there's actually no Imprisonment immunity for dragons, which is amazing and like seems like a complete bug in the game. SCS fixes this and does make dragons immune to Imprisonment. But in the base game, for example, you can literally walk up to Furkrag before the stage where you come back a second time and he'll immediately go hostile. Like at any time, you can just walk up to Furkrag or other dragons for that matter and just imprison the dragon, no save, ignores MR without Furkrag even going red circle. If you really wanted to, you could then bring him back with a freedom spell as many times as you want, and you're going to get 64,000 XP each time that you imprison the dragon, because each instance of imprisonment is treated by the game like a kill. This is probably the cheesiest way in the base game to level up fast once you have access to level 9 spells without technically cheating. I mean, this is huge cheese. Automatic 64,000 XP every time, rinse and repeat with Imprisonment and Freedom. Definitely doesn't make sense. Like the concept that you could trap a dragon under the earth as easily as you could trap a humanoid or whatever just doesn't make sense. So this does just feel like an oversight or something that was done improperly in the base game, and it is fixed in SCS. Okay, so that's Imprisonment and all the game mechanics around Imprisonment. Now I'll just touch on Freedom quickly. What happens when you cast Freedom? So when you cast Freedom,
all imprisoned characters / enemies, whatever characters, red circle, green circle, or blue circle, in the whole area that you're in, come back to the area that you're in. This is true even if they're off screen when you cast Imprisonment. So it's like a massive AoE that covers the entire map area that you're in. And the imprisoned character will spawn back where the character was originally imprisoned. For non-party characters, the character will respawn with the same circle color or state it was in before. If it was a red circle attacking you, the enemy will still be red circle and attack you. If it was green circle like a party member and sitting there, the character will sit there. For party members or NPCs in your party, the character reappears and stands in place, although has dropped from the party, and now you'll need to go talk to them in order to recruit them back to the party. And when recruited back, they're in the same state as before, including their spell and ability memorization. So this is not like a way to hack into a refresh of a spell book for your party by like imprisoning a mage in your party and then bringing them back. They're just going to have the same state they had when they went into the prison. And note that if you try to bring back a party member and there's enemies in the rooms you bring them back into, that is probably a bad idea, especially if it's off screen, since the party member could get killed or perma-killed before you can even get back there to see the party member, talk to them, recruit them back to the party, take control of them, and save them. So do take that into consideration. You probably want to be if you had a party member imprisoned, you probably want to be right where the imprisonment occurred so that they'll come back on screen. All right. That is it for all the mechanics of these spells. Okay. That's just not really commenting on strength of spell, just what they are and what they do. Now let's discuss what the spells are good for. Going in reverse order this time. For freedom, it's pretty straightforward. Either your party member got imprisoned, in which case this spell is the only way to get them back, literally the only way in the entire game, or you imprisoned an enemy and now you want to bring the enemy back and kill the enemy for real this time to get its gear and twice the XP. It's really quite rare for this ever to occur, especially because I'm mostly using Imprisonment, if ever, as a way to fight strong summons like Planetar, which there's no reason to ever bring back. But just to get the freedom rating out of the way, just because this is the only solution in the game, if a beloved party member gets waxed by Kangax or something, it's pretty rare. Even with SCS, there aren't many enemies that use Imprisonment, and Kangax is by far the most prolific user, even with SCS. But this spell is the only solution in the game to get a party member back. And if you do really love Imprisonment and use it against enemies that have items, like non-summons that have good items that you really want, then you do need freedom to get the enemy back if you ever want those items. So I'll rate freedom a 3 out of 10 spell. It's an okay but very situational spell. You can definitely do many runs never casting it because Imprisonment's a very rare spell. If you have a lot of your party imprisoned, you're probably going to lose that fight anyway. But if it's the only way in the game to get party members back. So 3 out of 10 for freedom. For Imprisonment, the discussion's a little bit more interesting. If you don't care about items, then in the base game, this spell is actually really strong. It blows all the other single target kill spells out of the water, since it's not death magic, so it'll hit more enemy types. It ignores MR, and there's no save and no HP restriction. So that's just opens up a whole world of enemies that you can use this against and have it be an insta kill with no save. Enemies who have immunities to death magic, enemies with death ward up, undead. This spell is just much more of a Swiss Army knife, both because it's death magic and then it's not death magic rather, and then going through MR is absolutely massive. Demons, basically any enemy in TOB, any enemy that you want us to hit with a single target spell, by the time you get late in the game, is pretty much going to have MR. So Imprisonment is actually one of the rare spells that's up to the task of taking on enemies of the type that you want to hit with single target spells when you're late in the game. And in the base game, you can use this on lots of enemies you wouldn't expect to be able to, like dragons. In the base game, it may be that like only Demogorgon and a Melisande and the 5 are immune to imprisonment. You can hit a lot of enemies with imprisonment in the base game. In addition, in the base game, enemies drastically underuse spell protections, which is the number one way that this spell is blocked. So for example, unlike in SCS, in the base game, dragons won't have spell turning or spell deflection up, which would block this or send it back at your party. So in the base game, this is really quite a strong spell, if you don't care about items. Realistically, even if I'm already well geared out, it's hard for me to give up looting bodies. So I don't really use this spell, but I can see the allure. Even if I was doing a base game run, I probably wouldn't really use this spell very much. In SCS, the other factor, and I do play with SCS, is that in SCS, imprisonment absolutely gets worse because lots more enemies, including dragons, are now immune to it innately. And on top of that, in SCS, every high-level enemy is throwing up all kinds of spell protections as instant cast buffs before the fight starts. So on balance, in SCS, imprisonment is a worse spell than in the base game. Now, that said, there is one counterbalancing factor, which is that in SCS, this spell gains one very clear new use case, which is to banish enemy Planetars and Deva. Planetars and Deva can't be killed with any of the level 6 spells that insta-kill summons because they're extraplanar creatures. And you don't care about their items anyway, since they have none, since they're summons. And on top of that, Planetar and Deva don't have spell protections to cast on themselves, to save themselves, and they're highly magic resistant. So imprisonment is kind of like the perfect counter to enemy Planetar or Deva. And you will see enemy Planetar in every high-level mage fight with SCS. Liches, the ball spawn that are arcane magic users, they all love casting Planetar on your party, and there's really only two ways to deal with Planetar. Either you're gonna have Death Ward up and try to, or protection from magical weapons, and try to melee them to death with really low THAC0, high damage output fighters who are gonna be protected against their Vorpal hits, or you're going to use Imprisonment. And Imprisonment is a great tool for dealing with Planetar. But that's only in SCS. Base game, you don't fight a single Planetar the entire game. Overall, I'll rate Imprisonment a 5 out of 10 spell in the base game. This is a base game based rating methodology here. In SCS, it's probably more like a 4, simply because it becomes more situational as a counter to summons, and every high-level enemy that you'd want to use it against is no longer susceptible. There's definitely stronger and more versatile spells at level 9 than Imprisonment, but this is actually a single target spell that is appropriately strong for the level, making it viable to choose. And this is the best single target kill spell in the entire game, considering you do get XP, you don't get items, but you can bring enemies back, kill them for real, and then get their items. And this spell has no save, goes through and ignores MR, and works on a wide variety of enemies. That said, this is still a single target spell. There's still many things that block it. It's not a completely game-breaking dynamic that sort of snowballs with your other arcane powers. It's just one spell in level 9, and there's better stuff to take here. But this is not a bad spell, and I will rate Imprisonment a 5 out of 10.
Let's keep going. The next spell in level 9 is Gate. Gate is a conjuration / summoning spell with a cast time of 9. No save, AoE special. I think that's the case for all summon spells. And this is a summon spell. By means of this spell, the caster calls an outer planar creature, the Pit Fiend, to attack her foes as well as herself, if she's not careful. The caster must use a protection from evil spell on herself and comrades to keep the devil from noticing her. If the caster fails to protect herself in this manner, the Pit Fiend will tear the caster and her companions apart, piece by piece, then feast on the remains. Great. Very graphic. So this is simply the final demon summoning spell in the game, and it comes at level 9. To refresh, we've already talked about 2 demon summoning spells. Both of those are very similar to this spell gate. The first demon summoning spell is Cacofiend at level 7, and that spell summons a 76 hit point Nabasu that has 3 APR, 50% MR, and a paralyzing Death Gaze, as well as the ability to insta-cast Vampiric Touch. That was a pretty good summons for the level, at level 7, the weakest BG2 spell level. And I rated Cacofiend a 4 out of 10. At level 8, we got Summon Fiend, and this summoned an 80 hit point Glabrezu that had 5 APR, the same 50% magic resistance, and innate power word stun and remove magic abilities. The gains versus the level 7 Cacofiend weren't massive, and level 8 is a very stacked level where there's better offensive spells, so I rated Summon Fiend a 3 out of 10. And now we're up here to level 9 and have the final demon summoning spell in the game, Gate. This spell summons a Pit Fiend, and the mechanics of the demon are the same. It comes in as a hostile creature that you don't control, and the demon can potentially attack anyone in your party if that character does not have protection from evil as a status effect. Just as with the other demons, you do not get XP when the demon kills an enemy. The demon is just treated as like a third-party character in the battlefield, not as a summons that you control. So you do not get XP when the demon kills enemies, and that's a major downside. But it's the same as the level 7 and 8 versions. Another difference versus level 7 and 8, in addition to the fact that now you're summoning a Pit Fiend, is that now the Pit Fiend will be summoned for 33 rounds, whereas the level 7 and 8 spells had a duration of 15 rounds only. 33 rounds is really a very long time for this creature to be on the battlefield. It's longer than any fight conceivably would be. So I think that's actually kind of a push as to how good this spell is. Maybe it even makes it a little bit worse, because most fights being shorter than 33 rounds, like, you're going to find yourself either having to flee or try to kill this thing after the battle. Although, as with all summoned creatures, killing it grants you no XP. But if you do summon this thing, odds are it's going to be hanging out when the battle's done, and you're just going to need to run from the area before it attacks you, if your protection from evil wears off. Okay. Now, here's the real meat of what the spell does. As with most summon spells, what really matters and dictates the quality of the spell is the summon that you get. And so what do you get? What are the stats of the Pit Fiend? So you have 80 hit points, an AC of -5, base DACO of 7, 5 APR, mid-single digit saves, 100% fire resistance, 50% magic resistance, no other resistances, 1800 or 18100, like max extraordinary strength, and 25 charisma for some reason. I think all the demons have 25 charisma. And like the other demons, the Pit Fiend does have innate abilities. In my testing of this, there seem to be 2 abilities. One is a max level fireball, or close to max level, that's centered on the Pit Fiend. And the other ability is a fear effect. The most destructive, clearly, is the fireball, which the Pit Fiend instant casts, and it seems to go off every few rounds. Okay, so that's the complete rundown of what this creature is. And now I'll get into sort of how good or not good this spell is. There are definitely a few issues with this spell at level 9. First, versus the Nabasu at level 8, the stats are really pretty interchangeable. The Nabasu had the same hit points, AC, slightly higher saves, so slightly worse saves. But the Nabasu also had 100% acid and cold resistance in addition to the same 50% MR and 100% fire resistance. The Nabasu also did 5 APR. It had a bit higher base stacko, but it also had 19th strength, so better strength bonuses. So overall, it doesn't really seem like it should be this way. There's slight differences between the Pit Fiend and the Nabasu, but the level 9 Pit Fiend is pretty much interchangeable with the level 8 Nabasu, even though the Pit Fiend is a lot uglier. I do like the giant insect look of this thing. But, you know, this is up at level 9. This is supposed to be the level of godly casters, and to get a summons that's pretty much as interchangeable with or equally as good as a level 8 spell, that's already a big problem because your level 9 spells are so much more precious. The main way in which you could say that the Pit Fiend is scarier than the Nabasu at level 8 is that the Pit Fiend has better innate abilities, especially the max level Fireball, it's pretty destructive. But the main issue here is that with the Fireball, there's no way to protect your own party against it. The Nabasu at level 8, its innate abilities were Power Word Stun and Remove Magic. Those abilities, I'm not sure if the Remove Magic might affect your party, but at least the Power Word Stun, the Nabasu is only going to use it against enemy characters that are not protected from evil. So there's a way to dodge or avoid the worst of the Nabasu's offensive innate abilities. For the Pit Fiend, you've got this AoE Fireball. You basically have to clear out the battlefield or make sure that everybody in your party is 100% fire resistance. Otherwise, it doesn't matter if you have protection from evil on, the Pit Fiend is going to roast your party because the Fireball's AoE and the Pit Fiend doesn't pay attention to who's in the AoE, regardless of the protection from evil mechanic or whether it's trying to attack you. So you're just much more likely to kill yourself with a Pit Fiend than with the other demons. And I think that probably makes the Pit Fiend like a little bit worse than the level 8 demon, actually. And then finally, the Pit Fiend, and I've mentioned this already, but this is the real drawback. The Pit Fiend suffers a lot because it's at level 9, which is a way better spell level. And on top of that, in addition to level 9 just being the best spell level in the game, where slots are precious, at level 9, you have the best summons in the entire game, Planetar. I'll get into it when I talk about the Planetar HLA later, but when you have availability of a Planetar in the same spell level, there's zero reason you would ever want the Pit Fiend over the Planetar. The Planetar is stronger, a lot stronger. On top of that, the Planetar is controllable by you and will never kill your own party. You get XP for its kills. There's no way in which the Pit Fiend is better than the Planetar. So there's just, from a power gaming perspective, like this is, as DeVeyron would say, like I think this spell is actually RP tier when you can, or you'd only ever cast it if you're role playing. If you know, from a pure power gaming perspective, you're just going to use a Planetar every single time. Even if you only want to ever use your level 9 slots on summons, you would put 4 Planetar spells in there and none of Gate. So in summary, the Pit Fiend, it isn't a bad creature in a vacuum. It's pretty destructive, but from a power gaming perspective, it's not as destructive as the Planetar, and you can't control it, and it's likely to kill your party or damage your party. So there's just never any reason to take this spell. And when you combine that with the fact that the Pit Fiend is only marginally better or about equal, maybe arguably worse, it's like pretty much the same thing as the level 8 Nabasu, it's really hard to justify this spell. So Gate, it's not a good spell. It's either a 2 or 1 rating out of 10. But I don't know. I had to give it a 1 out of 10 as one of the worst spells in the game. I just can't see any rational reason to ever cast this. And I don't think I've ever cast it other than like to play test it out and see what the Pit Fiend looks like. So bad spell. If you want a demon, use the level 7 or 8 version. If you want to summons at level 9, then you're using Planetar or you're crazy. So 1 out of 10 for Gate. Next spell here is Meteor Swarm. So Meteor Swarm. Oh boy, Meteor Swarm has a duration of 4 rounds, cast time of 9. It's an evocation spell. The AoE is a 15-foot radius, so the same standard AoE like Fireball AoE. No saving throw. When the caster utters the words to this powerful spell, she calls upon powerful forces indeed. These forces pull down meteors from above, hurling them randomly at anyone in the area of effect. Anyone caught in the destructive path of the meteors, whether friend or foe, will suffer 4d10 points of damage with no saving throw. The caster is well advised to be careful in their use of this spell. Wow, okay. Well, it wouldn't be an arcane spell level without a fire damage spell. And in fact, the only levels in the whole arcane book that do not have a fire damage spell are levels 4 or 6. And at level 9, for some reason, even though you already have all the fire damage you could ever want through levels 1 through 8, there's a shit ton more fire damage spells at level 9. You got Comet, Dragon's Breath, and Meteor Swarm all in the same level. It's crazy.
What is it?
So what Meteor Swarm, what is this one? Well, it's a non-party friendly AoE that does fire damage. I just hate this. We can already tell this is going to be a bad spell since it's just impossible to use a level 9 spell slot for more fire damage without the spell having something unique or different that it brings to your party. You know, there's unique game-breaking spells in this level and HLAs that you can't get anywhere else. So using a level 9 spell slot on generic fire damage is just very gross. And it gets even more gross when we actually look at what this spell does. Let's ignore the flowery language talking about how powerful this is and actually focus on what it does and the stats of it. So the obvious comparison for this spell is Incendiary Cloud at level 8, which is the most powerful fire damage spell in the game up to this point, and a pretty damn good spell. If Incendiary Cloud at level 8 is better than this spell, then there's a good argument that you should never ever take this spell and give up a level 9 spell slot. And let's like not even attempt to compare this to better damage spells like Skull Trap or Horrid Wilting, which are way better, and like just stick to fire damage just to make things as fair as possible on Meteor Swarm. So how does this compare to Incendiary Cloud? Okay, so it has a cast time of 9, which is 1 more, so that's worse. It has the same radius, that's a push. Both spells are non-party friendly, so that's a push. The duration, this spell lasts for 4 rounds, doing damage once every round. So 4 rounds here, 4 procs of the spell. Incendiary Cloud at level 8 lasts for 10 rounds. Okay, Incendiary Cloud, much better. The damage output. Incendiary Cloud does 1d4 per level of the caster up to level 20, with a save for spell for half. So even at the minimum level where you get access to Meteor Swarm at level 18, out of your Incendiary Cloud, you're doing 9d4 damage, even to enemies that make their save. So that's taking the 18 dice that you get to roll, and assuming every enemy makes their save, damage is divided in half. So the equivalent is 9d4 versus versus Meteor Swarm is doing 4d10. So 9d4 versus 4d10. Incendiary Cloud, even if enemies make their save every single time at the minimum level where you have access to Meteor Swarm, level 18, is doing an average of 22.5 damage per round. Meteor Swarm is an average of 22 per round. So the level 9 spell, Meteor Swarm, has actually worse damage output than the worst version of Incendiary Cloud you could have at level 18, even if you assume enemies will make their save every single time. So like, there's just no metric on which this spell is better than level 8 Incendiary Cloud.
And objectively speaking, 4d10 points of fire damage per round out of a level 9 spell is a joke. Like, to cast a level 9 spell and have the impact in a round be that you do what, like 10 to 20 fire damage against an enemy, that's a joke. Like, again, use a wand of fire. Aganazar's Scorcher from BG1 can get up to these levels. This is just painful, very painful. Yeah, I hate this spell. It's only ever cast by enemies. I don't think I've ever cast this spell once because I looked at the paltry damage output and just never looked again. And it's unfortunate because it's such a missed opportunity. There could be a cool cold, fire, acid, or poison spell at level 9 that would tempt you to take it for some variety to your damage output. But instead, and I would be curious to see what a top tier like lightning, cold, acid, etc. type damage spell would look like. Instead, we just get more fire damage, the most commonly resisted damage type, especially in TOB, and paltry damage for level 9. It's gross. I hate this spell. I never take it. This is one of the worst spells in the game considering the level. So 1 out of 10 for Meteor Swarm. Next up. Okay, I put the HLAs at the end, so we kind of got to get through some dregs here before we can get to the good stuff. Next up, Power Word Kill. This is a conjuration spell for some reason, like the other, I think like the other power words, but I always do a double take when I see that. There's a cast time of 1. It's a very quick cast time. AoE 1 creature, no save. When a Power Word Kill spell is uttered, 1 creature within the spell range is slain. The creature must have 60 or fewer hit points, otherwise the spell has no effect. There is no saving throw. Okay, so here, all the way up at level 9, we have the last of the Power Word spells. This line of spells is a line of spells where the defining feature is that they have no save. And the level 9 version is now an instant kill spell, so the most powerful effect in the game, if you will. However, as we've seen in other power word spells at lower levels, even without the RNG or downside of a save, these power word spells are often not that great because other restrictions are applied to them instead of a save that make them weaker. And that's definitely true for Power Word Kill with this 60 hit point limiter. A couple notes on this. So this does mean 60 or fewer current HP, as the description says. So if you can get a creature injured down into 60 hit points or below, then the spell will work, even if the creature started with more HP. Also, the spell description is wrong in the sense that it says that the spell works with 60 or fewer hit points. In actuality, it doesn't work against enemies with exactly 60 hit points. I tested this out, and you have to get an enemy to 59 hit points. So don't try this. There's really no way to know how many hit points your enemies have exactly, but in theory, if your enemy had 60 hit points, the spell description would have you think that Power Word Kill would work, but it will not. You have to get enemies to 59 hit points or below. Okay, so let's just think about this. How meaningful is this limiter that the enemy needs to have 59 hit points or less? And you need to factor in, by the time that you get access to this, you're a level 18 plus mage. All of your damage spells that are based off 1 die roll per level are doing massive damage. A maxed Horde Wilting at level 20 does 20 d8 magic damage, save for half. That's 90 damage per target on average if they fail save. If they make save, it's still an average of 45 damage per target. So like just taking Horde Wilting as an example, which is an AoE spell by the way, but just taking that as an example, there's like only this narrow window between 35 to 59 hit points where Power Word Kill is more effective than your best damage spell, right? Because there's some RNG around the Horde Wilting. So that's why I said down to 35 when the average for enemies that make save is 45 damage. But even if your enemies are saving versus spell every time on your Horde Wiltings, you're doing an average of 45 damage. So the Power Word Kill is only going to be a better spell for enemies that are in that very narrow range of being above where Horde Wilting would kill them anyway, but still 59 hit points or below. And of course, a Horde Wilting or any other damage spell, a lot of them are AoE, and they're still going to be very harmful to all the enemies in the area that have 60 plus HP, whereas Power Word Kill can do nothing to those enemies. On top of that, on top of this limiter, Power Word Kill has some meaningful disadvantages versus damage spells. It's single target, so it's blocked by spell protection. So for most high-level mages, you have very little chance of doing anything to them with the spell, especially in SCS. And that's a pity because with the hit point limiter, you would think this is a pretty good candidate to try to take out mages who tend to have fewer hit points. But mages are exactly the enemies that are going to have a bunch of spell protections, and spell protections block this spell. Spell protections do not block AoE damage, like turning, deflection, spell trap. The second problem with Power Word Kill is that a lot of enemies are innately immune to death magic. I tested, and Power Word Kill is death magic. I tested this out, and actually you can kill demons with this, and you can also kill undead with this, which is a little bit unusual. But many high-level boss-like enemies, like dragons and ballspawn, will be immune to death magic, including Power Word Kill. For example, I checked Gromnir, and Gromnir has an undroppable belt that makes him immune to this spell. The last problem versus a damage spell is that the game doesn't give you a way to know exactly how many hit points your enemies have. You're going to be guessing based on their 5-part health bar and your guess as to how many hit points they started with. So it's impossible to be perfect. And so you're in this world where the Power Word Kill might be better than a damage spell only if the enemy has, let's say, 40 to 59 HP. But it's very difficult to know that for sure. And if the enemy has 60 HP or above, and you cast this thing, it's going to do absolutely nothing. So what we're left with is that it's hard to see the situation where you really first know that you need this spell and then want to cast it instead of a damage spell. By the time you get to TOB and level 9 spell casting, an enemy that has no spell protections, no MR, and no immunity to death magic and is sitting on 59 or below HP is probably not a super scary enemy to deal with. If you do want to use single target kill spells at level 9, then Imprisonment is much better because it goes through MR. And on top of that, Imprisonment also has no save, and it doesn't have this hit point limiter. So Imprisonment clearly better. This spell, like, it's just underpowered. Probably it could have had a restriction that it kills enemies with up to 100 HP, and it still probably wouldn't be too overpowered. I mean, look at Imprisonment. That has no hit point restriction, and it's still not like a spell that allows you to breeze through the game because you don't have many level 9 slots. The toughest enemies are immune to it. And so, giving yourself the godlike ability to instant kill sort of weaker, non-named enemies by TOB, like, that's not overpowered. But this spell still has this 60 hit point limiter, which it doesn't really need, or could be wider. As it stands, this is definitely not one of the worst spells in the game, since it's an instant kill effect with no save, but I'm just never taking this spell versus the much more powerful options at level 9 that do more than dealing up to 59 damage to one target. Because at the end of the day, that's what this spell is. It's the same thing as saying that this is a single target damage spell that's going to do 1 to 59 damage to the target. Non-resistible damage, I suppose. But that's all this is. And when you put it that way, it's easy to see why this is not such a powerful spell. I will rate Power Word Kill a 3 out of 10. What does that mean in the scale here? It means an okay spell, but still very situational or hard to justify against other spells at the level. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, there's an argument this is a 2 out of 10, but no save instant kills, it's hard for me to say that those are going to be some of the worst spells in the entire game. So 3 out of 10 for Power Word Kill.
Next spell is Shapechange. This is an alteration spell. It's an unusual spell school, really. There aren't that many alteration spells in the game, but obviously a polymorph self or a shape change is an alteration. Cast time of 9. AoE the caster, duration 1 hour. With this spell, a wizard is able to assume the form of a powerful creature, Mind Flayer, Iron Golem, Greater Wolfweir, Earth Elemental, Fire Elemental, or Giant Troll. The spellcaster becomes the creature she wishes and has almost all of its abilities. Thus, she can change into a Mind Flayer to stun her opponents and then become an Earth Elemental to crush her foes. These creatures have whatever hit points the wizard had at the time of the shape change. Each alteration in form requires only a second, and no system shock is incurred. System shock is not a BG or D&D term that I know of. I guess what this is trying to tell you is that you aren't like stunned or something or incapacitated when you use the shape change ability. Anyway, here we are at level 9, and this is the second polymorph spell in the game after polymorph self at level 4. And this one, it's called Shapechange, and it gets you access to much more powerful creatures than the level 4 version. Now, I'm going to spend a lot of time talking about this spell to spoil the punchline a little bit. It's kind of like there's a lot of complexity in how shape changing works and what stats it changes and doesn't change that I'll talk about. And then you have 6 different creatures here, each of which are slightly different and have different attacks, stats, and abilities. So there's just a lot to talk about. This is one of those spells that's more fun than powerful. You can easily play the whole game and forget about this spell being in existence and not be missing out on anything from a power gaming perspective. So if you don't want to listen to the whole rundown of what the creatures are and what I think of them, then skip. But that's what I'm going to get into now. So let's talk first about the mechanics of shape changing. And I probably did talk about this when I talked about polymorph self at level 4, but I'm going to revisit it because it's really unintuitive what shape changing actually changes to your character versus what it leaves unchanged. So I'll try to go through that to explain what actually changes when you activate the abilities here. So first of all, the basic mechanics of the spell. The way that the spell works is that for its hour duration, Shape Change places into your special abilities menu the option to polymorph into any of the 6 creature options. While the hour duration is going, you can freely shape change between the creatures and your natural form as many times as you want. However, each time you do the shape change, that counts as your action for the round. So it's like a special ability that counts as your action for the round, like using a spell or any other special ability. Note that this means that with improved Alacrity, because improved Alacrity removes delay or introduces aura cleansing for both spell casting and special abilities, if you have improved Alacrity up, then you could shape change instantaneously between all the forms unlimitedly within a round. So the next thing to note about the spell's mechanics is that just like Polymorph Self at level 4, note that while you're shape changed, you lose access to all your spell casting. So that's a huge limiter right there, and something to be careful about. None of these forms is strong enough defensively to guarantee to keep you alive, as a mage in a high level fight, especially considering that, as the description says, none of the forms is going to change your hit points. So really the way to use this spell is that you need to get all your buffs up while you're in natural form. You cast this spell outside of battle because it has an hour duration and a really long cast time. And once you have all your buffs up, then once you're done with your defensive casting, only then do you switch into your non-natural or non-human form, and you're going to lose all your spell casting abilities, but if you already have your buffs up, then you should be fine. And you're ready to go fight with the form that you polymorphed into. Okay, so that's the basic mechanics of the spell. The next thing I'll cover is, aside from disabling spellcasting, what other effects on your stats, abilities, etc. does the shape change have? Okay, so here's what does change when you shape change. Your appearance / your sprite. This is kind of cool, but the ragdoll or whatever you want to call it when you go to your inventory screen, that image will actually change when you shape change. So you get to see yourself as a wolf wearer, a troll. The Mind Flayer is the coolest looking one, I think. But that's not a mechanic that's relevant to gameplay, but it does change. It's kind of neat. The next thing that changes is your base AC. I'm not going to go through all of the base ACs of the 6 different creatures, but they have base ACs from 2 to 5. You still get all your AC bonuses from your items on top of the base AC, but the new base AC will override your armor. As a practical matter, this is probably only an improvement since you're probably wearing an AC 5 robe if you're a high level caster. So when you shape change, your AC base is either going to stay flat or it's going to get slightly better for the creatures that have base AC of 2, 3, or 4. This impact is pretty marginal, and it's never the reason you're casting or not casting the spell, but I did want to note that, yes, your base AC does change. The next thing that changes is that the shape-changed form will place certain modifiers on your abilities. And note that for some of these forms, the effect could actually be a debuff. So let me go through each of the 6 creatures and say what the ability score changes are. Mind Flayer will set your strength and dex to 10 each. Fire Elemental will set your strength and dex to 9 each. Iron Golem sets your strength to 24 and your dex to 9. Wolfweir sets strength to 19, dex to 19. Giant Troll sets dex to 20, and Earth Elemental sets dex to 9 and strength to 19. So because of the dexterity changes, for some of these creatures, you may actually lose AC net, despite the base AC change when you're losing so much dexterity. And for a few of them, you're going to have negative THAC0 changes that are going to be pretty unhelpful if your strength is getting reduced from 18, 17, wherever you've buffed it to, down to 9, like the Fire Elemental, or 10 for the Mind Flayer. Okay, so ability changes. That's another thing. That's really going to affect your damage, your THAC0, and your AC, given that it's strength and dexterity that changes. The next thing that changes when you shapeshift, your resistances. And this is a really weird and unintuitive one. In my testing of this, when you shape change, you will gain innate resistances of the creature you shape change into. And you always keep your resistances from any spells you're under. Now, for your own items, the weird thing is that it looks like you keep resistances from your items, and they're additive to the shape change creature resistances, except for magic resistance. MR from items will go away completely when you shape change. So you'll have MR only if the creature you shape changed into has MR. So that's super weird. Probably this was like a custom code into the game that of all the resistances, magic resistance is arguably the most powerful. It probably is the overall most powerful resistance. And the developers must have thought that if you could easily stack MR from items with MR from the shapeshifted form, to get to 100 MR, then Shapeshift would be too powerful somehow. It still wouldn't, but the point is that for every resistance other than magic resistance, you stack your items resistances on top of the creature's innate resistance, just like you'd expect. But for MR, the shape change form change will just set your MR to the new creature's MR. So you can't stack your items on top of that. So it's actually possible that if you have a bunch of MR creating items, then you could actually reduce your MR by going into the shape change form. So keep that in mind. So the innate resistances that each of the shape changed forms has are as follows. So this would be like the base point at which you're starting for the non-MR resistances. And for MR, it'd be the resistance that you're set to. The Mind Flayer has none. The Fire Elemental has 100% fire resistance. The Iron Golem has 100% MR, 100% fire, cold, electricity, acid resistances, and also 20 resistance to all physical damage. So you're seeing some themes already. The Iron Golem is a beast defensively. Greater Wolfreer has 50% fire, cold, electricity, and acid resistance. The Giant Troll has no resistances, and the Earth Elemental has no resistances. Okay, next up, your weapon. So your weapon will change when you shape change. Specifically, your weapon will be replaced by the attack and the APR of the creature that you shape shifted into. So this is a big difference between this spell and, for example, conjuring a magical weapon. This spell is much better to correct for the melee or physical damage attack weaknesses of the mage, because it's going to alter your strength, potentially giving you better Thaco, and then it's also going to critically give you the APR of the shape changed creature. So this spell, aside from haste, this spell and Polymorph Self at level 4 are the ways to get your APR up as a mage. Okay, so the different creatures, their weapon stats and APR stats are as follows. The Mind Flayer form does 1d2 damage off the weapon, but each successful hit drains 5 intelligence from the target. And you get set to 4 APR with the Mind Flayer. The Fire Elemental only has 1 APR and does 3d8 crushing plus 1d6 fire. The Iron Golem also only has 1 APR and does 4d10 crushing. The Greater Wolfweir has 3 APR and does 1d12 slashing. Giant Troll, 3 APR, does 2d6 piercing. The Earth Elemental, 1 APR and does 4d8 crushing. Okay, so again, you can see some themes starting to emerge. The Mind Flayer has the most APR, and it has this int draining attack. Offensively, there's no other reason to take the Mind Flayer to do combat other than to try to land a bunch of hits and suck your enemy's brains. And if you reduce them to 0 intelligence, then they'll die regardless their protections. And then of the other shapeshifts, anything that has 1 APR is going to be pretty damn underwhelming. So the Wolfweir and the Troll have 3 APR, although the Troll's damage at 2d6 piercing is not great. The Iron Golem has only 1 APR, but it does do a massive amount of damage, considering that you set your strength to 24 and the base attack is doing 4d10 crushing. So the Iron Golem is like really slow, but each attack is super powerful. And then Fire Elemental and Earth Elemental are pretty trash. To only have 1 APR, not have the massive strength boost, and without the defensive abilities of the Iron Golem, you can start to see the direction that this is going as to the strength of the different forms. But I'll get back to that later. Next up, immunities. You do pick up various immunities to different effects by going into the shape-shifted form. Now, in theory, if you haven't used your action for the round yet and you have shapeshift up, there might be some super unusual scenarios where you see a spell coming at you and you can snap shapeshift into the right form to become immune to the spell. I would say that it's much more likely to just use spell immunity, which has built-in improved alacrity, so you could cast it any time, or some other buff if you have your action available for the round. But yes, in theory, if you cast Shapeshift before the battle, then you might be able to shapeshift to avoid some of these effects. So what are the immunities? The Iron Golem is immune to backstab. The Troll is immune to stun, sleep, paralyzation, and hold effects. Keep in mind, the Iron Golem is also 100% magic resistant. So the Iron Golem, by virtue of that, is going to be immune to a lot of these same things. But that's a resistance, not an immunity. I'm talking about immunities here. The Wolfweir is immune to +1 in normal weapons, which is completely useless at this point in the game. And Elementals are immune to +2, +1, and normal weapons, which is also highly useless at this point in the game. Okay, and then there's like a few other miscellaneous things that these shape change forms get you. Only one of them has any ability that appears in the ability menu if you're shape changed into that form, and that's the Mind Flayer. With the Mind Flayer, you can actually use their Psionic Blast ability, which is an AoE stun with a save verse spell to negate. So that's the only shape changed form that has a special ability. Otherwise, the innate or passive abilities that you get, the Greater Wolfweir has regeneration of 8 hit points per second, so a lot of regen, just like the enemy Greater Wolfweirs that you fight in the game. And the Troll regenerates 1 hit point per second. Okay, so these are all the things that do change. To recap, the appearance and the sprite that you see, and the ragdoll in the inventory screen, the base AC, your strength and dex can be modified, resistances, although your MR is set to the shape changed forms resistance, whereas the other resistances like physical damage or elemental are additive. Your weapon is going to be replaced, and your APR. Then you will gain certain immunities based on the immunities of the shape changed form, and you also will get regeneration from the Wolfweir or the Troll, or for the Mind Flayer, you get this Psionic Blast ability, which is an AoE stun. So those are the things that do change. In addition, to say again, your spell casting is going to be disabled while you're in any shape changed form. Those are all the things that change. Okay, what is not affected by shape changing? Your HP is, your hit points are unchanged. So you have to be really careful trying to melee with your spell casting disabled. Even if you look like a beefy earth elemental, you're still just a fragile mage inside. It's like the joke where a bunch of little kids climb on each other's shoulders and put on a trench coat and say that they're an adult. Well, you've just got the earth elemental trench coat on, and inside you still only have 50 hit points or whatever you had before you shape changed. And the other thing that's not affected, just to note, is that your base THAC0 is not changed. So your THAC0 will improve through strength bonuses from casting this spell, but it's not going to improve. It's not going to improve otherwise. Aside from strength bonuses, the shape change forms are not going to change your THAC0. And that's an issue for a few of these forms. Like the fire elemental setting your strength to 9 without a THAC0 boost, you're going to have a hard time doing damage as the fire elemental. And even the earth elemental with strength 19, but your mage THAC0 and 1 APR, really not doing much offensively. You could say the same for the Wolfweir and the Troll, even though they have 3 APR, only the Wolfweir is setting your strength, and that's setting it to 19. The Giant Troll is not giving you a strength bonus. I would say really in terms of offensive power and doing damage, there's really only 2 of these forms that are worth considering, and that's the Mind Flayer, because you do get set to 4 APR and you have this int draining attack, and the Iron Golem, because that actually sets your strength to 24. So you should get a nice Thaco boost off of that. And even though there's only one APR, each hit is doing a huge amount of damage. Okay, so let's try to... Those are all the mechanics and the stats of the different shape-changed forms. Now, I'm going to try to cut through this, summarize a little bit, and talk about which of these forms are actually good for anything as a high-level mage with access to level 9 spells. So these are in sort of the toughest fights. And I'll bucket the shape-changed... I have a tier list within a tier list for the different 6 shape-changed forms. And the tiers that I have are practically useless, okay, and then cool. Okay, so let's start with the worst tier, practically useless. The fire elemental, the earth elemental, and the troll are all in this category. The problem with all these forms is that they're giving you very little offensively, either because of a huge strength beef up, a debuff, so your Thaco sucks, or because of low APR, like the fire and earth elemental only have 1 APR. And the reality is that for a super powerful mage, the only way it makes sense to take away your spellcasting is if you can turn into a defensive juggernaut or a credible melee fighter and go pretend to be a fighter mage or a fighter because of APR bonuses, strength bonuses, or great resistances, that type of thing. And the fire, earth, and the fire and earth elemental and the troll are really not giving you those things. If you want 100% fire resistance, for example, then just cast level 3 protection from fire on yourself or protection from the elements. You're a high level mage, you don't have a problem adding 1 or 2 resistances. The earth elemental is complete garbage with 0 resistances and it's single APR. But all 3 of these, the troll, the earth elemental, and the fire elemental, there's really no place in the game for them because you're not getting great resistances, you're disabling your spellcasting, and you don't get strong physical attacks in exchange. So there's really no reason to ever use any of these 3. In the okay category or tier, I have just 1 creature, and that's the Greater Wolfweir. The Wolfweir does have a lot of regen and 3 APR while setting your strength to 19, plus 50% elemental resistances. It could be something to consider if you have no healers and you're low HP, so you just want to run away and chug potions for a little bit and take advantage of the regen to get your health back up. But as a mage, but I find, maybe this is more true in SCS, if hit points is rarely the main issue when I'm dying in a high level fight in SCS, because pretty much everything will 1-hit kill you at high levels or close to it when you're playing with SCS and difficulties turned up and you're a mage. So the thing that mages need much more so than regen or heals is to always keep all of their buffs up. The Wolfweir is not going to help you with that. In the base game, and if you're playing party play and there's plenty of distractions, then maybe there's some scenario where having this regen is helpful. Like all your clerics are preoccupied and potions. Potions give you so much hit points. The superior healing potion is going to give you back like 60 to 70% of your hit points as a high level mage. So it's hard to even come up with a scenario where this regen is super useful. Maybe if you're a fighter mage and so you're more reliant on HP to keep you alive and you have more of them. But I can't put the Wolfweir as complete garbage when it is giving you this high regen, and offensively you can fight with it considering it's 19 strength and you get 3 APR. It's just okay. Personally, I've never found a situation where I was in trouble as a level 18 plus mage and the solution that I needed was to be able to regen quickly. Just never encountered it in practical gameplay. So when I'm looking at these spells, I see comments like, "Oh, the Wolfweir is awesome. You can shape change, quickly regain your health, and then go back into battle." I just
the game doesn't really play out that way. If you're naked and taking damage as a high level mage, then you need to get into a time stop or activate an alacrity and get all your buffs back up immediately. Just getting some HP back is not going to save you. But okay, I'll put the Greater Wolf Weir in the okay tier. And then the last tier is cool. These are really the only forms that I'd consider from a power gaming perspective. And I still call the tier cool because on the whole, this spell is more like for fun. You can power game Baldur's Gate and never once cast this spell. It's not synergistic with being a mage whatsoever, obviously, because it simply disables your spell casting. There's no snowball effect through using this spell, but there are two forms that are pretty powerful and pretty fun to use and could be justified. The first is the Mind Flayer. Because of the 4 APR and the int drain, your Thaco is not going to be great as a pure class mage. So this is more fun for a fighter mage or maybe during a time stop when every attack hits. But draining 5 intelligence per hit, which goes through MR, is highly destructive to any creature that does not have protection from magical weapons up. It's a fun way to kill enemies, and it's pretty powerful, especially for a fighter mage with a good Thaco. So Mind Flayer, thumbs up. There's definitely more destructive things you can do during a time stop, but there's few things that are more fun than going around during a time stop when every attack hits and slurping everybody's brains on the battlefield. The other form that's in the cool category would be the Iron Golem. This is really the only form that has enough resistances and offensive power to make it a legitimate choice to go melee with outside a time stop and truly pretend to be a fighter, like in the thick of battle without being in a time stop. There's only 1 APR, but you can get to 2 with haste or improved haste. You're doing big damage with 4d10 crushing, and very importantly, you actually have a chance to hit because you're getting a huge strength bonus up to 24. And the defensive resistances of the Iron Golem are really good. Backstab immunity, 100% MR, 100% elemental resistances, and 20% to physical. If you're bored with spellcasting and you want to just pound some stuff while being pretty tanky and not worrying too much about dying, then getting your buffs up and going into Iron Golem form, you're going to be pretty damn close to invincible. I guess your weakness would be physical damage, considering you only have 20% resistances, but you keep your stone skins and your mirror images, or even your protection from magical weapons for a short time when you shape change. So it is pretty easy with the Iron Golem to become immune to every type of damage in the game while also being 100% magic resistant. So the Iron Golem is a pretty cool form. All right. A lot of summary. Where does this leave this spell from a rating perspective on my 1 to 10 scale? So it's definitely not a power spike type of spell. It doesn't synergize with the rest of your book. You don't immediately become a god when you get access to it or feel much more powerful. You could easily play and beat the game without ever casting this. It's just overall a pretty cool spell that with the Mind Flayer and Iron Golem forms can add some variety to your playthrough. It's not a bad spell from a pure power gaming perspective. There's lots of level 9 spells that are getting you more powerful things and actually synergizing with the rest of your spellbook and mage abilities. So I can't in good conscience rank this on this power gaming 1 to 10 scale too high. I will give it a 4 out of 10 rating for Shapechange. It's the same as Black Blade of Disaster, and I do think these two spells are kind of similar. They're both good for fighter mages, and they're both strong spells for physical attacks and meleeing capability. But on the other hand, that's not really what high-level mages do best. So these spells, they're not complete garbage, but they're more for fun than maximizing your level 9 slots. So 4 out of 10 rating for Shapechange.
let's keep going with the next spell in level 9, which is Spell Trap. Spell Trap is an abjuration spell, like all the other spell protections, with a cast time of 9, a duration of 18 rounds, and the AoE is the caster. This powerful spell creates a barrier of magical protection around the spellcaster. Every spell that hits the barrier is absorbed by the power of the spell trap, making the caster recall a previously cast spell. For example, if a wizard shields herself with spell trap and is then hit by a flame arrow, a 3rd level spell, she gets 3 spell levels back. She will regain 1 spell up to 3rd level in power. The spell trap provides 30 levels of protection, and the spell trap can absorb any level of spell from 1 to 9. All right, this again is going to take a while to go through just because I'm going to get really detailed with how the spell trap works exactly. There's a ton of fringe cases with these spells, and there's also complexity with how spell trap will interact with other spell protections. None of this is anywhere in the descriptions of the spells, and also I don't think it's anywhere on the internet. You just can't look this stuff up. It's too complicated. Maybe people don't care enough about this old game, but I do, or I'm crazy enough to go through all these nuances. So I'm first going to talk about all the mechanics of how the spell works, and then I am going to go into quite a bit of discussion about the strength of this spell, because I think this is one of the most overrated spells in the game, and I will get into why. Okay, so let's start with what this does. So this is a spell protection, just like spell deflection or spell turning. That means it will protect you against single target spells that are cast against the mage that casts spell trap. It will not protect against AoE damage or AoE effects. In the base game, it will also not protect you against breach. In SCS, this spell, as well as spell turning and spell deflection, will protect you against breach. So in SCS, spell protections in general are a little bit stronger for that reason. Of course, in SCS, enemy mages will also know quite well how to get rid of your spell protection, so it's double-edged. But ignoring the counters, in SCS, spell protections, including spell trap, are a little bit better because they block breach. But in the base game, there's just no interaction with breach. Breach ignores this spell, so not going to protect you against being dispelled by breach. And this is a little bit more obvious, but spell trap, like all the spell protections, it also does not protect you against being dispelled by remove or dispel magic. The only way to do that in the Arcane book, in the base game or in SCS, is with spell immunity abjuration. So spell trap does not do that for you. What the spell will do is that for up to 30 single target spell levels cast against the mage with the trap will absorb the spell, just like spell deflection, at level 6, and then restore to your memory 1 spell that is equal or lower level than the spell cast against you. If you only have spent arcane spells that are higher level than the spell cast into the trap, then those spells will never rememorize, even if many lower level spells are cast into the trap. So for example, if my mage has 1 spent acid arrow and the enemy mage casts 30 magic missiles into my trap, then acid arrow will never rememorize since it's 1 level higher than the magic missile. Now that's an extreme example, but you can see how the spell rememorization mechanic in practice is already starting to look a little bit less strong than you would think. And that is because in order to get back something like a level 7, 8, or 9 spell, you have to have a single target level 7, 8, or 9 spell cast against you. And particularly for like level 9 spells, there's just not that many single target level 9 spells, let alone that are cast against you. So, and it's not additive, right? So you can't have 4 different level 4 or level 3 spells against you, and those add up and get you into your higher level spells for rememorization. It does not work that way. So that's a real limiter. In practice, you're just unlikely to ever get anything other than low level spells back into your memory from the spell trap. Each spell that's absorbed by the trap will only refresh one spent spell, and it will start with the highest level spent arcane spell that is equal or lower level. So for example, if I have cast Stone Skin and Friends, and then a Flame Strike is cast into my trap, I would get Stone Skin back only. So level 5 spell comes in. Each spell cast against me can only restore one spell. I don't get multiple spells back ever. So the one thing that is working in my favor is that the spell that's going to be restored is going to be the highest level spell that's equal or lower level than the spell absorbed. So in this example, Stone Skin and Friends have been cast. Now Flame Strike, this does work with Divine Magic single target spells as well. Flame Strike comes in, that's a level 5 spell. So the game logic is going to look, okay, do I have any level 5 spells that have been cast? If so, restore that, but I don't. Next it's going to go to level 4. Do I have any level 4 spells that have been cast? Here I do, so the Stone Skin gets refreshed, and then the refreshing mechanic is just done. It doesn't matter that there's still one level of absorption left on the level 5 Flame Strike. It doesn't roll over that way. You only ever get one spell back for a spell absorbed. So here's the base. That's sort of the basics of how this works. Now here's some like even more in the weeds nuances that I play tested to explain further some fringe cases. So first point, I did just mention this, but Spell Trap will absorb mage spells and priest spells interchangeably. But the spell trap, the spells that the Spell Trap causes the protected mage to rememorize will always only be arcane spells, even if the mage is a cleric mage with spent divine spells. So you're never getting anything back out of your divine book if you're a cleric mage, even though the trap will absorb and be triggered by either divine or arcane spells incoming. If your trap absorbs some spells, but it's not fully discharged, and then you recast it, the spell trap refreshes to 30 levels of protection. So there is a benefit to, in theory, to recasting this on your mage, even if you already have a partially used spell trap active. And this is the same as the turning and deflection spells. So you shouldn't feel bad about like recasting spell protections on yourself, because at least it's going to restart the duration clock, and it's also going to reset the levels of protection back up to the max that you started with. Next, like the absorption and turning spells, if you get to the tail of your 30 levels on the spell trap, for example, you have 29 levels of protection remaining, the spell trap will entirely absorb the next spell, even if it exceeds the 30 levels. I think I misspoke there. What I'm talking about by the tail is if you have 29 levels of protection used up, and so you only have like one level of protection left because you started with 30, then the spell trap is going to absorb the next spell, even if the next spell is a high level spell, like a level 9 spell. This is the same as the absorption and turning spells. So in reality, you are likely to get more than 30 levels of protection, because it's not likely that the spells cast against you are going to land exactly on level 30. There's probably going to be some overflow, but even if you only have 1 or 2 or whatever, some stub levels of protection left, the next spell cast against you is going to be absorbed, and it's going to make the trap go away. It doesn't matter what level that spell is. And that applies to the rememorization mechanic as well. For example, I could have a tail of 3 levels left on the spell trap, and I have a spent Stone Skin. Then Flame Strike is cast against me, so level 5 spell. Even though there's only 3 levels left on the trap, the level 5 spell would be absorbed, and then my Stone Skin would be rememorized, even though it's a level 4 spell, and the tail is only 3 levels. So it's sort of like the game checks if the trap is still up. If the trap is still up at all, then the behavior is always the same. It doesn't matter what level the incoming spell is. All right, here's the next detail to the mechanics of how this works. And that is the topic of interaction between the different spell protections. So turning, deflection, and trap. And especially when you have, or the most complex situation would be when you have all three active on your caster. So spells will always be applied first to any turning spells active, minor or regular way, then to any spell trap active, and finally to any absorption spell active, like spell deflection or Shield of the Archons is just another absorption spell. So deflection or minor deflection, regular way spell deflection, or Shield of the Archons. So first turning, then trap, then deflection / absorption spells. If spell trap and spell turning are both active, then the spells turned will not hit the trap, and so they aren't going to trigger the rememorization. The spell protections operate like layers, and if a spell is hitting the outermost layer of the 3-layer onion, if you will, it has no impact on the inner layers. Excess spell levels after the tail on one of the layers of protection is gone do not roll over and hit the next layer of protection. So for example, if you have this stub of a turning or a trap up, let's say only 1 or 2 levels of protection, and a level 9 spell comes in, it's not like the level 9 spell is going to exhaust your 2 remaining levels of turning and then also behave like a level 7 spell was cast into your spell trap. That's not the way it works. If there's a stub up and a spell hits that stub, then the incoming spell is only going to interact with the protection that it hit the stub of and not go to the next layers, even if there's excess spell levels in the incoming spell. Okay. That's a lot on the mechanics of how this works, but I think I hit the key nuances, or at least all the fringe cases I could think of to test. All right, now I'll sort of get into what this means and how good this spell is. All of this description said, what are we left with here? I think there's a few issues with the spell that make spell trap much worse than you might think if you just got carried away with the spell description and the 30 levels of protection and the chance to rememorize a spell. And all this combines to make spell trap a very overrated spell, in my view, probably one of the most overrated spells in the game. First, a spell trap only ever becomes relevant if you do not have spell turning up. If you have spell turning up, then the turning spell is always going to come first, and it's going to come ahead of the spell trap. That's just the way that the game logic works. And spell turning, we discussed at level 7. That's the weakest high-level mage spell level. And I think that spell turning is a really good spell, and it's the best overall level 7 spell in the game. Spell turning is going to reflect 12 to 20 levels of spells. It has a duration of 3 rounds per level, so up to just a little over 3 times as long as spell trap with this 18-round duration. And spell turning is actually an offensive weapon that will cause spells to bounce back on their caster, which I think is a lot more powerful than the spell memorization mechanic that you get from spell trap. So for tough fights later in the saga, you're always going to want to put a spell turning up on all your casters. That's your most powerful spell protection. It's only taking up a level 7 slot. It's a good spell. And if the spell turning goes down, then I'm usually even having my casters recast it on themselves during the fight. And if this is your basic strategy, then already spell trap is starting to feel almost completely useless or close to useless, because as long as the spell turning is active, which gives you 12 to 20 levels of protection against single target spells, then your spell trap is just going to sit there behind the turning and never actually do anything. In fact, given the much shorter duration of the spell trap at 18 rounds, regardless your level, versus 3 rounds per level, going up to level 20 spell turning. It's quite likely that you would cast your spell trap and then have it go away, having done absolutely nothing before your spell turning spell or one or more of them even run off. Okay, so that's like issue one, is that you have a superior spell at a lower and much weaker spell level that you want to have up, and that as long as it's up, it's going to make the spell trap do absolutely nothing. Thing number two, or thought number two as to why this is overrated, is that you can get plenty of single target spell protection from turning and deflection at levels 7 and 6. Those are both quality spells, and if you use those two spells, you don't need to take up a level 9 spell slot on spell trap. Turning and deflection together give 22 to 38 levels of single target spell protection, and you can recast them on yourself pretty easily, especially during an improved Alacrity once you're high level. Do you really need more than 22 to 38 levels of single target spell protection at one given time? Pretty much not, especially if you're thinking about the fact that you're going to have probably improved invis up and maybe even a spell immunity divination to keep it active. If you have improved invis up, you can't be targeted by single target spells full stop. And then as a backstop to that, you can have turning and deflection up and only be using a level 6 and a level 7 spell slot and get 22 to 38 levels of single target spell protection on your mage. It is just super unlikely that you're really going to be hit with that many levels of single target spells in any battle. In SCS, where spellcasters are a lot more scary and use Alacrity and fire off a lot more spells, even there, the stuff that they're casting against you that's really scary, it's almost all AoE effects. It's very rare to have them target you with a bunch of single target spells. The worst thing I've probably seen is I recently lost a run by getting hit with a spell trigger containing 3 times the level 4 Mordenkainen's missile spell, which is a single target spell. And even there, 3x that spell, that's 12 spell levels. A spell turning, if I had spell turning up at that point in the game, would have completely saved my ass and probably killed the enemy mage in that situation. So even there, like, the trap wouldn't have saved me. Otherwise, it's like horrid wiltings, remove and dispel magic, Comet, Dragon's Breath, Lightning Bolt. Like, these are the scary spells, not single target spells. So yeah, it's just hard to think of a situation where turning and deflection are not getting you all the single target spell protection that you need. The only example I can think of really is when you're fighting Kangax in Demilich form and he's spamming out imprisonments, because of course Imprisonment is a single target spell and it's also level 9, so it's going to make 22 to 38 levels of spell protections go away pretty quickly. I guess to think about it, let's think about this more specifically. I think you're going to get, well, from the turning, you get 12 levels of protection, and from the deflection, you get 10 levels of protection. So even with just turning and deflection, because of the tail effect, you can get hit with 4 imprisonments before those two go away. Now, that's quite a lot. Even then, when you're fighting Kangax, you're going to be more focused on keeping spell immunity abjuration up, because that's going to block an unlimited number of imprisonments. The fight in the entire game when you're most vulnerable to single target spells, even there, it doesn't feel like spell trap is like a necessary counter. It would be a nice to have. Like, definitely if I'm fighting Kangax and I'm playing optimally, I probably put a spell trap up just to be super safe, but that's one fight and you could do the fight without it. Okay, so like, you have alternatives. I guess point one is that turning takes precedence, and so your trap is probably just going to sit there with its shorter duration and do nothing. Point two is that you have perfectly viable and strong enough alternatives at other spell levels where it's where you're not giving up a time stop, a Planetar, and improved Alacrity. Then point number 3 as to why Spell Trap is overrated is the existence of Staff of the Magi. Staff of the Magi has as a special ability on the item, like a backpack ability, a once per day spell trap built into the item. And that trap has a duration of 8 hours. And the Staff of the Magi gets refreshed by Wish Rest, like the rest that you get through the Wish spell, like any other items as well. So the spell trap from Staff of the Magi is just much better than the version from the Arcane book, which only lasts 8 rounds. An 8-hour spell trap is way more useful. And when you're using, likely at very high level, you're resting a lot, you're using Wish to refresh your spell book, which we'll get to later. And so you're going to have plenty of chances to cast Spell Trap off of the Staff of the Magi. Now, that's only for one mage, so I guess it's not a solution for your whole party, but still, it's just another reason why Trap is not such a fantastic spell or not worth a level 9 slot. You have an item that allows you to do it better once per day, and any mage that has Staff of the Magi should really never be taking Spell Trap simply because they can get it. It's not essential in the first place, but they can get it from the staff. And the last thing I'll say is that the spell rememorization dynamic, which is the only thing, plus the extra levels of protection, but the extra levels of protection and this rememorization mechanic are the only thing that make Spell Trap better than level 6 spell deflection. And the rememorization dynamic, I think, is just not all that powerful, especially for giving up a level 9 spell slot. As I hit on a little bit earlier, because the Spell Trap can only restore a spell of equal or lesser level, you're very, very rarely going to get a level 8 or level 9 spell back. The list of single target spells at level 8 and level 9 is super short.
At level 9, there's literally only 4 single target spells in the whole game. Imprisonment, Bigby's Crushing Hand, Level Drain, and Power Word Kill.
Can you think of like any time, are there mages? Like, I don't think any mage in the entire base game ever casts Bigby's Crushing Hand or Level Drain, ever. In SCS as well, for that matter.
I also can't think of any time in the base game that any enemy mage casts Power Word Kill. In SCS, it is possible that that spell's rarely used by high-level enemy casters. I can't rule it out, but I also can't think of any specific instance of it. In any event, Power Word Kill is just a very uncommon spell one way or another.
Imprisonment is the only example I can think of, and in both games, I think it's maybe there's some liches that cast Imprisonment in SCS, but besides Kangax, like, it's only demi-liches that cast Imprisonment. So, like, the situations where, and the other thing to think about is if you're facing a demi-lich, you're going to put Spell Immunity Abjuration up. You're not standing around hoping that as your first line of defense, just relying on your Spell Trap and trying to get back a level 9 spell. That would be much riskier than just keeping your Spell Immunity Abjuration up. So, like, there's just not that many high-level single target spells. And that means that almost all the time, the Spell Trap is going to bring back a level 1 to 7 spell. And having a few extra 1 to 7 level spells is just never going to be the difference between crushing a fight or dying in, like, late BG2 or TOB. And the rememorization effect is especially weak or hard to get excited about when you consider that you'd be perfectly free to give up the Spell Trap and instead take a Wish spell, which gives you a decent chance to refresh your entire spell book in one go, including every level 8 and level 9 spell in the entire party. So the odds in the expected value in terms of restoring spells from your book, if that's your goal, then just use Wish. Don't use Spell Trap. All right, there you have it. That's my whole campaign against Spell Trap. Once I realized the interaction between Spell Trap and spell turning, I simply stopped using Spell Trap. And honestly, I can't think of a single time in any run that this had a negative impact. the extra level 9 spell slots for other purposes are far better to have. So, yeah, one of the most overrated spells in the game. It's not useless or bad, it's just overrated, and I think it's really hard to take over other level 9 spells that are getting you something that you can't get from a level 6 or level 7 spell. Like, you can get spell protections from those spell levels. So I think on the 10-point rating scale, I put Spell Trap at a 3 out of 10. That's an okay spell that's very situational and hard to justify against other spells at the level. That is exactly what Spell Trap is. Let's go on to the next spell, and that is Spellstrike. By the way, I'm noticing this myself. Maybe it's not so obvious to a third-party listener, but I am recording these over time in little groups, and right now it's 8 a.m., so my voice is much lower just because it hasn't warmed up for the day. It's kind of interesting hearing that. Most of these I've recorded later in the day when my voice is like it's a couple pitches higher. Anyway, here we are with Spellstrike. This is a abjuration spell, just like all the anti-spell protection spells. Cast time of 5, AoE 1 creature, no saving throw. When this spell is cast at a target creature, it will dispel all of the magical protections that surround that creature. This includes minor spell turning, minor globe, spell immunity, globe of invulnerability, minor spell deflection, spell turning, spell shield, spell deflection, and spell trap. The target's magic resistance, if any, does not affect this spell. Okay, so up here at level 9, we have the ultimate anti-spell protection spell, Spellstrike. So this is the last in the series of anti-spell protection spells. The spells like Spell Thrust was the first one at level 3, Secret Word at level 4, Pierce Magic at level 6, Ruby Ray, Warding Whip, and Spellstrike. Even though this is a level 9 spell, it has a cast time of 5, which is a nice feature. And that means it's instant cast with Amulet of Power and Vecna. Ruby Ray at level 7 also had a cast time of 5, so maybe that's just a game design choice around all these high-level anti-spell protection spells, but it is nice to be able to get this out instantly inside an Alacrity if you have Amulet of Power and Vecna on at the same time. So I'm not going to recap the other spell guides discussions on how spell protections and anti-spell protections work. It's probably the most complex area of Baldur's Gate, full stop, the entire rule set, and certainly for Arcane Magic. For the most detailed discussion of spell protections and anti-spell protections, I think you should go listen to the Ruby Ray section of the level 7 spell guide video. But in short, to just summarize here, spell protections are not all they're cracked up to be because they generally do not protect against AoE or physical damage. So it's easy to leave a mage's spell protections up and kill the mage through an AoE or physical damage attack. And I discussed this when just going through Spell Trap, the most high-level spell protection. The reason I say they generally do not protect is that the globes spell, minor and major globe, and spell immunity spells are an exception. Those do protect against AoE or physical damage, although there's some nuances with spell immunity. You can listen to those in the level 5 spell guide.
You need something?
Okay. So that's what spell protections do. And just to say it again, because most of these don't protect against AoE and none of them protect against physical damage, you really don't absolutely need to have anti-spell protection spells, certainly in the base game, in order to win. They're useful to have in both the base game and as in SCS. In SCS, anti-spell protection spells become much more important simply because enemy mages will all put on spell immunity abjuration, and in SCS, spell immunity abjuration makes enemy mages immune to breach as well as dispel magic. So it's going to be difficult to get their combat protections down without taking off their spell protections in SCS. So anti-spell protection spells in this entire area of Magic, definitely much more relevant in SCS, but as long as you can get rid of spell immunity abjuration, then you have a path to dispelling your enemies with Dispel or Remove Magic, which I think is the optimal strategy, and then killing them with AoE or physical damage. And spell immunity can be taken down with a Spell Thrust or a Secret Word. You don't need these higher level anti-spell protection spells like Ruby Ray or Spellstrike to get rid of that spell. The exception would be when fighting Liches, who are immune to level 1 through 5 spells, but for Liches you could use, for example, a Pierce Magic at level 6 to get rid of their spell immunity abjuration. So I'm already sort of getting into why Spellstrike is not absolutely essential, because the only enemy spell protection that's essential to get rid of is their spell immunity abjuration, and you can do that with lower level anti-spell protection spells. Overall, so just one last thing for context to put this spell in context. Overall, I think there are 4 anti-spell protection spells in the game that are good enough to take regularly. And you probably don't need all of them. It comes down to style and where you like to give up spell slots, like which levels you like to give up spell slots in. But the 4 spells that are worth considering strongly, in my view, are number 1, Spell Thrust at level 3, because that will work to get rid of at least up to level 5 spell protections, including spell immunity abjuration. And I probably underrated Spell Thrust. If you're really solely focused on getting rid of spell immunity, then that can be a useful spell for you. But it is at level 3, which is a very strong spell level, all that scales really well all the way through TOB. But Spell Thrust is decent. Secret Word is quite good at level 4. Level 4 is a spell level where you're going to find yourself having extra slots late in the saga, and Secret Word will do just fine to get rid of every spell protection in the game except for Spell Trap. Pierce Magic at level 6. This is my personal favorite since it's more versatile in that it also reduces enemy MR, and level 6 is another level where if you're playing party play, then you probably need some more slots for improved haste, but it's not too painful to give up a few level 6 spell slots for Pierce Magic. And then the fourth anti-spell protection spell in the game that I think is any good or good enough to consider is this one, Spellstrike. Now, I do think Spellstrike is the worst of these spells, considering the level that you get it at. It's really painful to give up a level 9 spell slot for something that you can get at other levels in any form. And you can definitely get satisfactory anti-spell protection spells at the lower levels. That said, I do think that Spellstrike has some important things going for it that make it worth considering. And I will take this as one of my final spell selections on any sorcerer. Generally speaking, I think this is a great spell to have on sorcerers because you really don't want to give up. The downside of taking it is that you really don't want to give up a level 9 spell slot that could be used for almost all the time. You're going to want that slot for improved Alacrity or Wish in the very late game, or Planetars, or maybe a time stop when you're not at super late game. But for sorcerers, of course, if you don't need to use the Spellstrike because you don't have a situation in a fight where you're facing a high level caster that you want to debuff really quickly, then you just don't cast the spell and you're not hurt at all. So I think Spellstrike, it's a type of thing where in party play, I think the optimal choice is to take it as your sorcerer's sort of 3rd or 4th level 9 spell selection, and then just have it on the sorcerer and not on any of your mages. So why do I think this spell is good, even though it's just another anti-spell protection spell at level 9? There's a couple things. So first,
this works against any enemies, even enemies that are immune to certain level spells, like Liches is the prime example, who are immune to level 1 through 5 spells. And then second, the main reason that Spellstrike is good and a step up from these other spells is that every other anti-spell protection spell in the game dispels only one spell protection at a time. Warding Whip at level 7 will take down a few, but it does so really slowly over a few rounds. Spellstrike, on the other hand, is the only one of these spells that brings down all protections at the same time. And this is really useful since it's hard to tell sometimes on a max protected enemy mage what protections exactly they still have up. And therefore, whether your next Pierce Magic or Secret Word or Spell Thrust is going to take down their spell immunity abjuration, which could matter a lot, or something like another spell immunity or a deflection matter, or spell deflection, or some other spell protection that's not going to matter as much. And it certainly doesn't help on this front. There's another area where the feedback that the game gives you is sometimes inadequate to tell what's going on at the right level. The animations for a lot of the spell protections are the same. For example, Spell Immunity, Spell Trap, and Spell Deflection all have exactly the same animation. So it can be difficult to be sort of surgical with taking down a specific enemy spell protection, like a Spell Immunity Abjuration, versus other types of protections. And this spell, Spellstrike, is sort of like the sledgehammer approach. You don't need to try to scroll the text log and do some type of forensic analysis to see what buffs are left. You just fire this one spell off and you know it's going to strip every protection. Note, the only spell in the entire game that does block Spellstrike is Spell Shield. And the way that Spell Shield works is that the Spell Shield will stop the first anti-spell protection attack that comes at the shield and then go away. So if an enemy mage has a Spell Shield up, then you might need to cast another anti-spell protection spell first, like a Secret Word, and then only after the Spell Shield is gone, then you follow up with your Spellstrike. And by the way, this is also another reason why Spell Shield at level 5 is a quality spell, especially as you get late in the saga, as it is the only thing in the entire game that will block a Spellstrike. Okay, rating time for Spellstrike. This is a review series where, to repeat, I'm looking at things in the base game principally, but I'm also commenting on SCS. So I'll talk about those two things separately. In the base game, honestly, it's a bit hard to rate the spell just because so few enemy mages actually use spell protections properly. And in the base game in particular, spell immunity abjuration is criminally underused. So you can kill tons of mages just by casting remove or dispel magic on them and never worrying about Spellstrike. On top of that, in the base game, enemy casters tend to be lower level, meaning that your just remove or dispel magic is just going to be that much more effective. That said, even in the base game, there's some very high level enemies like Sendai, Amelisan, Arenicus, against which this spell is worth casting because they will put multiple spell protections on themselves. But in the base game, this is not an essential spell by any means. In SCS, Spellstrike is a much, much better spell just because enemy mages load themselves up with many, many different spell protections. And in particular, they actually use spell immunity abjuration. So you can't just blast out, dispel, or remove magic all the time and expect that to work. You need to have some solution for taking down enemy spell protections in SCS. So in SCS, this is probably more like a 6 out of 10 spell. You could use a bunch of Pierce Magics instead, but Spellstrike still has its merits because it'll take down all protections at once as long as it's not blocked by a spell shield. And that does make it situationally useful even up at level 9. So overall,
In the base game, this is a fine spell. You're going to need it less because the Mage AI is so much worse. But this is still a decent spell in the base game, and it helps in some of the toughest fights in the game, which means that it's a quality spell even at level 9. And I will go with a 5 out of 10 rating for Spellstrike. Okay, so we're getting up to the conclusion of the non-HLA level 9 spells. I did this alphabetically, first talking about all the non-HLA, non-high level ability level 9 spells that you can scribe off of a scroll or memorize off of a scroll, and then I'll talk about all the HLAs in order last. And sort of like just by pure coincidence and by putting the HLAs last, the big bad level 9 spells that are really the most awesome spells in the game are really concentrated towards the end here. And that's certainly true for the memorizable spells, because the last two that we have are Time Stop and Wish. All right. The next up is Time Stop. Time Stop is an alteration spell with a cast time of 9. No save. Upon casting a Time Stop spell, the wizard causes the flow of time to stop for 1 round in the area of effect. Inside the sphere, the caster is free to act for 3 rounds of apparent time. The wizard can move and act freely within the area where time is stopped, but all other creatures are frozen in their actions, for they are literally between ticks of the clock. The spell's duration is subjective to the caster. Nothing can enter the area of effect without being stopped in time also. When the spell's duration ceases, the wizard is again operating in normal time. Note that any spells cast during the time stop will take effect immediately after time returns to normal. We'll come back to that because that's not exactly true, that last sentence. It's true for most spells, but not all. All right, Time Stop. This has to be one of the coolest spells in any game, period. You can literally break the fabric of time and run around wreaking havoc while your enemies are stuck in space. And the feeling of watching everything around you explode when the time stop runs out is super awesome. This is one of the best spells in BG2 or the entire saga, both from a strength perspective and just from it's fun as hell to use and the type of thing that makes you feel like you have truly become a god by the time you get to level 9 spell casting versus, the normal weapons and 1 attack per round and magic missile that you started out with in Candlekeep. So, a strong spell, an awesome spell, really fun to use. There are drawbacks, and I'll get into them. I end up not using Time Stop very often at the very, very end of the game, and I'll get into why it does have its limitations, but yeah, there's no other place to start other than to say that this is a strong and awesome spell. All right, now let's talk about the specifics about how it works. So first, that correction that I mentioned to the spell description. It is not true that all spells will wait after the time stop to take effect. There's no hard and fast rule here, like by the type of spell that it is within the game rule set. I'm not going to go through every single spell in the game and comment on whether it works during time stop or not. Somebody should probably go do that, but I'll speak in generalities. These rules generally hold. First, if a spell has a projectile, then it's not going to go into effect or hit until the time stop is over. That covers pretty much every offensive spell in the game. The most notable example that it does not cover is Implosion, since the level 7 divine spell, because Implosion does not have any projectile. So a cleric mage can do some really nasty stuff inside a time stop with Implosion, right? The cleric mage can cast time stop and then cast multiple implosions, in particular during an improved Alacrity, and have the implosion actually hit and do the damage during the time stop. Very devastating. But pretty much every offensive spell, and I can't think of any example in the Mage book that will actually hit during the time stop. All the most powerful offensive or damage spells in the Arcane book, there's a projectile, right? Horrid Wilting, there's that little gray ball. Magic Missile, Skull Trap, there's the skull. All of those projectiles are just going to be stopped in time and stuck floating there if you cast a time stop, and then once the time stop ends, the projectile will fly out and do its thing, but it won't actually go off during the time stop. Also, in terms of defensive spells or buffs, generally speaking, the buffs that involve a projectile are AoE or that have a slight animation lag before the status effect hits the caster are not going to go off and take effect during the time stop. For example, Haste, Improved Haste are both spells that are not going to take effect if you cast them during a time stop. Spells that don't have that little animation lag and they're single target buffs for the mage, like spell protections and resistances, will go up during the time stop. And generally speaking, if it's a spell that goes off on the mage and only affects the mage and cannot be cast on any other party members, then those are the spells that are likely to go up during the time stop. Versus if something is a spell that is cast on others in the party, this isn't a perfect rule, but oftentimes those spells are the ones that will only go into effect after the time stop, because the way they're coded into the game, whether you can see the projectile or not, is that there's a projectile that the mage sends out that then affects the creature that you targeted the buff on. Something to keep in mind if you're trying to buff yourself or you're casting offensive spells during a time stop is that if you move locations or walk around during the time stop, the spell that you cast is not going to remember that. The spell you cast is still going to go off to the point that you clicked it to. So you can move yourself out of the area of a buff that you want to get under the effect of, or you can move yourself into the area of a damage spell, and you just have to be careful about this. It's pretty dangerous to use any AoE damage that's non-party friendly during a time stop, unless you plan to stay in one spot. Okay. So that's how spells work during the time stop. Almost everything offensive will not have any impact until the time stop wears off. And that's an important thing when considering the strength of this spell versus other options like Improved Alacrity. Second, a few other notes on the mechanics of how this spell works. So the duration is 3 rounds. That means that without an Alacrity, you can barely get off 3 spells during the time stop effect. If the last of the 3 spells has a cast time longer than 1, then the time stop will end while you're casting that 3rd spell, right? Because the duration is 3 rounds, but it only starts after you've cast the time stop, which is part way into the 1st round. So the time stop is going to end in the very beginning of a round, and if you have no Alacrity, that would be during the time when you're casting the 3rd spell during the time stop. So there is time here to, for example, cast the time stop, then wait until the next round of spell casting starts, then cast Alacrity, and then you'll have just under 2 rounds of time inside the time stop when your Alacrity's up in which to unload spells from the Alacrity. It's a lot more optimal, though, if you want to combine a time stop with an Alacrity, either to do one of the following 2 other things. First, you could cast the Alacrity first, then the time stop, and that's going to allow you to have more time inside the time stop while you're under the effects of Improved Alacrity versus casting the time stop first. Or in the alternative, you could just use the Wish spell, and if the double length time stop and Improved Alacrity option comes up, that's going to give you more time in Alacrity and time stop, and both of the effects will go into place at the same exact point in time. So there's definitely an interaction here between
time stop and using improved alacrity to unload your spell book and have 0 chance of being interrupted and be able to send out all the spells against your enemies before they can even move towards you. But you can get that effect through the wish spell and not necessarily through casting time stop. The last thing about the mechanics, there's a couple other notes on the mechanics of this spell I'll put out there. With the duration of the spell being 3 rounds, you can absolutely chain these spells together. If you cast a time stop in a time stop, then the time stop effect simply continues through the endpoint of the latest time stop that you cast. So in theory, you could end up with, if you stashed your entire level 9 spellbook with time stops, you could end up with like 8 or 9 rounds or something of continuous time stops. Now you have to keep taking time to recast the spell before reality sets in again. But yeah, this is very abusable. If there's things that you can do to hurt your enemies inside the time stop, then they're probably all going to be dead by the time 8 rounds is up. The real limiter ends up being the buffs that your enemies have up, and an enemy that's protected going into the time stop is going to be protected through the entire duration of the time stop in all likelihood. But just to note mechanically, you can cast these things serially. You can cast time stop within a time stop. All right, and the last note on the mechanics that I'll say is that, and this is an important caveat, is that certain very high level enemies are simply immune to time stop. This can be very deadly, as what will happen for these enemies if they have the immunity to time stop property is that the time stop effect will hit the battlefield. The screen will go gray, everybody will freeze, except for the mage that casts time stop and the enemy that's immune to time stop. So it's like a nightmare. It's a worst case scenario. You basically lock up the entire rest of your party and freeze yourself inside the time stop with the enemy. It's almost like imprisoning yourself with a very high level enemy. Not something that you want to be doing. Which enemies are immune to time stop? In the base game, I did not test this, but from memory of when I used to play the base game and looking at some forums, the only enemies that seem to be immune to time stop are the Ravager, Demogorgon, Melisande, and Balthazar, but Balthazar only while he's in one of his stances that he takes. In SCS, a lot more enemies are immune to time stop. Yagashura and Gromnir may be the only 2 of the 5 who are not immune to time stop. I didn't take time to test this, but with SCS, I'm pretty sure Abazagal is immune to time stop, Balthazar is immune, and probably a few other high-level enemies as well. So, like, part of the reason I don't know this off the top of my head is that honestly, and I'll get back into this, the utility of time stop does drop off when you're in the absolute toughest of fights for reasons I'll get into. And when I'm trying to play no reload runs, it can be a death sentence to capture yourself inside a time stop when you can't use a lot of your damage and buff spells and have them instantly go into effect and have yourself trapped in there with a super high level enemy. So this is a dangerous spell. You gotta know for every high level boss fight whether the boss is immune to time stop or not, and if the enemy is immune, then this is a really dangerous spell to use and one you're gonna avoid. Okay, I did have one other thing on the mechanics here. I may have mentioned it already, but this is something I didn't appreciate until way after I first played BG2. But the way that the game codes in the effect of a time stop on all creatures that are stopped is that they're treated as stunned. That's really important because it means that every hit is going to land during a time stop, regardless of THAC0. Just like enemies that are stunned or not, like unconscious under the effect of a command spell, for example. And that can be really important if you're a mage with horrible THAC0. During a time stop, all of your attacks are going to hit. And probably the most the thing that this is most relevant to is Staff of the Magi, because Staff of the Magi has a dispel on hit effect against any enemies that don't have protection from magical weapons up. So and credit to Deviorn, I saw him do this on his screen during a Yagashura fight. But if you time stop and then run around with Staff of the Magi, you're going to dispel any enemy that's not under the effect of protection from magical weapons. And that can be pretty powerful, since if you can also cast spells in between your auto attacks, then as soon as the time stop clears, the enemies are going to be dispelled and they're going to get killed by whatever AoE spells you cast. Okay, I think that's all the mechanics that are behind the spell. And now I'll talk through in-game use and my thoughts on how strong exactly this spell is. Clearly, this is a very powerful spell. However, exactly how powerful it is and whether it's worth a level 9 spell slot does depend on what type of mage you're running and what your item set is. If you're a pure class mage, a specialist mage, sorcerer, wild mage, etc., who's relying on your spell casting to do damage and defend yourself, and you have cast time reducing items, Amulet of Power and Robe of Vecna, which I've talked about like all through this guide because they're so important and so powerful. If you have AOP and Vecna, then Time Stop is really not all that useful compared to Improved Alacrity. And in fact, for any caster with Amulet of Power and Vecna that's not a dual class into like a fighter ethos, so any pure caster that has these spell cast time reducing items, I actually never take time stop on those casters. And that's because with Alacrity, Improved Alacrity, Amulet of Power, and Vecna, you're already acting so fast and casting spells so fast that your enemies already cannot react to you on the battlefield. And if you try to cast a time stop with its long cast time of 9, in the space of that time, you could have cast unlimited level 0 to 5 or cast time 0 to 5 spells, or even 4 cast time 6 spells in the time that you would take to cast one time stop. And in addition, it's really important to a pure class mage that's using AOP and Vecna that during a time stop, projectiles don't move. And that actually makes a time stop a debuff to arcane damage, because every arcane damage spell in the game has a projectile. There's no spell like Implosion out of the Divine Book. Every arcane spell in the game has a projectile. And so the spell is not actually going to go off till the time stop wears off. And this is actually a debuff to your arcane magic. You can rely on casting a spell, then moving back further, then casting another spell, and then moving back further and casting another spell during a time stop in order to make sure that your debuffs hit before your projectile-based damage spells. But in practice, it's pretty difficult to make sure that your enemies are debuffed and vulnerable to your magic, and then cast all your offensive spells when you're stuck inside a time stop and none of your projectiles are moving and none of your debuffs are going to have any effect until after time resumes. So if you're a pure caster, then I would take an Improved Alacrity over a time stop every time, just because, especially with these spell cast time reducing items, just because you're already breaking the clock of the game, and it's more powerful to just spam out magic and have it all actually go out into the battlefield as you're casting it than it is to stop time. Actually, I think if you're a pure class mage with spell cast time reducing items. I'd also add that at super high levels, you're going to have the Wish spell for a double length time stop and Improved Alacrity, and you can get time stops out of that. And Wish is a more versatile spell that I'll get into later. I think it's overall more powerful than time stop for a high level caster. But I find that if I'm playing as a non-dueled sort of fighter ethos, then I actually don't want to cast time stop. I'd rather cast Improved Alacrity if I if I happen to get the wish for double length time stop and improved alacrity, then I'll use it because it's an extremely powerful wish. But it's hard to use a level 9 slot for time stop when just an improved alacrity will already break the game time mechanic if you're a pure caster. Okay, so that's just talking about one type of caster, like a pure caster, non-fighter ethos, and especially one that has spell cast time reducing items. For wizards without spell cast time reducing items, I do think this spell gets a lot stronger since you're going to be pretty slow to get spells out, even with an improved alacrity. So the time stop allows you to get more spells out if you don't have Amulet of Power or Vecna because you're like the secondary caster in your party. Where time stop really shines, though, and there have been a few spells at high levels that are in this camp. The others that come to mind are Simulacrum at level 8 and Blackblade of Disaster. Where time stop really shines, I think, is for fighter mages. Fighter mages have the optionality during the time stop of either casting magic or just running around doing melee damage during a time stop. And during a time stop, every one of your attacks hits and none of your enemies can attack you back. So if you're dual wielding and you're improved hasted, you're up to 9 to 10 APR. Unless the entire screen has protection from magical weapons up right before you cast your time stop, a lot of times you can run around and completely destroy the entire battlefield with physical damage before the time stop wears off, because you're doing like 300 plus damage per round when you're at 10 APR as a high level fighter, and every one of your attacks is going to automatically hit. So as a high level fighter mage, you can get down like 900 damage during one time stop. It's completely insane. On like a non-power gaming level, it's also really fun to beat all the enemies to a pulp, and then the time stop, all their bodies will just be suspended in the air, even though they'll be dead. And then as soon as the time stop ends, all the chunks of their bodies will fly all over the screen, and you'll see the destruction that you've wrought. It's really cool. The mechanics of this spell are just awesome. They're really fun, but especially with the fighter mage. So yeah, any way you slice it, this is a cool and strong spell. I think it's strongest for fighter mages. The criticism you can have for time stop, and why I do think it's like not one of the absolute best spells in the game, and probably a little bit overrated, even though it's a great spell. The criticisms are twofold. There's two important things. The first is what I've mentioned, that it's for pure spellcasters with AOP and Vecna, like the strongest arcane caster in your party, then you're going to be better off with improved alacrity and wish. You don't need time stop to break the game clock and get all your spells out really quickly. You just need improved alacrity. So that type of caster, like the absolute best arcane casters in the entire game with the optimal kits, are not really going to benefit from this spell, especially considering that it's going to freeze a lot of your magic until the time stop wears off. And then the other criticism is that you do have to factor in that for the few very, very hardest fights in the game, the ultimate bosses, in the base game, it's the Ravager, a Melisande, Demogorgon. This spell is not actually any help. It's actually a major debuff that can get you killed quite easily, because that tiny subset of enemies are just completely immune to time stop. And that ends up mattering for the best spells in the game. Like it's just impossible for any spell in the Arcane book to be one of the top, 5 to 10 spells in the game if that spell is not going to help you at all in the 4 to 5 hardest fights in the game, because those are the fights where you need all your tools. So that's an issue with time stop. Definitely a problem. Nonetheless, super strong spell, strong for casters, great for casters without spell cast time reducing items, fantastic for fighter mages, and I will rate time stop a 8 out of 10.
what is that? Yeah, very good spell with common uses throughout the saga. I guess whenever you have access to it, and should be stocked. Yeah, that's pretty true. Okay, 8 out of 10 for time stop. Where does that leave us? Okay, that leaves us with Wish. All right, this is going to be a long description. I'm going to try to be as efficient as possible here. But the thing with Wish is that inside this one spell, there's many, many different options to choose from. So there's going to be just a lot to talk about. This is one of the most interesting, deep, and powerful spells in the entire game. And I am going to give it its due in this video. So if you don't want that, stop right now. This is going to be a long segment on Wish. Okay. Wish is a spell of any school, which means that every specialist mage gets it. It has a cast time of 5. AoE special, saving throw none. Wish is a more potent version of the limited wish spell. It will fulfill literally the utterance of the spellcaster. Thus, the actuality of the past, present, or future might be altered, but possibly only for the wizard unless the wording of the spell is most carefully stated, in some limited manner. Greedy desires usually end in disaster for the wisher. Lastly, the wiser the wizard, the better chance that she will choose the right wording. Wizards with low wisdom will more often than not meet with disaster when asking for a wish. Okay. So, this spell, Wish. We had Limited Wish at level 7, and now we get regular way Wish at level 9, which I'm pretty positive only came into the game with TOB. The first scrolls that you get access to for this spell, there's one at the bottom of Watcher's Keep. One of the enemies that you fight to unlock the seal holds the scroll. And then there's also Wish scrolls available that are either dropped or you can buy from the very high level spell stores in TOB. Like the first one that you can buy in TOB is in Saradush. That's the name of the town that you start in that's under attack. Yeah, Gromnir's town. That's the first in the store there with the wizard who had his spell book stolen, that you can buy a wish spell there. So this spell is one of the last scrolls you're going to collect. Actually, I think that when I think about the difference between sorcerer and mages, the fact that sorcerers can choose wish with one of their first level 9 spell choices long before a wizard could get access to the scroll is a big advantage for a sorcerer. Not talked about a lot, but this spell is so powerful that just being able to have access to it before you're strong enough to go get the scrolls is massive. Okay, I'm gonna start with the punchline in terms of rating and quality of spell, and then I'm gonna talk a lot about mechanics and how this works. To me, this is clearly one of the 2 most powerful spells in the entire game, and I'll get to we haven't got to the other one in level 9, but there's like 2 spells that break this game and make you snowball with everything else in your character and make arcane casters the strongest characters in the game, just like the 2 sort of godly spells in the arcane book, and this is one of them. What does Wish do? Well, it summons a genie to enter dialogue with you and grant you wishes, just like the level 7 limited wish version. The difference is that the level 9 version does involve RNG. The level 7 version always produces the same options, depending only on your wisdom. If your wisdom is a certain number, that number wisdom always produces the same choices. So level 7 limited wish is predictable. You know what you're going to get whenever you cast it. At level 9, there's no one-time or repeatable wishes anymore. Every wish is repeatable. And the spell does involve randomness, unlike the level 7 version. Specifically, whenever you cast the spell, 5 randomly selected options will appear. All 5 of those options need to be different options. That does play into how the probabilities are calculated, right? Because once one of the options is selected, now there's only 24 options to choose from. You can't go back, or however many you're selecting from, For wisdom 18 plus, it's 25 different options. It does vary slightly depending on your wisdom. But there's generally around 25 options. Once one of them appears, a rule of the wish spell is that no option can appear twice in your 5 option menu, so that impacts the probabilities. But there is RNG, right? There's randomness. You're only ever going to see 5 options when you select the spell. And you do have to pick one of the options. There's not any way, I don't believe, to just cancel out the dialogue or say no thanks. You do have to pick one of the options. So when you cast this spell, and we'll get to how the probabilities work out and how big of a deal is it that the spell has RNG or not. But one thing that's important to know, when you cast the spell, you're like on a railroad path. You have to select one of the options. You cannot just cancel if you don't like what you see. Okay, so the top 2 stratifications in terms of which options you see and how many options there are, those menus are stratified by wisdom. For lower wisdom, you're going to have more likelihood to see bad options, and some of the absolute best choices for wishes in the game are not available. With high wisdom, you have fewer bad choices and you have access to some of the most powerful options. The top 2 stratifications are the bracket from 15 to 17 wisdom, and then at 18 plus wisdom is a different stratification. And I'm going to focus in my description of this spell on the array of wishes that you get if you have 18 plus wisdom only. There's a lot of overlap, so I'm going to end up covering the most powerful wishes, like most of the wishes or all the wishes that drop out of the menu at 18 plus are the bad ones or negative ones. I've said this before, but I think that wish is so strong that wisdom is really not a dump stat for an arcane caster. And I always get, if I can, if my card name or player character is a wizard, that I'm always getting to 18 wisdom, either off the load screen or more likely off of tomes. This spell is just that powerful that I always want to have 18 wisdom as a mage. And I went and checked, I play solo mostly, so I'm not really proficient with the NPC stats. I went and checked different NPCs for what their wisdoms look like to get a sense of who else is a good user of this spell. Unfortunately, what I picked up is that the game tends to make arcane casters have horrible wisdom scores. The only NPC that is an arcane caster and has an easy path to 18 wisdom permanently is Aerie, who starts at 16 wisdom. Of course, she's going to be very spell slot limited at level 9 since she's a multi-class cleric mage. All the other arcane casters that you can bring into your party tend to be down at 10 to 14 wisdom. The good news is, even at 10 to 14 wisdom, you still have access to the most powerful wish of them all. It's one of the options that can come up, which is the rest wish, and I'll talk more about that. The 2 most powerful wishes generally would be rest and double length improved alacrity and time stop. And for wisdom's 15 plus, get access to both of those. The main advantage of 18 wisdom versus the 10 to 14 or the 15 to 17 bracket is that for 18 wisdom, number one, now there are only 25 options instead of 27 options at wisdom 15 to 17 and 28 at wisdom 10 to 14. So the most powerful wishes are going to come up meaningfully more often if you're at 18 wisdom, simply because you only can see 25 different options instead of 27 or 28. And then second, if you're at 18 wisdom, some of the debuffs, the bad wishes, are going to drop out entirely. Like 2 of the wishes that drop out entirely if you're up at 18 wisdom are setting strength or dexterity to 3 for the entire party, things that you would never want to choose. So, it is better to be 18 wisdom. I'm going to talk about this spell only for 18 plus wisdom. There's plenty enough to talk about only at that wisdom level. And given the horrible wisdom scores of NPCs, I think that's just all the more reason why you really want your player character to have 18 wisdom to be able to maximize this spell if you're an arcane caster. There are 3 wisdom tomes in BG1 plus the machine of Lum the Mad. So even if you start the game with 14, you can still get to 18 on a full playthrough. So I think there's really no excuse not to have 18 wisdom on your main character if your main character is a mage by the time you have access to wish. The wish spell will reference the caster's current wisdom. So for example, if you use the wish spell that sets the entire party's stats to 25 for 4 rounds, okay, now every other arcane caster in the party can cast this spell as though they had 18 plus wisdom. There's also potions of insight, which will change your wisdom for a short period of time. Those could be worth using in some of the toughest fights if you're doing like an arcane heavy party, because every other arcane caster, aside from the player character, is probably going to have bad wisdom. All right. That's sort of how wisdom interacts with this spell. And I'll make a few other notes on this spell before I get into talking about probabilities and the different effects that can come up, all from the lens of the 18 plus wisdom option. First, note that if you summon the Jinni during a time stop, the Jinni will just sit there. You can't actually interact with it until the time stop is over. So don't think that if you cast this spell during a time stop, you can immediately have access to it. Now that said, it's still very powerful to cast this during a time stop, because as soon as the time stop wears off, you're going to immediately be prompted into dialogue by the Jinni that you cast during the time stop, and you're gonna get a super powerful effect, or the option to select one immediately upon the time stop wearing off, which can be really powerful. For example, you can chain. The sky's the limit with this spell, especially with improved alacrity, and given the cast time is 5, which is 0 with Vecna and Amulet of Power. You can chain cast these things. You cast one into, you summon one into the battle. Let's say you start talking to it. You get the double length improved alacrity and time stop wish. You say okay. All right, now you immediately enter a 2-round improved alacrity and time stop. Now you cast 3 other or 4 other instances of the wish spell during the time stop, and you unload your entire spell book. Okay, now the time stop ends, and immediately the first Jinni that you summoned talks to you and grants you 5 more wishes. Okay, you could select the rest wish. Now your entire spell book is full again. Now the next Jinni immediately talks to you. Okay, what happens if you get the double round improved alacrity and time stop wish again? Now you can unload your entire spell book a second time, and you still have more Jinnis waiting there to speak to you. I've definitely gone entire fights where I've had decent RNG, and I've just chain cast improved alacrities, wishes, and refresh my spell book, and like virtually no game time has passed from the perspective of my enemies, but I've unloaded hundreds of spells. So it's insane how strong this can be, especially when you consider that the Jinnis, they're always going to talk to you. They don't disappear from the battlefield, regardless if you cast them during a time stop. But you won't be able to talk to the Jinni during the time stop. The next mechanical thing or note I'll give is that the Jinnis that you summon in, they are subject to the summoned creature cap. I don't know what that is off the top of my head. It might be 5 creatures. But if you have a ton of summons in the battlefield already, that's a really bad idea if you're using the wish spell, because it's far more important to be able to get your Jinni out. If you're already at the summon creature cap, then the game will tell you that you can't summon any more creatures, and the wish spell you just cast will be for naught. So don't make that mistake. And the last thing I'll say before I get into probabilities and the different effects and use cases is that I think that the existence of wish is really a main reason why Wild Mage is the strongest class in the entire game. As a Wild Mage with access to Reckless Geomer at level 1, which has a high probability of chance of casting level 9 spells, if you stack up your level 1 slots, then you can get to a place where
you can cast so many wish spells that you're virtually guaranteed to get the most powerful wishes, especially the rest wish. So, whereas aside from wild mages, every other class in the game is going to cap out at, let's see. For specialist mage, you're going to cap out at 5 level 9 spells. For a sorcerer, you're going to cap out at 6, right? For a base mage, you're going to cap out at 4 level 9 spells. For a wild mage, you can have you're a specialist mage to begin with, so you're gonna have your five slots that you get, and then on top of that, you could have, like, if you're using Ever Memory, for example, you could have like 12 to 14 level 1 spell slots. So as a wild mage, you could cast without resting, you could cast Wish up to like 12, 13, 14 times if you have decent luck on the Wild Surge table with your Reckless Duomers. And that's just crazy. That's insane. No other Arcane cast scales like that. And with the power of some of the top Wish effects and the RNG of the spell, having more access to the Wish spell is massive. Even the one extra slot that you get from being a specialist mage is huge when talking about the power of Wish. So yeah, this spell is so powerful and so important that I think it alone makes sorcerers more powerful, makes specialist mages more powerful in a meaningful way at the very late stages of the game. Okay, that's a lot of the high level of this spell. Now let's talk about specific effects or options that you have access to and some probabilities, assuming that you're casting this with 18 wisdom. And I'm going to give my basic thesis starting out, and then I'll try to prove it. But the basic thesis that I have about Wish is that there are so many good effects and enough choices from the menu of effects that are super powerful, game breaking, and you can't get from any other spell, that the RNG is really not such a negative about the Wish spell. If there's randomness, but your odds to get something out of the spell that's one of the most powerful effects in the game are still very high, then the randomness sort of doesn't matter in assessing the strength of the spell. The spell might not always give you exactly what you're looking for, but if almost every time the spell is going to give you something that is super, super powerful, then the RNG matters a little bit less. And so I'm going to try to illustrate that that's the case with Wish. Now, I should say that's not necessary for it to be a super strong spell. Like, if you just called this spell, the rest mechanic in particular, you can get that nowhere else. And if you just called Wish the spell that gives you a 1 in 5 chance of refreshing your entire party's entire spell book and all their items, then like even just for that, like even if the RNG was that bad, this would still be strongly worth considering because that one effect is so powerful. But that's not the world we're in. There's multiple super strong effects, and I'm going to try to show that the way the probabilities work out, the RNG is acceptable. Okay, so let's look at this sheet here. What I did is first I'm going to talk about all of the 25 different effects that are in the menu for the 18 plus wisdom Wish version. As I've already said, there are some other options that drop out if you have lower wisdom. I'm not going to talk about them. They're mostly debuffs that aren't worth talking about. Okay, so to assess how good this spell is, and just to give a background on how it works, I've categorized the different Wish options at Wisdom 18, all 25 of them, into these 6 tiers. There's God tier, which is just as advertised, completely game-breaking, godly effects. There's extremely strong, which I would say is the type of effect where if there was a level 9 spell that did this effect, every time you would want to consider stocking it. It'd be a strong level 9 spell. There's not bad, which is just an okay effect. It's not very powerful. It's not bad. It can help you a little bit. Then there's like double-edged, or very good or horrible, depending on situation. This category it can either kill you or give you a huge advantage. It's sort of either going to be very bad or very good. Probably very bad, but it's just double-edged. Then there's bad but survivable, which is kind of negative effects that they're negative, but they're not going to immediately lose the fight for you. They're not super destructive. So if you had to select them, it wouldn't be the end of the world. And then there's the worst tier, which is suicidal. Like this is the level of effects that are going to do horrible things to you that you would never want done to you and could lose you the fight. So like if the way the RNG works out is that you often are only having the suicidal options and like one other horrible thing in there or whatever, then this spell would be a problem. Okay, so those are sort of the 6 tiers. And I'll start from the top down. Okay, the 2 god tier options, rest and time stop. So the rest effect, I've already talked about it. It's impossible to talk about Wish without talking about this because this is so powerful. The rest option will immediately restore all items, spell slots, and abilities for the entire party. This is crazy. This is insane. This means that you can chain improved alacrities and chain cast Wish, empty your entire spellbook 1 through 8 from all your arcane casters for that matter. And as long as you can select this option, you're going to immediately go back to having a completely full spellbook. It's unlimited power. And in the hands of a super high level caster with Amulet of Power and Vecna in particular, this is completely destructive. If you get this spell selection more than once, or even once in most fights, but more than once in any fight, this spell selection can make even the most difficult fights in the entire game, even with SCS. I don't want to say trivial because you have to still be strategic about what spells you're selecting, but it's going to make it very, very hard to die because you're going to literally be able to get 100 or a couple hundred rounds worth of spell casting into possibly only 1 to 2 rounds. And when you can do that, your enemies are just completely helpless to resist. So rest, definitely a god tier selection. If this comes up, I'm picking it pretty much every time, unless I just refresh my spellbook. Okay. And by the way, there's nothing else in the entire game that will give you this effect. There is, I guess I should say, there's one option on the wild magic table, but it's a pretty low number that you would want to box out with improved Chaos Shield and being high level. And obviously the Wild Surge table is on a D100, so good luck if you're ever trying to intentionally get that. It's much more likely to get this via the Wish spell. Okay, rest. The other god tier selection, I think, is the double length improved alacrity and time stop. What this is actually is a 6-round time stop with 4 rounds of improved alacrity to start out the time stop. Crazy. That's enough time. If you're a fighter mage, you can slaughter the entire battlefield. Enemy protections will actually wear off during the 6 rounds of time stop, which feels like an eternity. And for example, that's 1.5 times the length of protection for magical weapons. It's an incredible amount of time. You can definitely empty your whole spell book. You can kill the entire battlefield with physical damage if you're a fighter mage. Very powerful. Okay, in the extremely strong category, we have Restoration, the Restoration option. This will cast Greater Restoration, the level 7 pre-spell on the entire party. That heals the whole party to full and cures Level Drain, Polymorph, Petrification, Curses, Confusion, Feeble Mind, Fear, Paralysis, Sleep, Stun, Disease, and Poison. This is a remover of pretty much every bad status effect in the entire game, plus heal your entire party to full. Crazy. It's a level 7 pre-spell. And out of the wish spell, you can immediately cast it on your entire party, all 6 characters. Crazy powerful. Okay, and like this is, I guess, this is not the god tier. This is just strong, or extremely strong. Okay. Haste party, that's a max level improved haste lasting for 23 rounds on the entire party. So that's 6 level 6 slots going off at once on your entire party. Massive buff. Biggest combat buff in the entire game right here coming out of the wish spell. Breach enemies. Okay, so this spell is a breach on all enemies within, it's actually red or blue creatures, so just non-party enemies, within a super wide range. The wiki says 125 feet. I didn't test this, but it's basically going to be the entire area that you're fighting in. Okay, the key thing about Wish Breach is that this is unblockable by any spell protection or spell shield, for example. In the base game, only spell shield blocks Breach, but it doesn't block Wish Breach. In SCS, spell protections and spell immunity abjuration blocks Breach, but not Wish Breach. Nothing blocks Wish Breach. And also, this can be cast and will go off against enemies that are invisible or improved invisible, who can't be targeted with Breach because it's a single target spell. This is hugely powerful. You're going to remove all of the combat buffs and resistances of every enemy in the battlefield immediately with one spell, rendering them as though a dispel or remove magic or a breach had actually hit them, and it goes through and ignores spell protections. That is hugely powerful. In SCS, it's even more powerful because enemy mages will, any tough enemy will load themselves up with spell protections to prevent themselves from being breached. But Wish Breach completely ignores that, blows through it, and gets rid of all their protection. So this is a huge debuff. Unique to the Wish spell. Resurrection, the 7th level pre-spell. This will bring dead party members back and heal them to full HP. That's great. Hardiness, this will put Hardiness, the warrior HLA, on the entire party. So 40% physical damage resistance. And this will actually stack with already cast Hardiness cast by your fighters. So you can get your fighters up to 80% physical damage resistance solely through stacking this with the fighter HLA. Again, crazy powerful. I mean, this isn't even in God. Like, arguably, there should be like God tier and then like divine ultimate God tier or something. But yeah, you're getting instant access to HLAs for your entire party out of the spell. And then extremely strong. The last one I have here is raise entire party stats to 25 for 4 rounds. I think this is just really versatile. It's going to help you with everything. It's going to be a buff to your party for across the board. 25 strength is giving you huge damage and Thaco boost for your entire party. You're going to get much higher HP on all the NPCs that have shitty constitution scores. There's AC boosts from the charisma. It's good for the rest of your party to start casting Wish. Everybody will be at 18 plus wisdom. And hell, I even use this just to buy out of stores if I have a main character that can't easily get to 25 charisma through friends and items, etc. That's less powerful than these other things, but yeah, this is a great buff. This is still very strong. It's a great combat buff for your whole party, on par with like, or even better than like enhanced bar. If you stack up all the things like the HP, the AC boost, the improved Thaco, the improved damage, if you stack up all those things that come from your stats, then probably this is right after the Wish improved haste. This may be the best combat buff in the game, raising stats to 25 for the whole party, even though it's only for 4 rounds. Okay, next up, this is the not bad. This is kind of like the, look, if you didn't get anything great in your options, then you could select this and it's not going to do anything bad. It's not going to help you very much, but it's not going to hurt you. Greater Death Blow. This will put the fighter HLA Greater Death Blow on the entire party for 2 rounds. For 2 rounds, any successful attack against a creature of 12th level or below will be instantly slain. Yeah, this fighter HLA is just not all that powerful. You're not going to face many enemies that are level 12 or below by the time you have access to this. And if you do, you can easily make mincemeat of them But yeah, it's not Wish's fault that the fighter HLA sucks. Wish is getting you the fighter HLA on your entire party. It's just not all that strong, but it's not going to hurt you. And then the other two, create a wand or create a potion. If you create a wand, you're going to create 1 5-charge wand of one of the following, randomly selected: Magic Missile, Fear Wand, Paralyzation, Fire, Frost, Lightning, Spell Striking, and Cursing. By the time you're up in TOB, having extra wands is pretty useless. The effects that you get from wands are not very strong. Maybe the one exception you could say is the Wand of Spell Striking, right? Breach maintains its utility throughout the game. That's a level 5 spell. So by the time I have access to Wish, I'm creating enough of these wands for the party that plus there's Wish, Breach. It becomes really hard to take Breach. You're just going to have wands of Spell Striking. You can't use a wand during an Alacrity, but that probably is the most relevant wand to late in the game. Otherwise, it's just like a little bit of extra gold. You can just sell these things. And then potions. Yeah, potion is worse than the wand, but you could get a potion of regeneration, extra healing, superior healing, genius, insight, clarity, absorption, cold resistance, insulation, antidote, or potion of speed. These are some of the most useful potions in the game. By the time of TOB, obviously, potions are a lot less powerful than they were in BG1 and BG2, but you could, in theory, find some use for these. Definitely the healing potions, like the superior healing potions, never hurts to have an extra one of those. Those are useful on like tanky creatures that aren't arcane casters through the whole saga. But yeah, nothing game breaking there for sure. Okay, then here's the next tier is the sort of double-edged or very good or horrible depending on situation category. And there's definitely some interesting stuff in here. Okay, so the first one, Horrid Wilting. It comes up as Abby Dalzim's Horrid Wilting on everyone in the area. Okay, what this does is it does the effect of a level 20 Horrid Wilting on every creature in the map, including the party. There's no AoE though. So it's like there's one Horrid Wilting that goes off that covers the entire map, but these things do not stack on top of each other. You cannot have 10 Horrid Wiltings go off in the same area if there's 10 creatures in that area. It's just as though a Horrid Wilting blankets the entire map area. So if your entire party is fully protected from magic damage through 100% MR or the protection from magical energy spell at level 6 out of the Arcane book, those are really the only options. Or spell immunity necromancy, sorry. If your entire party is protected, then this spell is quite strong, and it's like almost a cheat code. It's almost cheese how strong it is because it applies to the entire map. So if you're a high level caster and let's say you're alone in a map area or you're soloing and you cast protection from magical energy on yourself, you're up at 100% resistance to... Oh, you can also use protection from energy at level 8. But you're at 100% resistance to magic damage. You can literally clear entire dungeons just standing in the corner of the dungeon, like some of the toughest dungeons in the entire game. You can clear the entire dungeon and watch hundreds of thousands of XP rack up simply by standing in the corner and casting this wish and hitting enemies across the whole map with level 20 Horrid Wiltings. It's crazy. Very busted. It's like so strong that it's not even really fun to play that way, but that is what this spell does. In combat, like the less cheesy version of this, in combat this is still very strong, right? Very strong damage spell. The thing is though, you're not going to be able to make use of this all the time. If you're playing party play with a lot of characters in your party, then for most fights there's probably somebody who's at least somewhat susceptible to magic damage, and you're not going to want to kill that character. So yeah, this is something you're only using if you have that resistance up. But if you do, it's immensely strong. Okay, the next option is heal all. You can heal all characters in the map area.
This will heal to full and remove the negative status effects that heal removes every character, friend, or foe in the map area. So is that good or bad? Usually it's bad because you're keeping your party's HP up with a lot of buffs and things while trying to take down enemies, and resetting enemies' HP to full is not good. But sure, there could be a situation where the fight's going horribly for you. You've barely done any damage to your enemies, but your party's really hurting, and you want to choose this because it's going to save your ass. So it's double-edged, could be good or bad. Okay, then the next two double-edged options, these are both options that are going to affect luck. And I talked about luck back when I talked about the level 2 spell luck, but luck is a hidden variable in Baldur's Gate 2 that affects a variety of things. It's totally unintuitive what luck affects versus doesn't affect. If you want the full list, look it up or go back to the level 2 spell guide. I'm not going to repeat the full list here. What I will say is that the intoxication effect, it gives minus 12 luck for 4 hours to everyone in the area, including your party. The bad luck option gives minus 5 luck for 1 turn, so much shorter duration to everyone in the area, including your party. So luck, what it does is it tips the scales of RNG. And more specifically, it will override a die roll by the number of pips of the change in luck, either favorably to the affected character for good luck or negatively to the affected character for bad luck. And when the adjustments get so massive as from the intoxication and bad luck effect here, that has the impact of completely or virtually eliminating RNG from the game as to those things that luck affects. So for example, the D12, on a D12 concept, a D8 concept, a D6 concept, or a D4, the intoxication debuff with its 12 movement to luck is going to completely eliminate all RNG from any of those die rolls, because any roll is going to be adjusted by up to 12 to get to the most adverse outcome to the affected creature. On a D5, or on the bad luck effect rather, which is a 5 luck penalty, that doesn't totally end the story when it comes to D8, D10, D12, or D20 concepts like THAC0, but it's still going to be a pretty massive debuff against the affected character, only for those things that luck affects. So, is a massive luck debuff, like from these two wish effects, good or bad? Well, it has to be unpacked a little bit because it's totally unintuitive what things luck does or does not affect. And that's what I'll get into now. Overall, negative luck to this degree, you can't get it anywhere else. It's really just from the wish spell, and it affects the game in really strange ways. It's gonna totally transform Baldur's Gate into something foreign that you don't really recognize because of luck's hidden. Luck can have a very significant hidden impact on the game. So when I tested this out, like, I could talk a lot about how all the different ways that this comes into play. The key things are the following. In practice, here's what happens if you cast these highly luck reducing wishes. So the basic question is, like, what does the world of BG2 look like if you're extremely low luck? It's kind of like going into zero gravity. That's how much it changes the gameplay. So first of all, this is a huge penalty to the odds of making a attack, because luck affects THAC0. So I guess THAC0 is a D20. So luck isn't eliminating all RNG from THAC0. But luck is going to be effectively a 12-point THAC0 penalty. So attacks, and even though in SOA, many enemies in the party have very low THAC0, 12 is still a massive debuff. So what ends up happening as soon as you cast this is generally speaking bad for fighters or physical damage dealing creatures, because they're going to start whiffing on a lot of their attacks because of this massive THAC0 penalty. That's the first thing that's going to happen. The second thing that's going to happen is that this is sort of a buff to physical damage users. Physical damage attacks will do... Oh, sorry. They're going to do minimum damage. Minimum damage. Is that right?
Yes, it will be done. What is it?
Yeah. Right. So on hit weapon damage, what matters is on hit weapon damage effects like elemental damage are going to be maxed out.
Speak.
Yeah, they're going to be maxed out. It's so unintuitive how this works. Basically, positive luck will make your physical damage attacks do more damage inside the physical damage roll, so like the D10 of a katana. But better luck will make incoming... So it's the luck of the attacking creature that matters for doing physical damage, or physical damage RMG. But on-hit effects like a 1-6 plus 1-6 fire damage, it's the luck of the receiving creature that matters. So generally speaking, what it means when you minus 12 from luck is that physical damage attacks that do hit are going to do minimum damage for the weapon damage. The on-hit effects like the plus 1 to 3 fire damage, plus 1 to 3 cold, whatever, are going to be maxed out. But that pales in comparison to the fact that you're taking the 1d6, 1d8, 1d10, or 1d12 from your weapon, and you're reducing that to the absolute minimum. So damage is nerfed. Thaco is nerfed hugely, and damage is nerfed. Physical damage is nerfed. Okay, so basically, super low luck is going to nerf fighters big time. The next major impact of changing, of a debuffing luck. The next major impact is that spell damage is going to become maxed or near maxed. And whether it's maxed depends on what dice roll the spell damage is operating off of. Spells that operate off of a D6, those spells are going to be maxed by the -5 luck wish option. And every damage dealing spell in the game is going to be max damage off of the intoxication effect, because intoxication is a 12-point luck swing, and I'm pretty confident there's no damage spell in the game that uses over a D12.
Yes.
Right? Like one of Comet or Dragon's Breath is off a D10.
What is it? This will not take long.
Meteor Swarm or Meteor Shower, that piece of crap, is off a D10. Most spells are off of a D6 or a D8, right? Horrid Wilting D8, Skull Trap D6. So a -12 luck penalty, because luck governs incoming spell damage. If you have a horrible luck penalty, then all incoming spell damage is going to be maxed against you. Note, luck does not affect saves. So it's not going to affect the odds that creatures will make their save, thus reducing damage by half. But these luck penalties are going to hugely increase the base damage off of the dice rolls for any magic. Okay, so I guess I'll give the other last thing. Mirror with these spells, mirror image is going to become useless or near useless, because another thing, this is a very minor thing, but it's kind of interesting and cool. Another thing that luck affects is the odds that the mirrors are going to be hit versus the mage, the actual mage. And if you have a -12 luck penalty, and pretty much all the time if you have a -5 luck penalty, then your odds are going to be so horrible that all mirror images basically become useless. The attacks are always going to RNG into hitting the mage and ignoring the mirrors. That's like a very minor thing, but I figured I would mention it. But the big things that occur are a massive Thaco penalty, a big nerf to physical damage because all the weapon-based damage rolls get minimized. And then maybe the most noticeable thing is that spell damage is maxed out, which allows you to hit ridiculously massive, huge, like a 20d8 Horrid Wilting actually doing 20d8 or 160 damage every time, or 80 for enemies that save, is ridiculous. You're one or two shotting like almost every enemy in the game. But that is what the intoxication and almost the miscast magic, but the intoxication effect in particular is doing. Okay, so I put this in the double edge category. In reality, and I don't really use this very much, but if I wanted to play super optimally and you're soloing or using a super arcane heavy party, so you don't really care about attack rolls and you're glad to nerf physical damage, then you could definitely have a strategy of having an entirely drunk party through all of very late SOA, and as soon as you get access to the spell and all of TOB, you could have a strategy of just using the intoxication wish spell every time it comes up, making everybody on every map that you fight completely wasted. I'm sure there are enemies, high level enemies, that are immune to intoxication. I haven't tested this out because it's like such a niche idea, but in the playtesting I have done, the minus 12 luck effect of maxing out magic damage is just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. In particular with Horrid Wilting, it's disgusting how much damage you do when every Horrid Wilting is doing 80 or 160 damage. So this is double-edged. It'll make your fighters in your party horrible. And if you're going to use this, you damn well better have your resistances up and not chance those resistances going down at all. Because if you become vulnerable to any type of elemental or spell damage, you're going to get your ass destroyed without having because the same thing would apply for yourself, right? The intoxication or the minus 5 or 12 luck penalty applies to all creatures, including yourself. So it's kind of the only way this works is if you're not running a fighter heavy party and you have your resistances up all the time on all your characters, so you don't care what what the rolls look like when you're going to take spell damage. So this is double-edged, but this is sort of an interesting aspect of this spell. I could definitely see in tough fights making it a strategy, if you have spare wish spells, to get everybody wasted and then have your Abid Delzims hit for obscene damage. Okay, I'll stop there, but I wanted to really talk about those effects because I haven't really heard any explanation of them. Luck is one of the most important yet most under the radar game mechanics in Baldur's Gate. And these two options, especially the intoxication option, change luck so drastically that it's sort of like it's moving into this weird bizarro world where you go back to BG1 for fighters, like they just whiff at each other all the time and don't do as much damage, and suddenly magic users and taking magic damage becomes horrible, and magic users get a big buff. They become more glass cannon like because they're more likely to get killed by magic, but also they're doing massive amounts of damage to any enemy that has their resistances or protections off. Okay, that's the end of the double-edged bucket. The rest of the wish options for Wisdom 18 plus, they're in two categories. I put bad but survivable and suicidal. Okay, in bad but survivable, minus 10,000 GP, nothing much to it. You lose 10,000 gold, whatever. It's not a bad combat effect, right? So if you have to choose something bad, have it not hurt you in combat and just give up 10,000 gold. Gold doesn't matter too much by TOB anyway. Meteor Swarm will drop the level 9 spell. Meteor Swarm centered on the caster. Meteor Swarm is not party friendly, so in theory, you could do a little bit of fire damage to your party. But this spell sucks ass. It does very little damage. You're probably going to have your fire resistances up at this point in the game. So bad but survivable. Wisdom 3. This is an alteration spell, so spell immunity abjuration will protect against it. That will set the entire party's wisdom to 3 with no save. Okay, it's bad. Wisdom's not a combat effect. You don't want this to go off on a divine caster. It's going to completely impede casting Wish again, unless you have a potion of insight to fix your wisdom. But so this is bad, but it's not gonna instant kill you or throw the fight immediately. Strength 18. This is another alteration spell that sets everyone within the radius of the caster, party, and enemies to 18 base strength. I say it's bad because it's probably going to be a debuff. You're at this point, all your fighters are using belts. You're using Draw Upon Holy Might. You're using the 25 stat wish spell. You're getting your strength, Crom Fair, all that. You're getting your strength up above 18. I should say this will just affect base strength. So I think that items that set strength are going to be overridden, but items that boost strength will still work. Maybe you have to take them off or put them back on. But this is basically a mild debuff at this point in the game. Not horrible, but not the worst thing. Haste All. This will cast Improved Haste level 20 on everyone in the area. So it's good for some of your enemies. It's good for your party as well. It's probably on balance bad. You're more likely to have your own party improved hasted already. There's lots of enemies that are strong, but they're not innately improved hasted. So probably one to avoid, but it's not going to immediately ruin the fight. There's also an option for magic to make everybody magic resistant. This will set magic resistance for everyone in the area to 40%, and it does override items completely. So yeah, in theory, if you're fighting a ton of demons or highly magic resistant enemies, then maybe this could help you. If you're playing party play, there's definitely going to be members of your party that have lower than 40 magic resistance, so this will bring them up and might be a mild buff. But usually the best items in the game that I have on my player character are getting me over 40% magic resistance, which would mean that this is a debuff for the player character. And overall, it's just not super strong one way or another, so I put it in the bad but survivable bucket. Okay, then there's only 4, and this is important. When you have 18 plus wisdom, there's only 4 wish options that are actually really bad. One of them is a miscast magic option, which causes everyone in the area to have to save at -6, a -6 penalty, or have an 80% chance of spell failure. So that's horrible. You cannot impair your party and yourself from casting spells. And the -6 penalty means that there's a decent chance this is going to go off. This is horrible. You cannot have this go off. It will affect enemies as well, but it's much more destructive to lose your own spell casting. Level Drain. This spell will cast the 9th level spell, Arcane spell Energy Drain, on the entire party, which drains 2 levels. Note that this is nullified by negative plane protection. So, if you're playing solo, for example, with Amulet of Power, and you can get somebody else in the party to put on the Mace of Disruption or something, then you might consider doing this because you're going to be immune. It is nullified by negative plane protection, but yeah, this is probably pretty bad. Pretty bad. You really don't want to be picking this unless you are playing solo and wearing Amulet of Power. The other suicidal one would be to half HP. This caps the caster's max HP at 50% for 3 turns and is non-dispellable. You'll end up with a bit more than 50% of your original HP if you had a familiar, since only your base HP without the familiar is edited down by 50%. If you're injured, then the injured HP are going to go away. You'll keep, it's sort of like a glass, and if the glass is 2/3 full, then you're going to keep, when you're edited down to 50% HP, you're going to have all those 50% HP. You're not going to be injured, if that makes sense. You lose the HP that you were injured in first before you lose any of your HP that you currently have and are not injured. But this is still really bad. You already have low HP as a mage, and you're going to just bring yourself that much closer to death by having your HP. This is not good. Then the final one is haste enemies. So there's a haste party, which is awesome. There's haste everybody, which is double, which is I put in the bad but survivable category. And then there's haste enemies, which is very not good. You're going to cast improved haste for 23 rounds on all creatures in the area except the party. So not something you want to be doing if you're in a fight. Probably the miscast magic and the level drain are the worst of these, but these are all four clearly bad things that could turn a fight against you. So I put them in the worst category, suicidal. All right, so this is just what all the different options are. What jumps out is that there's very few of these effects that are actually bad in some material way that's likely to throw a fight. And there's lots of them. So between the extremely strong and the god tier category, you have 8 different wishes. And keep in mind that these wishes in the option selection menu cannot be repeated. So that means that your odds of getting good wishes or strong effects are really quite good. And let's talk about exactly what those odds are now. Okay, so here I did some probabilistic math around likelihood of getting different wishes. Okay, so what is this showing? Now, I'm showing here, this is probably, these are the key cells here. They're gonna be highlighted in green are the key cells. Okay, so this is the probability of getting any one selection if for different numbers of casting the wish spell. Obviously, each time you cast the spell, you get another shot at getting any of the 25 selections. So with only one slot of wish, then your chance to get any one spell, it's the simplest math. You're going to see 5 options. There's 25 options total if your wisdom is 18 plus. So you're going to have a 1 in 5 chance, right? So this is like, hey, if I want to refresh my spellbook and get the rest effect, and I'm only going to cast wish once, what are my odds? Well, 20%. What gets interesting is to look at what your odds are as you get up to having more wish availability. And I'm showing here, I think that having at least 1 improved alacrity on all your best mages is pretty critical, or the optimal way to play. So, and what I often do for the toughest fights is I'm choosing 1 improved alacrity, and then the rest of my level 9 slots are all wish because of the strength of the spell. So the way I thought about the odds is, or placing the different types of casters is, let's take the number of level 9 spell slots that you get as a maxed level capped caster of that type, and then -1, because I'm assuming that you're going to need to take 1 for improved alacrity. So like a base class mage gets 4 level 9 spell slots when level capped. So that would mean 3 instances of wish if you want to have an improved alacrity. Specialist gets 5, so that means 4 if you want 1 for improved alacrity. Sorcerers get 6, so that means 5 wish chances after 1 for improved alacrity. And Edwin's a great wish user because you got to get his wisdom up a little bit, but he has a lot of level 9 spell slots because of his special items. Of course, you could just have multiple arcane casters in your party. And so, for example, if you have 3 base class mages in the party and each of them takes wish 3 times, then you're going to have 9 instances of wish. So let's break this down. Like, let's say that you're just trying to get the rest spell. Well, if you have 3 instances of wish, then you're going to have about a 50% chance of getting the rest spell by casting wish 3 times. If you're a specialist mage, then that jumps up to about 60%. That's super powerful, super powerful. So even though there's a lot of RNG, even if you only think the rest option is good, if you cast wish 4 times, you're going to get that 60% of the time. Those odds are pretty decent. Okay. What about if you're just focused on getting either of the god tier selections? So any one of 2 selections, right? I said there were 2 god tier selections, either double length time stop and improved alacrity, or the rest option. Well,
you have a 36.7% chance of getting that if you just cast this spell once. If you cast this spell 4 times, then you're going to have an 84% chance of getting either a rest or a double length time stop and improved alacrity. So really high, right? 84% if you're a specialist mage to get one of those 2 god tier levels. And then like let's look at something like getting god tier or extremely strong, like one of the top 7 choices. It's actually the top 8, but I only did the math around 1 of 7. Let's look at that. Can I easily change this? I'm not going to try to redo the math. But if you're only looking for one of the, let's say that you really only want one of these 7. Like you only want hardiness, resurrection, breach enemies, haste party, restoration, rest, or time stop. These are all amazing effects that are top level spells from other books going off on your entire party. They're huge combat buffs like improved haste in your whole party. They're HLA is going off instantly on your whole party. Let's say that you only want one of these 7. Well, your odds of getting 1 in 7, if you only cast Wish once, are 84%. If you cast Wish 4 times, then your odds are basically 100%. Basically 100% of getting something that is extremely strong or god tier level. So these probabilities illustrate how much better an extra 1 or 2 level 9 spell slots are. For example, the difference between a specialist and base class mage is basically 10% higher chance of refreshing your whole spell book through Wish, which is material. What these numbers also highlight is that although Wish involves RNG, the effects that you have available, the strength of the effects that you have available, the fact that there are 8 of them that are super strong and worthy of a level 9 spell slot, and the fact that no two identical selections can appear on the same menu and you can cast this spell multiple times, all those things combine to mean that although there is RNG, this spell is still incredibly powerful even with the RNG, because you're going to have an extremely high chance, approaching 100% for 3+ casts of Wish to get one of the top 7 or 8 effects, which is a super powerful effect. So don't be discouraged by the RNG. I think one way to think about Wish is, look, if I cast this enough times, I'm guaranteed to get something out of it that's worth my level 9 slots. And if I get the double length improved alacrity or time stop, or I get the rest effect, then I just got a completely game breaking effect that I can't get from any other spell in the game. So yes, there's RNG in Wish, but the spell is still incredibly strong, even factoring that RNG. The odds are in your favor if you cast this thing repeatedly. The last way to look at the RNG is, okay, what are the chances that I'm going to end up with a bad choice that I really don't want to take? So what I did here is I created a calculator for what are the odds that all of the choices that you get are bad, depending on how many of the 25 options you consider to be bad. So let's look at only, if you think that only the suicidal section is really bad, right? Already we know there's only 4 suicidal options, so it's impossible for you to get only suicidal options to choose from. But let's say that you consider that you really don't want to have any of the bad but survivable or the suicidal. Like, let's say that you don't want to have to choose any of these 10 options. All right, so let's put in 10 here. What this is going to calculate is that for a single Wish cast, the probability that you only get choices within these 10 is only 0.47%. So about 1 in 200. So the odds of getting, and like even then, the choice that you get might be Meteor Swarm or lose 10,000 gold or magic resistance, not something that's going to be completely horrible. So there's really not a situation where you cast Wish and the options before you are all things that are going to lose the fight for you. It's just impossible. There's only 4 of those types of negative effects to begin with. There's definitely more than 4 bad effects, but because you are going to see 5 different options every time, the odds that you only see these bad effects are really, really small, really small. Okay, so that's all I'm going to say about Wish probabilities. The bottom line is that more instances of casting Wish matter a lot to get your odds of getting the God tier selections up. The effects that you get out of the Wish spell are so strong, and there's so many of them that are so strong. And the effects that will actually lose you the fight or be materially negative are so few. And the way that the RNG mechanics of the spell work are such that RNG doesn't really matter. You know you're going to get something good out of Wish. It's not entirely predictable what it is. You know you're not going to have to choose something that's going to tank the fight for you. And your odds are quite good on multiple casts of getting one of the top 2, 3, 4, 5 selections that's going to swing a fight in your favor. So this is that's the conclusion of the deep dive into what Wish does and the mechanics of it. And what I tried to illustrate through these numbers and going through each of the effects is that yes, there's RNG, but despite that RNG, Wish is still one of the 2 strongest, if not the strongest spell in the entire game. That's a ton of time on the Wish spell. I think the punchline is this is an unbelievably strong spell. There's at least 8 of the effects that are HLA type effects or massive buffs on your entire party, massive debuffs on enemies. The 2 God tier effects, and especially the rest effect, completely breaks the game. Either you're going to get a time stop and a massive time stop and improved Alacrity, during which you can annihilate your enemies and have them do nothing to you, or you're going to refresh your entire party's spellbook and all your items that you can't use after the day. And this is the type of spell that snowballs and interacts really well with the rest of your spellbook. If you can refresh the whole rest of your spellbook instantaneously, then your whole spellbook and your power as a mage just got a multiple stronger, because every spell in your book is coming back. It's a multiplier effect. And again, in the toughest fights, you can be in situations where even with enemies that are 95% resistant to the damage you're putting out, even with enemies that have 10 layers of spell protections up, if you're instant casting inside an Alacrity and you're using Wish to refresh your spellbook, you're just going to have too much power. You're going to be able to get out too many spells too quickly and then refresh your spellbook that you're going to debuff and kill your enemies before they can do anything to you. And you can afford to make mistakes because you have high odds of bringing back your whole spellbook. This is a really powerful spell. I'm stocking it and using it all the time. It's critical in the toughest fights. In the final fight against Melisande, it's way harder to win that battle without access to Wish and refreshing your spells. You just got to be much stingier if you don't have many Wish slots in your party. And I max out Wish. I'm by the toughest fights in the game on my Arcane casters, I'm typically taking 1 improved Alacrity and then filling out the whole rest of the spellbook with Wish. You call that abuse, call it abusing the rest effect. I call it using what the game gives you, and this is an incredibly strong spell that the game gives you. It has multiple game-breaking options that make you much more powerful, and you can't get from any other effect in the game. So, Wish, super powerful spell, one of my favorite spells in Baldur's Gate. No surprise, I'm rating this a 10 out of 10. I think that this is one of the 2 best spells in the entire game.
All right, the last memorizable spell that I'll cover, memorizable off of a scroll, is Wail the Banshee. And this is a little bit out of order. I'm doing this after covering Wish, and the honest reason is that I simply entirely forgot about this very forgettable Wail of the Banshee spell. But let me cover it now. So Wail of the Banshee is a necromancy spell with a cast time of 9, the longest possible in the game, AoE 15-foot radius centered on the caster, and a saving throw negates. At the culmination of this dreadful spell, the wizard screams like a banshee, or groaning spirit. Everyone in the area of effect hears the awful cry. Those who fail a saving throw versus death die instantly. The caster and companions are immune to the effects of the wail. Okay, so this spell is the culmination of death magic in the Arcane book. This is an instant death effect using the slay effect like other death magic in the game. For example, Finger of Death at level 7, which is the prior strongest death magic spell. And on its face, this spell seems like it would be very powerful. A level 9 spell, so you're giving up a lot for it, and it has the max cast time, but it is an AoE, and enemies who fail a saving throw versus death are simply going to die. And there's no hit point limiter like there is with Power Board Kill, for example. So it's, by the way, it's also party friendly. I mean, that's sort of essential to ever use this, but yes, it's party friendly, it's AoE, and if enemies fail save versus death, they're going to die instantly. So what's not to like? Like, isn't this super, super strong? Isn't this a massive upgrade on the Finger of Death spell at level 7? Well, in practice, there's some serious drawbacks to using this spell that make it not all it's cracked up to be. And I'll try to go through those drawbacks in order. First of all, by the time you get to very late BG2 and TOB, many enemies are simply immune to death magic and the slay effect that this spell does. Either because they have buffs like a death ward up out of the Divine Book, or for many bosses, and especially in SCS, many bosses have magical non-droppable items in their inventory that simply make them completely immune to the slay effect on top of their MR and saves and everything else. I didn't check every one of the 5 or a Melisande for this, but it's true for a Melisande, it's true for Balthazar. I'm pretty confident it's true for all the 5 in the base game. It's safe to assume that any especially tricky enemy is simply going to be immune to a Wail of the Banshee. And so already, when we're talking about level 9 spells, these spell slots are super precious, and the best level 9 spell slots are going to give you a power spike even in the toughest battles in the game, whereas Wail of the Banshee is going to be useless in many of those battles. And you don't really need, by the time you have access to level 9 spells, you don't really need a level 9 spell slot to beat up on weaker enemies easily that are not magic resistant, have bad saves, and don't have immunity to death magic. You have lots of ways to dispatch it with those enemies. So thing number 1 is that this does not work against many of the toughest enemies in the game since they're simply innately immune to the spell. The second issue is that this spell does a check against saving throw versus death to see if the enemy will fail save and die. And that is much, much worse than, for example, Finger of Death at level 7. Finger of Death was a pretty decent spell because, first of all, it's at level 7, which is a much weaker spell level than level 9. Also, by the way, Finger of Death does a little bit of magic damage if the enemy fails save, which Wail the Banshee does not. But just focusing on the save mechanics, Finger of Death was a save versus spell with a -2 penalty. And save versus spell is a much harder save to make than a save versus death. Save versus death is always going to be the easiest to make save that any creature has. And usually there's a 2 to 3 pip difference between save versus death and save versus spell. So the way to compare Wail of the Banshee save versus death versus Finger of Death save versus spell with a -2 penalty is really Wail of the Banshee is 4 to 5 pips easier to save against, to avoid. And by the time you get to very tough enemies that you would want to use a level 9 spell against, those enemies' save versus death are going to be exceedingly low. Almost all of them, once they're buffed, are going to be highly negative. For example, Furkrag starts with a save versus death of 3. And I checked Yagashura as well, who starts with a save versus death of 3 as well. So that means that for an enemy like Yagashura or Furkrag, I mean, even if these enemies were not completely immune to death magic, I think Furkrag is susceptible to it, but I mean, ignoring MR, but Yagashura is not. But in any event, these types of high-level enemies, if there's a save versus death of 3, that means that this spell is only going to work against them 1 in 10 times. The enemy would have to roll a 1 or a 2 on a d20 to have the negative effect go off. And the second that these enemies put any buff on themselves, which especially in SCS, they all are super buffed, then their saving throw versus death is going to quickly become highly negative, and it's actually going to be impossible to kill them with the Wail of the Banshee, even if they were not immune to death magic. So the fact is that you're going to, if you use this spell, because it's simply a save versus death, TOB type enemies are going to save against it the significant to vast majority of the time. So that's problem number 2. And it's much worse than Finger of Death at level 7 in this regard. And then the last problem is this doesn't ignore MR. And by the time of very late game, you're fighting a lot of magic resistant enemies. If you want an instant kill effect at level 9, your other best option would be Imprisonment, which does ignore MR. So when you have access to Imprisonment and you're comparing that against Wail of the Banshee, Imprisonment has no save and Imprisonment ignores MR. Wail of the Banshee starts to look poor, relatively speaking, even though it's an AoE spell. And let's see, for a sense of how bad this is, I'm just going to summon in some orcs really quick. I'm going to summon in a bunch of them so we can get a sense of what this RNG is really like. Now these orcs, I'm going to look up what their save versus death is, so that we can get a sense of what this represents versus like much tougher enemies. Because orcs are just kind of grunts that are pretty easy to kill. They're BG2 enemies, but definitely not TOB type level enemies. So yeah, orcs have a save versus death of 10. So on a 1 through 9, they'll miss save. So they're a bit more than half likely to make their save. 55% odds of making the save. And let's get a sense of what this looks like. All right, so actually I had pretty good luck here, right? I think 3 of them saved and 6 were killed. So pretty good luck. And that makes the spell look really much better than it actually is, because these are weaker enemies that have significantly worse saves. The other thing that this illustrates is that if you compare this to other options that you have at level 9, usually enemies that don't have much MR, they have really low saves, they're going to be the type of enemies that you could guaranteed kill with a strong damage spell. Like Anabi Dalzim's Horrid Wilting would probably have wiped out that entire group of orcs. And I'll show that now. Oh, that was interesting. I don't know what happened. I think there was some type of bug there that it didn't. One of the orcs was found not to be in the AoE. But yeah, even the orcs that saved versus spell, which is harder to do than a save versus death, was still killed by the amount of damage from a horde wilting. So yeah, on the whole, what we're looking at here is a spell that is AoE, but most enemies are going to save. Enemies are going to have magic resistance, which a different spell like Imprisonment would ignore. And then the absolute toughest enemies in the game are going to be innately immune to death magic. So this spell, it's sort of like a fast track bully, or what's the phrase for somebody who just beats up on clubs or teams that are lower in the table, that type of thing. It's a spell that's up at level 9 that allows you to really cleanly dispatch with a high percentage of low level enemies in an AoE, but it's not really very useful when you're facing a peer or a tough boss like enemy, which is where your level 9 spell slots are most important. A Necromancer will fare better with this spell because enemies are going to be saving versus death with a -2 penalty against a Necromancer. But even for a Necromancer, I think that throwing out 5 different Finger of Deaths inside an Alacrity is still more attractive than using a Wail the Banshee, because for a Necromancer, Finger of Death, enemies are going to have to save for spell with a -4 penalty, which is still the same 4 to 5 pip difference or improvement in your odds of killing people than with Wail the Banshee. All in all, I can't say this is a horrible spell. It's certainly not one of the worst spells in the level, but it's not synergizing with any other part of your spell book. And the real killer is that this is a level 9 spell that is really only reliably useful for killing enemies that are very easy for you to kill by the time you get to level 9. And with the extremely limited amount of level 9 spell slots that you're going to have, it's just very difficult to take up a level 9 slot for a spell that is not useful against your peers or the toughest enemies that you're going to actually be scared of by the time you get to TOP. So I find myself basically never using this spell. The only possible ratings would be a rating of 3 or a rating of 2 out of 10. And ultimately, I will give Wail of the Banshee a 2 out of 10 rating. There's just too many enemies that are completely immune. Saves are too low by this point in the game, that this is one of those spells that the spell description makes look good, but in practice is a garbage spell. And that's even more so in SCS. I mean, it'd still be like a 2 out of 10 in SCS, but in SCS, so many more enemies are going to be completely immune to the Slay effect and are going to buff themselves to avoid this, that there's really no point in ever using this spell in SCS in a true high-level fight. So yeah, 2 out of 10 rating for Wail of the Banshee. So that concludes all of the spells off of scrolls or out of the regular way spell book. And now I'll talk about, again in alphabetical order, all of the wizard HLAs. And there are 5 of them. These are the HLAs that take up a level 9 spell slot. So they're interchangeable with level 9 spells, and that's why I'm including them in the same video. So the first HLA is Comet. Comet has a cast time of 3, AoE 15-foot radius. This spell is a more powerful and specialized version of Meteor Swarm. A huge meteor or comet strikes the Earth, damaging all enemies in its path and sending out a powerful shockwave that knocks away all foes in the AoE. Those knocked down must save versus paralysis or be stunned for 3 rounds. The comet itself does 10d10 fire damage with no save. This spell will not harm party members. Okay, so there are 2 HLAs that are damage spells, and for some reason, both of them are fire damage. Why? So painful. There's already a crazy amount of fire damage in the Arcane book. more fire damage at level 9 is immediately difficult to take versus other more game-breaking unique effects that you can't get elsewhere. So to get just more fire damage out of an HLA is disappointing. There would have to be something else about this spell that's more than just fire damage to make it worth taking. And for Comet, that's not really present. But let's get into what this spell is and why that is. So there's 2 fire HLAs, Comet and Dragon's Breath. This is the first of the 2. This spell does 2 things to enemies in the AoE. By the way, this is party friendly. The spell description states that. This is something that I think changed in different versions of Baldur's Gate. I'm not sure if these spells were always party friendly, but somebody figured out that if you're just going to get fire damage out of a spell at level 9, that it damn well better be party friendly. Otherwise, it's going to just be a shit spell. So at least this is party friendly. And it does 2 things to enemies in the AoE. First, 10d10 fire damage with no save. And then, if the enemies fail a save versus paralysis, which equals a save versus death, by the way, generally the easiest save to make, then the spell will send the creature flying across the area like the Smite HLA, while also stunning them for 3 rounds. The spell description is not actually quite correct about the stun effect. It says that all foes are knocked away, and then they all must save or be stunned. But actually, it's just a save versus paralysis to avoid both the knockback and the stun. And if enemies fail save, then they're going to be both knocked back and stunned. It's not like you can be knocked back and not stunned. By the way, would it have been so hard for a level 9 spell in HLA to make this a save versus spell, or even like a save versus spell with a penalty? Instead, it's a save versus death, which enemies are going to be making almost all the time at high levels. I will note the cast time of 3 is nice. It does mean that this spell is quick to get out for an arcane caster that does not have Robovecna. It's obviously instant for any caster with Robovecna. That's a nice perk of the spell. Overall, is this a bad spell? No, it's not bad. It's doing pretty good fire damage, way more than Meteor Shower, especially considering that there's no save. And then stun effects are always good, even if this is a save versus paralysis. A 3-round stun is basically a guaranteed death for anybody who's not immune to stuns and fails their save. So it's not a bad spell overall, but it's just really hard to take a fire damage spell at level 9 when you have game-breaking effects here that scale with your entire other spell book, like Improved Alacrity, Wish, or Time Stop. On top of that, the damage isn't so amazingly better than other available high-level spells. Like Horrid Wilting, you're doing 20 d8, so almost twice as much as the 10 d10. There's a save versus spell for half, but also Horrid Wilting is doing magic damage, so it's much less frequently resisted by enemies. So the damage that you get out of the spell, it's not better than Horrid Wilting. I would argue it's not even better than Incendiary Cloud at level 8. So it's not like, wow, the damage output is so massive that I understand why this is an HLA. It's just okay. The other issue with Comet is that it's clearly worse than the other very similar HLA, which is Dragon's Breath. When there's 2 HLAs, they're both doing fire damage, and one is better, then you're pretty much never going to take the other one, or never going to stock it. Dragon's Breath is doing twice as much headline damage, 20 d10, with a save, but it's a save versus breath, generally one of the hardest saves to make, for half. But even 20 d10 halved is still the same 10 d10 as here. The real critical distinction, so Dragon's Breath is doing more damage. And then on top of that, the critical distinction is that, at least in the base game, and check, I don't know if this is true in SCS, because honestly, I never cast these spells in any run, because they're just not very good for level 9 spells. But in the base game, Dragon's Breath actually goes through and ignores magic resistance. That's a real big advantage. One of the very few, I think it's probably the only damage spell that ignores MR is Dragon's Breath. So ignoring MR and doing 20d10 save for half is way better than 10d10 with this save versus death to or be stunned effect. Ignoring MR is just much more valuable at high levels, having a spell that can damage highly magic resistant enemies. Now it's still fire damage, just not really going to help you against demons and so forth. But for example, like Dragon's Breath is a great drow counter because it goes through MR. Comet, not going through MR, it's just immediately inferior and hard to take versus Dragon's Breath. In summary, on Comet, the reality is that level 9 spell slots are extremely precious. I find myself never ever taking this spell. Comet and Dragon's Breath are the last HLAs I'll take. Maybe Energy Blades is the very last. Probably Comet should be the last one. But I definitely take like even the extra level 6, 7, and 8 spell slot HLAs are much more useful than Comet. If you want fire damage, there's lots of other ways to get it. So taking a level 9 spell slot for fire damage is just painful. And I will rate Comet a 3 out of 10. Still big damage. Stun effects are still okay, but just not very good, relatively speaking. All right, next HLA is Dragon's Breath. We sort of already had to talk about this because it's so similar to Comet. You know, why, like, again, why more fire damage? Why are there 2 HLAs? There's only, in the entire game, there's only 5 wizard HLAs that you cast out of the book. So a full 40% of them are fire damage. Damn. Just the lack of variety is painful. In any event, Dragon's Breath. Same cast time of 3, same AoE, also party friendly. This spell causes a disembodied head of a red dragon to appear and breathe fire with the strength of an adult red dragon. In addition to the enormous 20d10 fireball, the force of the Dragon's Breath knocks an opponent off their feet and away from the caster. This victim can save versus breath weapon to take half damage and not be blown backwards. This spell will not harm party members. So here's the other fire damage AoE HLA. This spell does 20d10. That's actually the highest damage output of any spell in the game. 20d10 save for half. Because Albi Delzim's is a d8 concept, so it's going to max at 20d8. That would be number 2. This spell at 20d10 is the most damage from a single spell. Now it's fire damage, so when you control for resistances, it's no longer the most damage of any spell in the game against your average enemy. Because, I don't know, by TOB, the average enemy has like 10 to 30 to 40% fire resistance. Considering fire giants, demons, so many enemies are resistant or immune to fire damage. In any event, the damage is big, 20d10, big damage for anything that's not immune to fire. And in addition, the save here to take half damage and avoid the blowback is a save versus breath. So for most creatures, that's the hardest save in the game to make. And that does make this a little bit better than, say, a save versus spell, and a lot better than Comet's save versus paralysis/death. The main thing that's interesting about this spell and the reason to take it, in my view, is the fact that in the base game, and I have a note here, and in SCS. In the SCS and the base game, Dragon's Breath does go through and ignore MR, which is huge. So against highly resistant, magic-resistant enemies who are not immune to fire damage, then this spell is situationally a strong option. The blowback effect here is not really that much of a buff, honestly. It just scatters enemies around, and they're not getting stunned. If enemies are failing their save and getting affected by the blowback, then they're probably missing some of their buffs. They're probably at least a little bit vulnerable. And so just scattering them around the level it's not really that helpful. The fail versus save is more significant because it's going to cause this spell to do its full 20d10 damage, which is a lot of damage. Overall, Dragon's Breath, it's clearly better than Comet, mainly because it goes through MR. It's giving you something unique by being a damage spell that does big damage that goes through MR, and it is the best damage spell at level 9. But how good does that really make it? The reality is, by the time you have level 9 spells, you have 8 levels in which you can do damage out of your arcane book, and a lot of that damage is fire damage. There's a lot of fire resistance in the game still, and so it's hard to say that this is a super strong spell when you could trade damage at level 9 for these other spells that are going to boost the rest of your spell casting and allow you to get out, say, 6 fireballs or even more if you're using Wish. Like you could either cast Dragon's Breath or you could cast Improved Alacrity, immediately launch 5 debuffs and lower resists, launch 6 fireballs, launch multiple incendiary clouds, and then if you have a Wish instead of a Dragon's Breath, you could refresh your whole spellbook and start again. So this is big damage, but it's not giving you some of these unique snowball type effects that other level 9 spells are getting you. So maybe this is just stylistic, but I like to use those other spells much more so at level 9 versus pure damage. Even though this is not a bad spell. It's an okay to good spell, considering that it goes through MR, it has a quick cast time, and it does big damage. In SCS, this is probably more like a 3 or 4 out of 10 spell because enemies are much better at protecting themselves against fire damage. Almost every mage, for example, that you fight in SCS is going to protect themselves against fire damage completely. So in SCS, it's a weaker spell. In the base game, many fewer enemies protect themselves or cast protection from fire on themselves, and enemies just have lower resistances in the base game generally than in SCS. So in the base game, which is what the ratings are based on here, I'm going to give Dragon's Breath a 5 out of 10 rating. That would be decent spell that has limited uses through at least part of the saga. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Good against enemies with MR and no fire resistance. All right, next HLA. Energy Blades. Energy Blades has a duration of 4 turns, a cast time of 3. An Energy Blade is a discus made of pure energy. The disc gives plus 10 to Thaco, and when thrown does 1d4 plus 5 missile damage, as well as 1d10 additional electrical damage. This spell creates 1 energy disc per level of the caster and sets the caster's attacks to 9 as long as the discs are held. Okay, so this is kind of like the level 9 version of Melf's Minute Meteors, except it's an HLA for some reason, and so you're going to have to use up a level 9 spell slot to get this. You could kind of stop there. Anything that's getting you a limited use ranged weapon and you have to give up a level 9 spell slot for is just not going to be very good versus the other options. But we'll talk about what this is. So to compare to Melf's at level 3, Melf's did 1d4 plus 3 fire damage, gave a plus 5 Thaco bonus, and set your APR to 5, but you could increase that to 10 with improved taste. Now at level 9, you can do 1d4 plus 5 missile damage, so 6 to 9 damage, and 1d10 electrical damage, for a total of 7 to 19 damage per disc. Ooh! And your APR is set to 9. You get an even bigger plus 10 Thaco bonus. So in theory, you're going to be hitting enemies. That is, unless they've got electrical resistance, stone skins, mirror images, protection from magical weapons. Of course, all that stuff is going to completely nullify this. But your Thaco is going to be good enough as a wizard to be hitting enemies with the blades if they're susceptible to physical and electrical damage.
If you're sure, I'll help however I can.
The Thaco boost is nice. It's still not going to get you comparable to a fighter Thaco. For example, on the level 31 Mage that I'm playtesting with here, even with the +9 Thaco bonus, my Thaco is still 6, which is like worse than an end of BG1 fighter level Thaco. And you're going to miss occasionally. It's enough to make you relevant with these discs, but don't think you're getting anywhere close to the power of an improved hasted fighter in either ranged or melee damage when you cast this spell. And there's no issue with that. I mean, arcane casters shouldn't be able to do everything in the game, but in terms of thinking about the strength of this spell, if you're playing party play and you have fighters, then you already have a massive amount of physical damage. You have attackers who are doing 9 to 10 APR. They have Thacos that are hugely negative, so much better than this. And especially in party play, I don't understand the benefit of taking a level 9 spell slot to make your mage into a worse fighter than your fighters. It doesn't make sense. Solo, it's not good either. But unless a level 9 spell is going to make you into a godly physical fighter, that's going to be very hard to give up versus the stuff that actually makes you work better as a caster. Some quick mechanical notes on how Energy Blades works. These are treated as magical weapons, so any enemies with protection from magical weapons is going to be completely immune. The spell description says that you get 1 disc per level of the caster, but do keep in mind that this spell still, like Melf's Minute Meteors at level 3, caps out at level 20. So you can be a level capped level 31 max level mage without a level cap remover, and you're still going to only get 20 discs. I think this aspect of the spell is kind of insulting since you only get access to level 9 spells in the first place at level 18. So basically this spell has 2 levels of scaling. And that's if you take it as one of your first HLAs, which would be insane. So like probably you're taking this as your very last HLA, maybe next to Comet. And if you do that, then there's actually no scaling whatsoever. You're going to be past level 20 by the time that you pick this, and what you see is what you get. You're always going to have 20 discs no matter what. Okay, let's look at some math to more illustrate why this is not so great, and look at the damage output and numbers here. So let's say that even though your Thaco is still not phenomenal, and you're fighting high-level enemies with great ACs, resistances, protection from magical weapons, stone skin, and all that stuff, let's say that you hit on 75% of your attacks with these things. So if you're at max level getting 20 discs, that means that 15 discs are going to hit. That's going to do 105 to 285 damage, or an average of 195 damage, or 97.5 damage per round to a single target. That sounds good, and it's not bad, but it's still about half or less of the damage that a fighter with improved haste would do. And it's a tiny fraction of the damage that you could do as a mage just casting spells. By this point, you have AoE spells that are doing 90 damage on average per target, or 45 if they fail save across the entire battlefield. You could have taken an improved Alacrity instead of this spell and dump out your entire spell book in the time it takes you to throw these discs. You could have taken a Dragon's Breath and done up to 200 damage to an entire area of enemies with only a cast time of 3 and going through MR. It's just almost any of the top like 5, 6, 7 level 9 spells that actually make use of your mage abilities are going to do much more damage and more quickly to more targets than these discs. The number of discs also means that you're going to unload these things. It's going to take, it's like 2.1 rounds of throwing these discs. I mean, compared to Black Blade of Disaster, Black Blade of Disaster was a pretty solid spell, and you got that buff getting one of the best melee weapons in the game for 18 rounds. So like 9 times as long as these damn blades work. Painful, just not good. In summary, this is an HLA that's trying to add some variety to how you play your mages by making you fight with them. But by this time, then you're gonna be off casting. You're gonna be better off casting spells constantly, given how powerful your spells are, and it's really hard to give up a level 9 spell slot. In SCS, this spell gets even worse because of the prevalence of protection against magical weapons, and the fact that you really need your weapons to be giving you buffs and doing strong on-hit effects, which this spell is really not. A little electrical damage, you can get that out of bolts of electricity from BG1. Just physical damage with some elemental add-on is pretty meh by this stage in the game. All right, I think this is the worst HLA that's a level 9 spell. I'm always taking it very last. I'm never really casting this. I think it's crazy to give up a level 9 spell slot for 2 rounds of decent range damage as a fighter. And I will rate Energy Blades a 2 out of 10 spell. Not one of the worst in the game, but a bad one. All right, next up, on the other hand, Improved Alacrity. Improved Alacrity has a cast time of 9, a duration of 2 rounds, AoE the caster. Improved Alacrity essentially erases the pause between casting spells. When cast, the wizard can begin casting a new spell the instant she is finished casting her current spell. The effect lasts for 2 rounds. All right. Here, in addition to Wish, this is the other strongest spell in the game. I'm taking this usually as my second HLA after Planetar, just because like if you started taking HLAs when you were level 31 and already had your max level 9 slots and your max spell book and all your max levels casting spells, then Improved Alacrity you might take first. When you first get HLAs at level 18, Planetar is more powerful or changes the game more because your spell book's not fully maxed. But for high level casters with maxed out spell books, this is sort of the ultimate ability that you're going to want to be using in every tough fight to maximize your spell and damage output. And this is probably the most game-breaking ability or spell in the game. It's one spell that will make you truly feel like a god as an arcane caster. And it's really what you've been building for with your entire mage build up to this point. This spell plus Wish. The optimal high level play or toughest fights in the gameplay for an arcane caster is you're casting first Improved Alacrity, then I like to unload all of my wishes with the remainder of my level 9 slots so I can max my chances to refresh my spellbook. And then from that point forward, I'm unloading my entire spellbook in debuffs, AoE damage spells, and rebuffing myself, and then speaking to one of the multiple Jinni that was conjured into the battlefield from the Wish spell. And if the wish is either of the godly wishes of a double length Improved Alacrity or time stop, or it's rest to refresh your spellbook, then the cycle just keeps going, and you can go through multiple instances of unloading your entire spellbook, sending out 50, 60 spells within a single round, especially if you have, well, that number is only possible if you have spell cast time reducing items, but that's really what the user of Improved Alacrity wants is to have Robe of Vecna and Amulet of Power on. There's this synergy or snowball effect between Vecna, Amulet of Power, Improved Alacrity, having access to your full spell book, and then Wish Rest. If you have these tools, all these things snowball together. They multiply on top of one another to make you into a god that can end fights before they even begin against any enemies. All right, I'll just talk about how the numbers of how powerful this is. I wrote out some math. So just to talk about spellcasting times quickly. Spellcasting times are measured in tenths of rounds. So no spell actually takes an entire round to cast, since the max cast time is 9. once you have Amulet of Power and Vecna, you reduce your spell cast time by 5. And generally speaking, spells have a cast time equal to their level. There's lots of exceptions, but let's just assume that's the case for purposes of illustrating how many spells you could get out here. So as an XP capped non-specialist mage in TOB, you're going to have a total of 47 spell slots. That's 5 of every level, but then 6 of levels 6, 7, and 8 from your HLAs, and 4 level 9 spells. So that adds up to 47 spell slots. So if you pop your Alacrity, from that point forward, you're going to have 2 rounds or 20 spell cast time counters before the spell will run out. And the spell only needs to be active at the beginning of your cast time in order to cast continuously. So if it wears out mid your last spell, that's fine. The question, how many spells can you cast in a row? Well, level 1 to 5 spells with the Amulet of Power and Vecna, in this example, I'm assuming that they all have a cast time of 1 through 5. Let's say those are all cast instantly. All right, that's 25 spells that you can get out instantly within a fraction of a round. Already, you see the power. 25 spells go out instantly. Emptying out your level 6 spell slots would take 6 of the 20 available spell cast time slots. Emptying out level 7 would take another 12. Then from that point, you could still cast 1 level 8 or level 9 spell, assuming we're talking about cast times of 8 or 9 here on those higher level spells. So the basic math as to the max number of spells you could cast without a wish rest hitting inside 1 improved Alacrity is that in 2 rounds of game time, you can cast 13 plus a maximum of 13 plus 25 or 38 spells, with most of those spells coming out instantly. That's completely insane. So in 2 rounds, 1 mage wearing Amulet of Power and Vecna can easily get out 38 spells. It's many more than that if you're deliberately selecting for higher level spells that have low cast time, like Wish. Wish is a level 9 spell with a cast time of 5. Your cast time on a Wish is 0. So, add that in and you're easily getting up to 42, 43. If you're a specialist mage, you're getting up pretty quickly to 50 spells that you could get out inside 1 improved Alacrity. Completely insane. Completely insane. Especially because there are level 1 to 3 spells, like mostly at level 3, that do scale quite hard, like Remove Magic and Skull Trap become very powerful. So with use of this spell within a single cast of it, within 2 rounds of game time, you can buff your whole party, debuff the entire enemy group, and kill almost all of them before they've even got it to get too many melee attacks off or even made it across the screen in many instances. For maximum cheese effect, you can use auto pause. You can set the auto pause settings so that the game will auto pause upon a spell being cast. And that way the game will pause between each fraction of a round when you get your spell out. So you won't lose any of the improved Alacrity time while you're selecting a spell to cast. It'll just pick your spell, it casts instantly, game goes back on pause. Pick your next spell, cast instantly, game goes back on pause. That's how you can get out 40 to 50 spells within the duration of 1 improved Alacrity. Yeah, what else is there to say? I mean, this is much stronger than anything else that any other class in the game can do. The combination of these spell cast time reducing items, plus improved Alacrity, plus throw in Wish, is just a multitude stronger than anything that any other spellcaster can do in the game. Once you have this spell, plus Wish, except for the longest grinded out fights, you really don't need physical damage at all anymore. You don't need time stop since you're already breaking the clock of the game. And a mage with these tools, AOP, Vecna, and Wish and improved Alacrity, a mage with those tools can solo the entire game on any difficulty without really ever being in danger unless there's very bad Wish luck. I'm thinking of a very high level mage, right? Obviously, even if you're soloing, you're scaling into all this stuff, and it does take a very long time to scale into having enough wishes, having enough level 9 slots, and having access to all the spells that you'd ideally want to really reach your full power. Like, you're still scaling, you know, you're still getting level 9 slots well into the mid 20s of levels, right? So it's a lot of work. It's a long slog to get to full power, but as a mage, you just keep scaling and scaling, and for every level 9 slot, you're increasing your odds of getting the rest wish by about 10%. You're adding a time stop. You're adding, you know, up to level 20, you're adding one additional die roll or level of power to all your spells. So it's improved alacrity, and then stacking that with these other things that you get very late in the game that's going to allow you to keep snowballing and get to a level of power as an arcane caster that no other class can reach. One other note on the mechanics of this spell: for dual or multi classes, note that improved alacrity does also remove the delay that you would normally see between using a special ability. For example, traps, or if you're a fighter multi-class, then you could cast unlimited hardiness, whirlwind, crit strike, power attack, etc. Multi-class, you're going to be limited in your level 9 slots. You're going to be limited in your fighter HLAs, but just to note, improved alacrity will work on special abilities as well, so you can stack those up and cast them instantaneously. Yeah, what else is there to say? This is exactly what we want out of a high level ability and a level 9 spell. It's what you're building your arcane magic users to throughout the entire saga, is to get to this spell and wish, I think, and be able to unload your whole spell book on enemies in one go. It's an awesome spell. It's really fun to use. Most powerful thing in the game. Improved alacrity. Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, and needless to say, I'll rate improved alacrity a 10 out of 10. Definitely one of those few game-breaking spells, and one of the two best spells in the entire game. All right. Just one more here. And that is Summon Planetar / Dark Planetar. Okay. This is a summon spell, duration of 4 rounds plus 1 round per level, cast time of 5. This spell opens an abyssal gate and calls forth a fallen Planetar, or Planetar if you're good or neutral, to fight at the caster's side until the spell expires or the Planetar's avatar is slain. All right, so as good as improved alacrity is, I mentioned that I usually take improved alacrity as my second Mage HLA, and that is because improved alacrity does need to scale through multiple level 9 slots and getting to level 20 plus to really reach its full potential. Whereas Summon Planetar is just a great spell immediately when you get it. It remains a good spell, but right when you get it, the Planetar is so strong that this summons is going to own most enemies that you're facing right when you hit level 18. So this is usually the first HLA that I take on any wizard. And yeah, this is a great spell. This is the ultimate best summons in the entire game, the Planetar. In the Arcane book, there are so many summoning spells, but to this point, just to sort of recap my thoughts on summons out of the Arcane book, there's a ton of the spells, but to this point, I think there's only really 2 that are halfway decent and worth using regularly. One is Animate Dead at level 5, and the other is Mordenkainen's Sword at level 7. Of these 2, Animate Dead is the only one that I'd consider a really good spell, because skeletons, with their high MR, they're good against magic users. They're one of the best ways in the game to fight beholders, especially in SCS. They're good fighters, and it's down at a level 5 spell slot. So the reality is that being a conjurer or focusing on summoning is just not that strong out of the Arcane book. So many trash spells that are worse than other things, only a couple quality summon spells.
And then you get to level 9 and you get this HLA. And this summons is just on a completely different level of any other summons that any class can bring into the game. In fact, the Planetar is so strong that it can solo most encounters, especially in the base game. I would guess that because in the base game, enemy mages don't summon their own Planetars, and their enemy mages don't use Imprisonment. Maybe an enemy that does massive physical damage, like the Ravager or a Melisande, would kill the Planetar, but I would venture a guess in the base game, the Planetar will solo almost all encounters, and even some really high level enemies the Planetar will solo. Like, I'm pretty sure that Planetar will quite easily solo Liches, for example, because the Planetar will just outlast the Lich, run through all of its protection from magical weapons, be unkillable, and eventually slay the Lich. But yeah, just to illustrate how strong this is, like this summons in SCS, it gets more balanced in the base game, but Planetar is still super strong. In the base game, this thing is like it's just not killable. Most enemies are gonna have no shot killing it. All right, so let's talk about what you get, just the stats on this thing. First, some general principles about the Planetar. Number 1, you can only summon one of them at a time for your entire party, even between Fallen and regular Planetar. So the game will treat a Fallen Planetar or a Planetar as the only Planetar your party is allowed to have. You only get one. And this is a bit buggy in that I find that sometimes, even though the Planetar I cast was unsummoned, if I'm in the same area and I haven't rested, then the game sometimes think that the Planetar is still active and doesn't allow you to cast a second instance of it. So just be careful trying to cast this twice in the same area, especially if you haven't rested. But this thing's so powerful, the game treats it different than other summons and only lets you have one on the battlefield at any time. The cast time is 5, so this spell is actually instant cast with the Amulet of Power and Vecna, and overall it has a pretty fast cast time for any level 9 spell. If you're ambushed, it's a great one to spam. If you're just unprepared, you didn't properly buff for a fight, then shooting one of these out into the battlefield is a great idea. The duration is not forever. At 4 rounds plus 1 round per level, it caps it at 24 rounds. But it's enough to last through any fight, and you can usually have this through all or almost all of a tough dungeon area. On the difference between the Fallen or Dark Planetar and the good Planetar, regular way Planetar, neutral and good characters will summon the Planetar, and evil characters will summon the Dark Planetar. For some reason, the spell title is Dark Planetar, but then the creature you summon into the game is called the Fallen Planetar. I always get that mixed up or think they're different things, but they're interchangeable, Dark or Fallen. There's no stat difference between the Dark and the regular Planetar. So it's purely a style or a skinning thing as to what the Planetar looks like and what it's named. Otherwise, Dark or regular Planetar, exactly the same creature. And note, again, that Solars and Demons are the only summons in the game that are not killed by Death Spell or Death Fog. Planetars, like the priest spell Deva, are Solars, so they're not killable by Death Spell or Death Fog. All right, what are the stats on the Planetar? This is a level 25 creature with 110 hit points, a -7 AC, extremely low single-digit saves, like 3 to 6 base saves, 100% resistant to fire, cold, and electricity damage, 75% magic resistant, and 10% innate resistance to all physical damage types. 19 strength,
And the Planetar is also innately immune to a bunch of negative effects like Death Magic, Level Drain, Charm, Confusion, Feeble Mind, Petrification, and Poison. The Planetar is also immune to weapons of +2 enchantment and lower. It regenerates 8 hit points per second. And the Planetar has a special ability that it will cast on itself to heal to full HP when it's low. It can use this once. In addition, the Planetar has heal spells in its spell inventory. So the 110 hit points is somewhat misleading because of the crazy amount of resistances plus this ability to heal itself to full. The survivability of this thing is way above 110 hit points worth. The Planetar is also innately hasted with an APR of 4, including the haste. And it attacks with a two-handed sword +3 that does 2d6 plus 10 damage plus strength bonuses per hit. The Planetar's weapon has a 25% chance of casting Dispel Magic on each hit. According to the BG2 wiki, the Dispel Magic is only at level 10, which would mean that for level 15 plus casters, the Dispel Magic will only go off 1% of the time. In practice, I'm not sure if this is accurate. There's not really a great way to test it because of all the different levels of RNG involved, but it feels like the Dispel Magic off the Planetar's weapon works a hell of a lot more often than just being at level 10. In any event, there's lots of enemies that will be level 16, sub-level 16 or below casters, or have level 16 or below placed buffs on themselves that the Dispel Magic is going to work on. On top of that, each hit from the Planetar's weapon has a 25% chance of being a Vorpal hit, which will decapitate the target unless a save versus death is made with a -2 penalty. This is devastating. This effect will go off a lot, an average of once per round, and forcing your enemies to make a save versus death at -2 once per round or die every round that the Planetar is beating on them is brutal. This Vorpal hit is going to go off pretty often. In SCS, Planetars are really the main reason why protection from magical weapons is good versus just relying on mirror images or stone skins. If you're playing SCS, I'm trying to do a no deaths run, and I'm playing SCS. There's no way to face up against a Planetar without having saves massively below it would have to be at least, let's see, for save versus death at -2, your saves would have to be at least -1 or better for save versus death, but you probably want some buffer in case you get hit with a Malison or what have you, or lose some of your buffs. But you got to have hugely negative saves. Even then, if you're up against the Planetar without protection from magical weapons, there's a chance that the Dispel Magic is going to go off on you, which would be horrible. So it's really impossible to face off head-to-head against an enemy Planetar without protection from magical weapons. So when these things hit the battlefield in SCS and they're enemy Planetars, be very afraid. I mean, you got to put a fighter with Death Ward or a priest with Death Ward and Divine Protection up, or some very tanky creature in front of the Planetar, and then try to take it out with a ton of physical damage from super high APR, low THAC0 attackers, or imprison it. But these things are scary. The on-hit effects from this weapon with the Dispel Magic or just death are brutal. Of course, great when they're your own Planetar. Very powerful. All right, so those are the stats. Obviously, insane resistances, 75% MR, 110 HP, the heal effects, a lot of regen, offensively, a juggernaut, nasty on-hit effects, like super powerful. And as if all that wasn't enough, the Planetar also comes with a ton of spells. And on top of that, unlike pretty much every other summons in the game, the spells actually include good high-level spells that you'd want to be casting. So, what do you get out of the Planetar's spellbook? There's a variety of priest and wizard spells. I guess I'm not gonna say all of them. You can go look at the BG2 wiki if you want a complete list. I'll just list some of the best ones. So out of the wizard book, you get chaos, which is a decent crowd control. You get 3 times improved invisibility, so that's great to have the Planetar throw out on your own party members as a nice buff that you don't have to use one of your own spell slots for. Out of the priest book, most of the useful spells are out of the priest book. There's 3 instances of true seeing, which is great. True seeing is something I think is essential to have up in every tough fight. And if you bring in the Planetar, well, now you get true seeing, benefiting your whole party, and you didn't have to use one of your own spell slots for it. The Planetar also has 3 instances of Inset Plague, super strong offensive spell, and it has 3 instances of heal, which is really helpful if you're playing solo or your clerics are tied up. To have extra healing on the battlefield is great. And then there's a variety of other offensive spells. Those do include Globe of Blades and the high. I think that's it's the HLA out of the Divine book. And on a Planetar, Globe of Blades is actually pretty decent. Just to send the Planetar in, clear out the rest of your party, and because the Planetar is basically indestructible, especially in the base game, the max physical, enemies will attack it, and having an aura that does physical damage is good on top of the Planetar's regular attacks. So there's great spells in here that can really turn, either they're spells that are essential, but you're saving yourself a spell slot, spells that you would be taking and now you don't have to use a spell slot for, like heals, true seeing, or improved invis, or there's a variety of nasty offensive spells that are quality spells that you might be casting. Overall, what can we say? You have to wait until an HLA to get this summons, but the game designers turned the dial up to 11 on all aspects of this thing. Defensively, the Planetar is a juggernaut with a ton of resistances and HP and regen. Offensively, it's going to wreck a lot of fights with 4 APR, 19 strength, and the Dispel and Vorpal hit effects. Plus, the Planetar comes loaded with useful spells to use during a battle. The main limiter on the strength of this spell is really going to be the duration, which limits it to 1 to 2 fights. In SCS, high-level mages will be able to deal with these through protection from magical weapons and imprisonment, but in the base game, pretty much nothing in the game is going to kill your Planetar. The Planetar is like invincible in the base game. The best that enemies can hope for is that they have enough protection from magical weapons up to survive for a while against the Planetar. And in the base game, the reason you're going to lose your Planetar is not because it's going to get killed. It's because the duration is going to run out. That just means it's super strong. This is one of those few spells in level 9 that gets you a power spike when you get it, since the Planetar is extra strong right when you get it. And I do choose this as my first HLA almost always. Right when you get it at level 18, this is like sort of maybe you're in the Underdark or late BG2. Very strong at that stage in the game. So there is a power spike from this spell. In terms of rating, I think there's only 2 possible ratings. I can't give this a 10 out of 10. This is not a completely game-breaking spell. The power of it does tail off through TOB as you face increasingly more powerful enemies. And the thing about the Planetar versus like Wish or Improved Alacrity is that the Planetar is always the same amount of good. It doesn't get better. It doesn't scale in any way. You get 1 extra round of duration through level 20, but it's not like the Planetar keeps getting better and better as you get up to level 23, 24, 25, and etc. Whereas Wish, Improved Alacrity, even what you can do inside a time stop, those spells do get better and better as you continue to get levels right through TOB. So the Planetar, it's not game breaking in the way that a Wish or an Improved Alacrity is. It is a quite strong spell though, and because it has 1 level of strength, it's going to be relatively most strong right when you get it at level 18. The Planetar is a noticeable change in your ability to take on enemies that do physical damage, take on tough mages right when you get it at level 18. So I think the only realistic ratings are an 8 or 9 out of 10. I went with a 9 since this is a base game based review, and Planetar are completely OP in the base game. Enemies simply cannot deal with them. In SCS, the rating would be a little bit lower just because enemies are more proficient at killing your Planetar, and they have Planetar of their own they can pit against them. But in the base game especially, I mean, this is a great spell either way. The best summons in the game. In the base game especially, Planetar are ultra strong. So 9 out of 10 rating for the Planetar. That concludes this whole guide on a strong note with two of the best spells, Improved Alacrity and Planetar. And to recap, level 9 and the HLAs, what do you get at this level? Well, there's the two best spells in the entire saga out of any spell book that combine fantastically with all the rest of your powers as a mage and make you into a god that can end fights within a single round or keep going and refresh your whole spell book. That's Improved Alacrity and Wish, both 10 out of 10 spells. There's the strongest summons in the game, the Planetar, Time Stop, a very strong spell, less strong in the very late stages of TOB, but a very strong spell, especially for fighter mages. Chain Contingency, a great defensive or offensive spell, good for magic users that don't have access to spell cast time reducing items, and a spell with a lot of versatility. And then beyond that, there's a grab bag of other spells worth considering, with the headliners there being Imprisonment, Spellstrike, Dragon's Breath, Black Blade, and Shapechange are both 2 fun spells. For me, in my level 9 spell slots, it's pretty rare to find something other than Wish, Improved Alacrity, and Summon Dark Planetar. Or Summon Planetar. Those are the bread and butter, super strong mage spells. You can never go wrong with these spells, and they're fun and super powerful to use. Okay, this is the end of the entire spell guide. As suspected, this level went super long. There's a lot of complicated spells in here. If I ever get to a divine spell guide, I was thinking the most refreshing thing is going to be to start back at level 1, where it's like, cure lesser cure wounds, heals 1d6, as compared to like the Wish spell that has all this RNG and 25 different high level effects. Things get complicated in spell books towards the end, and I wanted to stay consistent and keep the same level of detail to try to keep this guide as authoritative as possible. So as usual, love your guys' comments. Let me know what you think. Hopefully this was a multiple sittings listen or view, and the length doesn't matter. I'm glad to be all the way through the Arcane book. And if I do have any follow-ups, I'm probably going to make it something about wild magic, and then maybe some commentary on spells that I think I misrated or overlooked or got wrong in one way or another. I might do something like that. Okay, thanks a lot, and until next time.